Every year, over £21 billion is stolen from the UK's public purse. Money that's meant to treat our sick, educate our children and keep us safe. Alongside crack teams of investigators.
This guy's got to be stopped as soon as possible.
She had defrauded the NHS.
We're tracking down the fraudsters, stealing our public money.
This man had effectively treated the NHS like a cash machine.
Locking them up.
They were going to be spending a lot of their time inside a prison cell.
And getting the cash back where it belongs.
We recovered close to £1 million.
She was ordered to pay just under £1.4 million.
I'm after his house, his car and some money.
Just over £23,000 back into the public purse.
Fraud Squad, the hunt is on. Today, an NHS manager in charge of budgets running into millions abuses his position of trust.
And this man had effectively treated the NHS like a cash machine to fund his lifestyle.
An organised crime gang exploit vulnerable migrants and try to swindle the public purse of £13 million.
This group were charging them £700 and then they were reclaiming the tax from HMRC.
And a head teacher is exposed as a cheat, then taught a lesson.
One of the witnesses described the office as a sex dungeon.
When we hear the term NHS staff, we think of doctors, nurses or surgeons. But there's also a whole army of administrators who have the important job of controlling budgets and how we spend our cash. But within Gloucestershire NHS Trust, there was one such member of staff who, it turned out, definitely couldn't be trusted. An NHS boss in charge of construction work on hospital sites is well-liked and well-respected. But behind the facade lies a different story.
Roy Dyke abused a position of trust working with public money.
He felt he could get away with anything and had an entitlement to anything within the NHS.
He's been diverting hundreds of thousands of pounds of taxpayers' cash to build his own personal fortune.
We recovered about £6,000 in cash from the safe in the bedroom and a number of paintings that we realised were of high value.
But now investigators are hoping that they can get the evidence to demolish this fraudster. Gloucestershire. The county's NHS Foundation Trust employs around 8,000 staff. One of them is Roy Dyke. Chief Executive Deborah Lee recalls the 46-year-old's rise up the ranks.
Not atypical of people that work in the NHS, started as somebody quite junior. The NHS is great, it's a meritocracy. He worked his way up and ended up in a position of a fair amount of seniority and authority.
In his role as Associate Director of Capital and Developments, Dyke is responsible for new building projects on hospital sites across the county, overseeing budgets that run into millions of pounds.
In terms of the value of the projects that he would have been overseeing, the invoices that he would have been involved in authorising were significant. As a result, he would have had access to information about budgets, about procurement, about capital estates projects and the like.
Roy Dyke is also well respected amongst his peers.
He was a popular member of staff, a gift of the gab. He'd been around the health service a long time. I don't think anybody had any doubts about Roy. He was deemed to be a good person, generally doing a good job.
But then somebody does have their doubts about Dyke. In particular, they think he might be diddling his driving expenses.
The first time we had concerns about Roy was in relation to his practice around mileage claims, and there were some irregularities around those which led to us investigating initially the mileage claims concern.
Dyke has the use of a lease car, and it's noticed he appears to be processing an unusually high amount of mileage claims through the system.
The first obvious indication that something was awry was when we began to look at his claims. They were being authorised by somebody that actually was absent from the workplace due to sickness, so immediately alarm bells began to ring.
Dyke has somehow got his hands on somebody else's password and is using it to log into the system under their name to approve his own invoices. Looking at the dates and times, the investigator sees Dyke has claimed mileage for journeys he simply couldn't have made.
Sadly, and not so unusually, the process for approving invoices only involved a single individual. And that really was one of the key reasons why the fraud could be executed, because he could do it acting alone. He didn't need to bring anybody else into the act.
If Dyke has done this, then the fear is he could also be defrauding the NHS in his own department, where he's the only one who has to sign off on invoices.
Following the concerns about mileage claims, we then did a broader investigation, and that revealed that there were large numbers of quite low-value invoices that were being approved by Roy Dyke.
These are invoices for building work over the last 3 years, but not the type of work Dyke's supposed to be dealing with. He's responsible for overseeing high-end building projects that add to and improve the site. But here he was signing off on hospital maintenance and repair work.
They were subsequently demonstrated to be approved against building firms that we weren't actually using. So there were a number of different insights and began to tell a story that suggested that these invoices were probably fraudulent.
Two companies' names keep cropping up.
It became clear quite quickly the extent of the fraud. Regrettably, it had been going on for almost 3 years, and that hadn't been known to his colleagues. It hadn't been suspected.
The evidence so far suggests Roy Dyke is siphoning funds from his pot by colluding with these building companies. But the power of the Trust's own investigators ends at the hospital grounds. To investigate outside, they need the police. Headed up by Detective Chief Inspector Wayne Usher.
And this man had effectively treated the NHS like a cash machine to fund his lifestyle, and it was really important that we pursued him in order to A, convict him of the offences, but also to recover as much money back for the NHS as possible, because ultimately he was stealing public money.
Later, Wayne and his team close in on Dyke and his potential conspirators.
They were clearly friends, and the relationship went beyond the professional one.
With billions of pounds in our public purse, it's a major target for potential fraudsters. But every pound that's lost to a cheat is a pound that can't be used to help people in real need. Thankfully, there's a large team fighting to keep our coffers safe.
Fraud is so prevalent within the United Kingdom that actually all forces and all regional policing responses are dealing with fraud. There are around 800,000 reports of fraud a year. This is not a victimless crime. You cause harm to the most vulnerable, but you cause harm to everybody in society. You steal from everybody. You steal from the health service. You steal from the education service. And actually, for me, it is the most disgusting and vile of all crimes.
Fraud's often a hidden crime, but it's one of the most invasive crimes into people's lives. There's a fraud for every stage of your life, from children's bonds to funeral plans. There's a fraud for everybody, and they are utterly ruthless when they're taking your money. They ruin lives. And when it's taken away through greed, it makes my blood boil.
In charge of fraud investigation within NHS Scotland is Scott Fraser.
Even after all these years of working in counter-fraud services, when I hear about public sector fraud across the board, I still get angry. It still annoys me and angers me when I hear these cases coming in and I see what people have actually defrauded the public purse of.
Every man, woman and child in Scotland requires the health service at some stage, so it's important that we deter fraudsters from committing fraud and using those vital funds for their ill-gotten gains, so it's best that we do everything we can to protect those vital NHS funds.
The battle against fraud is constant and evolving.
When I first started looking at fraud, it was all paper-based, but now nearly every fraud that we deal with is electronic. It's really increased. The opportunities from the internet fraud are significantly given fraudsters the ability to commit wide and varied frauds.
But the fraud squad's ability to detect fraud is also improving.
Our detection tools are getting better, our investigation techniques are getting better, but definitely there's an upward trend in the type and the amount of crimes and frauds being reported to us.
And there is one simple message to any potential fraudster.
My message to any fraudster would be, don't do it, don't risk it. Why would you? Putting yourself, your family, your job all at risk for the sake of a few extra pounds. But also think twice about it. The chances of you getting caught are much higher now than they were previously.
It's about prevention, it's about arrest, it's about increasing awareness, it's about making the United Kingdom the most hostile place in the world for fraudsters to operate.
After welfare and health, the biggest area the government spend our hard-earned tax money on is education. Headmasters are not only entrusted to oversee our children's learning, they're there to ensure the good financial management of schools. This makes them one of the most responsible and respected members of society, usually. A long-serving headmaster has a dark secret. His school's falling down around him as he spends its budget from the public coffers on himself.
Around about £40,000 spent on food and drink alone.
And his behaviour on the school grounds is scandalous, drinking and fraternising when the taxpayers' money is paying him to work.
It was effectively entertaining a lady friend in there.
This horror head thinks he's above the law, but the fraud squad detectives are determined to teach him a very harsh lesson. Cambridge. Detective Sergeant David York is part of the fraud squad in the police's economic crime unit. A highly experienced investigator, even he finds his next case unusual.
We had a report where there was some suspected financial misconduct by the head teacher at Sawtry Community College.
On the face of it, it seems unlikely. The man in question is 69-year-old James Stewart. Well known in the local area, the head teacher of the Huntingdon-based school has overseen its seemingly smooth running for nearly 30 years.
They were effectively able to control their own budget, work out what they wanted to spend the money on themselves, given some autonomy in that decision-making process.
As long as it's spent on education, of course, because it's not their money, it's ours.
It's taxation, it's public money. People pay their taxes for education.
Up to now, the school has had a good reputation, but after a recent visit from Ofsted, it's been placed under special measures, and when the local education authority decide to do their own inspection of the school, they're passed a note in class.
Staff managed to smuggle a letter to the authority which detailed their concerns and their suspicions about what Mr. Stewart had been up to over the last few years.
The allegations are shocking. They suggest Mr. Stewart has been fiddling the finances.
Forensic accountants had a look at the books of the school and they spotted that there was a number of irregularities that could amount to criminality.
Perhaps he's feeling the pressure. After 30 years in the job, Mr. Stewart suddenly decides this is a good time to take early retirement.
He immediately resigned and provided a cheque for £2,000 to what he said cover costs.
If this headmaster thinks that's enough to stop anybody wanting to see him after school, he's sorely mistaken. The Education Authority hands the matter over to the police.
Obviously, realising that it was quite a serious and complex case.
A perfect case for the Economic Crime Unit and David's Fraud Squad team.
The headline figures of the forensic accountant's report led us to believe that there was some quite serious financial misconduct, but also the conduct of the head teacher, Mr. James Stewart.
A shadowy side to this long-serving head teacher starts to emerge. It looks like Mr. Stewart has been exploiting the system for his own ends.
He'd been able to sign off his own salary. He was getting a great deal more than most other heads in his position because he'd suggested to get that level of salary that he was working in an inner city school that was obviously very troubled.
It appears even the extra salary isn't enough for this head with a taste for fiction. There's strong accusations that he's abused his position to misappropriate funds. David's team move quickly to seize the evidence.
We searched the house of Mr. Stewart. During the search, we found some items that had been purchased with school money, which included a television, laptops, smoothie maker.
David and his team delve deeper into the school's accounts, and they discover that for the last 6 years, Mr. Stewart has been stealing the school's money and spending it on himself.
As the investigation developed, it became apparent the main thrust of it was Mr. Stewart submitting fraudulent expenses claims.
Detectives are staggered to see what Stewart's actually doing with the cash.
These are receipts that have been submitted in support of that claim. We've got groceries, white wine, sparkling wine, Merlot, Indian restaurant. Notice the time there is 9:35 in the evening, so well after school hours, £85 there. These expenses purport to be, of course, school expenses, but what can be clearly seen from these receipts is that they were all personal purchases. Phone bills, TV, satellite, home products was approximately £10,000.
And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Stewart's proving to be greedy in every sense of the word.
Some of the expenses that we're talking about were only a few pounds at a time, but when you add all that up, we got to a figure of around about £40,000 spent on food and drink alone.
That's £40,000 of public money consumed, literally, in just 6 years.
A great deal of alcohol was being purchased, not food and drink for the school dinners. This is food and drink for Mr. Stewart.
Poring through the accounts, David uncovers further pearls of evidence.
The task was differentiating which were the genuine receipts for school purposes. One of the categories was for transportation, and we'd been made aware and got evidence that he'd actually been purchasing tyres for one of his family members' cars, again a personal expense rather than a school expense.
But at other times, the spendthrift Mr. Stewart treads more carefully, and some of his expenses remain a mystery.
One of them that kept featuring was approximately £4,000 worth of expenditure in total over the 5-6 year period that we were looking at. And these were receipts that were handwritten, signed off, but there was no real explanation.
After talking to staff, a picture develops of Stewart's true character. Far from being an upright member of society, their headmaster could be downright unpleasant.
Witnesses that we spoke to came out with a phrase on a number of occasions, which was divide and conquer. He was able to keep them all where he wanted to, and therefore able to perpetrate the crimes that he'd been committing for this period of time.
Later, the full extent of Stewart's fraud is laid bare.
We amassed a final total of £109,000.
And a vital piece of evidence is uncovered. A video nasty reveals some seedy secrets about what this headmaster's been spending the school budget on.
One of the witnesses described the office as a sex dungeon.
We've all heard of the famous five, but this is the tale of the infamous five, who have the dubious honour of sparking the longest ever investigation by the Home Office's Immigration Enforcement Team. In this case, a gang led by a London law student are intent on cheating HMRC out of a whopping £13 million.
This was a huge investigation by HMRC trying to dismantle an organised crime enterprise that spanned a number of jurisdictions across the world.
Rob Brooker is a titan within the world of fraud investigation. With over 30 years of experience within the private and public sector, no fraudster can hide from him. And to understand the fraudster's mindset is Dr. David Holmes, a criminal psychologist who's been getting into the minds of master criminals for over 3 decades. Abu Kalam Mohammed Rasul Karim, known as AKM Karim for short, is studying law in London when he sets up a number of immigration advisory businesses. He's joined in this venture by his brother-in-law, Inamul Karim, as well as his 3 friends. Together, they will come to be known as the infamous 5. The companies market themselves as providing a service to Bangladeshi citizens, helping them to submit Tier 1 visa applications to remain in the UK.
Tier 1 visa was intended to entice individuals from foreign countries to settle in the United Kingdom, individuals that have earned a lot of money in their own countries and are willing to invest in the UK, and therefore bringing the wealth to the UK.
To obtain a Tier 1 visa, migrants had to have good qualifications and the ability to support themselves without access to public funds.
If they could show the UK that they had in excess of £50,000 and were running or connected to a business in the UK which was assisting and helping the UK economy to thrive.
On the surface, Karim and his colleagues are hugely successful, processing hundreds of individuals' visa applications through their numerous companies. But then caseworkers at the Home Office notice something that concerns them. A pattern is developing throughout many of the applications. Prior or current places of employment are often slight variations on the same company names. Something fishy seems to be going on.
This case, in essence, was a multi-application fraud. They have sophisticated software in place to identify data that is very closely, if not identical, in matching. So they're going to be looking at telephone numbers, names, employments, and all of these various aspects of an application. But the important part is that some of the details are going to be similar across the applications, and that immediately causes a red flag to be raised at HMRC.
The Immigration Enforcement's Criminal and Financial Investigation Team, the CFI, are called in to investigate Karim and his associates. As they uncover the facts, they realise the gang has been creating companies and pretending their clients are employees, providing fake payslips and transferring money into their bank accounts to make them appear well paid. A month later, the money is paid back to the gang through a different account. These fake financial transactions allow their clients to fraudulently meet the visa criteria, while helping Karim and his colleagues to launder millions of pounds of their criminal money.
For example, by moving money around from these various accounts, the OC were able to make it look as if an individual who worked in a fast food restaurant earned in excess of £60,000 a year.
The investigating officers uncover an unbelievable 79 bogus companies set up for this purpose by the 5 fraudsters. The gang has fabricated 900 visa applications by Bangladeshi nationals and charged them a minimum of £700 for their fraudulent immigration services.
They exploited Bangladeshis wanting to come to Britain. They saw them as vulnerable possibilities, and they were quite happy to treat them as victims, to charge them large sums of money to provide visas, and then to defraud the visa system.
And as the CFI investigators uncover more, they realise just how audacious Karim and the rest of the infamous 5 are.
So not only were this gang involved in a huge immigration fraud, they were also defrauding HMRC. For every Bangladeshi national who wanted a Tier 1 visa, this group were charging them £700 and then they were reclaiming the tax from HMRC.
Now officers from the HMRC join the investigation, and it's revealed that over the last 6 years, the gang's massive tax repayment claims add up to an unbelievable £13 million. Money that could have gone to vital public services instead. But these crooks are not interested in paying what they owe. They are only concerned with spreading the wealth amongst themselves.
This was a sophisticated organised crime enterprise operating on an international level, with numerous individuals within that organised crime enterprise working for 5 main ringleaders.
HMRC and the Home Office work closely together. It takes years of meticulous investigation, the longest ever in fact, as they try to build a compelling case to bring Karim and the other ringleaders to justice.
This was never going to be easy for HMRC. Scores of companies in the UK that have been set up to carry out the fraud, thousands of visa applications and millions of pounds that have been spread across a number of jurisdictions.
But finally in 2018, after a 7-year investigation, the case goes to court. It feels like the infamous 5 are about to face their just desserts, when there is a final twist in this extraordinary case.
In July 2018, at the height of the trial, Karim, his brother-in-law and a friend abscond, leaving the other 2 defendants to face the music on their own.
They were perfectly willing to exploit other Bangladeshis. So it's not surprising that they really had no feelings for the people working with them. The idea that there would be some sort of honour is nonsense. If they could get away and leave their associates in the lurch, they would do it without thinking about it for a second.
But the trial continues without them. And after 35 weeks in court, the 5 gang members are sentenced to 31 years in prison between them. In his absence, Karim, as the ringleader, receives the harshest sentence of 10.5 years. Warrants are issued for Karim, his brother-in-law, and the other escaped gang member, Ullah.
Wherever the fraudsters are in the world, the investigators will not stop looking for them, and certainly HMRC will carry on those investigations until justice is done.
Confiscation proceedings are now underway to recover assets from all those involved in the fraud. In Gloucestershire, Detective Chief Inspector Wayne Usher and his team are investigating Roy Dyke, a director in the county's NHS trust. He's been siphoning off NHS money to fund building work on his family home and to maintain his lavish lifestyle. But he hasn't done it all alone. The trust and the police suspect a conspiracy between him and the owners of 2 construction companies.
What we've got here is a number of emails originating from Roy Dyke's email account. What Roy Dyke is doing is informing his co-defendants to raise an invoice specifically explaining what that is for. Here is to the value of £3,600 plus VAT for the 4 ensuite orders of 13.6k. What that relates to is the renovation of 4 ensuite bathrooms in his own property. He then describes these works as water re-engineering works, GRH, and that relates to Gloucester Royal Hospital. He's informing his co-defendants exactly what to put on the invoice order and actually what it's really for from his work email address. Pretty arrogant, but demonstrating the fact that he doesn't care if he gets caught or not.
But first, they need to prove they all know each other.
What we discovered was some photographs that showed the suspects on holiday and playing golf together. The initial research was quite clear that it wasn't solely a professional relationship, that they were connected, they were clearly friends, and the relationship went beyond those of a professional one.
Wayne's team now have enough cause for suspicion to get a search warrant for Dyke's home.
This is an exterior shot of Dyke's property, which is a substantial 5-bedroom detached property within a gated community. When we arrived at the property to execute the warrant, it was quite clear that the man was living a lavish lifestyle beyond his means. We recovered about £6,000 in cash from the safe in the bedroom and a number of paintings that we realised were of high value.
The police also seize computers from Dyke's house and check his financial records.
We'd launched a comprehensive financial investigation into all the suspects involved, and we'd uncovered the fact that Dyke had had £197,000 through his accounts over a 3-year period that we couldn't identify the source of.
And that's just a fraction of the almost £1 million that's apparently been spent on bogus building work. The police also searched the premises of the 2 companies involved.
We were dealing with 2 companies who were legitimate, who had a big client base and did lots and lots of work. They were very successful businesses. What was strange was that they'd done nearly £1 million worth of work for the NHS, yet there was no supporting material cost.
Wayne's team call in Dyke and the owners of the building companies. Wayne grills Dyke, but he doesn't crumble.
He came across as very relaxed.
Dyke is adamant the building work has been done.
He stated he had the ability to walk around the various sites that he was responsible for, identify work and allocate it to the various companies for that work to be done.
Dyke continues to put up a front, even when questioned about the unexplained £197,000 that's been through his bank account.
We challenged him in interview as to the source of these accounts, and he was fairly blasé. He tried to legitimise and come up with excuses as to where that money had come from. He would state that he paid for holidays for his co-suspects, and they would pay him in cash, and people that owed him money over periods of time.
When it comes to interviewing the company owners and Dyke's alleged co-conspirators, his building buddies suddenly aren't quite so chummy. They shift the blame back onto Dyke.
In interview, the other suspects maintained a very similar account. They had completed the work, but it was Dyke that directed what they put on the invoices when they submitted it to the NHS. And they all accepted that the description, which was vague to begin with on the invoices, bore no relation to the work that was done.
This still gives the investigators a headache. To convict Dyke and his associates, they have to prove that they haven't completed any sort of hospital repair work, detailed in the 200-odd invoices over the 3-year period.
At various times we had up to 6 officers looking to try and disprove what was claimed to have been done. And the initial account from the suspects in interview suggested that they had done the works in evenings and weekends. What the investigation team were able to show was that some of the works were during the winter period, so when daylight finishes at 4:30, how could you get up on a roof and do quite significant works during that time?
The investigation takes a year, but finally the police and the NHS counter-fraud squad charge Dyke and his accomplices with conspiracy to commit fraud.
Due to the strength of the case presented, early guilty pleas were received from the defendants. The true value of the crime we reached was £655,000.
And as Deborah Lee, CEO of Gloucestershire NHS Trust, knows all too well, it's enough cash to pay the salaries of 20 nurses.
Roy Dyke abused a position of trust. He was a credible member of this organisation working with public money, and he committed a heinous crime.
Dyke was claiming that building work had been done on the NHS site, when actually it was being completed on his own property and other properties linked to him.
Dyke is sentenced to 4 years and 8 months in prison. As for his accomplices, they also plead guilty and are each jailed for 3 years and 4 months. And there is further good news when the criminals' assets are seized.
As a result of that, we managed to recover 90% of the funds that had been defrauded from the NHS. So a really positive result for justice, first and foremost, but for the organisation as well.
In Huntingdon, David and fellow officers from the fraud squad are investigating Mr. Stewart, the long-serving, previously respected head of the local secondary school. He's been fiddling the school funds and our tax money by spending tens of thousands of pounds on a luxury lifestyle for himself. And if that's not shocking enough, it's what Stewart's doing on the school grounds that's truly galling.
Most head teachers' offices, I would suggest, are probably fairly open to other staff members and perhaps students as well. His office was a self-contained part of the building. It was cut off from everywhere else, but there was no way of seeing into this particular place. There were double locked doors, it had its own toilet in there, and there was an annex room, effectively, which could be sealed off again. Now, he wouldn't let anybody into that particular area.
Apart from a frequent guest, that is. Both married to other people, what the pair apparently get up to in this secret lair might be best described as extracurricular.
Witness statements that we took suggested that he would start drinking alcohol fairly early in the day. Music could then later on be heard coming from the office. The smell of food cooking. He had an electric wok in there, together with bottles and bottles of alcohol. And then what would be heard later on in the day would be what were described as sexualised noises, leading the witnesses to believe that Mr. Stewart was entertaining a lady friend within that office space.
On school grounds, in school time, on the school's money.
And then he would go home early.
And all of this happening just metres away from young pupils.
This is not what we would expect from our head teachers at our children's colleges. This is not acceptable behaviour.
Even with the code of silence imposed on staff, David's amazed Stewart's got away with it for so long.
Questions weren't asked from outside of the college and its community so much about where the money was being spent, because as long as kids were getting educated, exam results were okay, then there wouldn't be too much of an issue.
But the real tragedy of this case is that whilst its headmaster has been boozing and schmoozing, a once proud school is falling into disrepair.
When you look at that particular school, the roof was leaking, there was a lot of places that need repairing, there was a lot of expenses that actually needed to be spent on the upkeep and the running of the school. But they weren't able to do that because Mr. Stewart had appropriated the money himself.
As well as charging him with fraud, the police want to put Stewart on trial for misconduct in public office. The first time somebody in education will have faced such a charge. But to make the case stick, they need more proof about what Stewart got up to in his actual office.
It was very difficult to report it without any hard factual evidence. There was a lot of rumour, a lot of conjecture, a lot of suspicion, a lot of noises heard, but nobody really knew what was going on behind that locked door.
The police go to Stewart's office to search it and find that they are too late. It's been cleared of anything incriminating. It's frustrating for David, but then he gets a vital lead.
One of the things that became evident was that there'd been some contractors in some months before who had also made comment. They'd actually been into the office and made comment about the sort of things that were in there. There'd been a rumour that one of these contractors that wasn't very happy about what he'd seen in the office when he was in there doing some work had actually taken a video of the office.
If this video exists, it could be crucial for the case. David's problem is how to get hold of it. Over the last 6 years, there have been numerous tradesmen called into the school for various jobs.
And then there was the painstaking task of going through every contractor that had been employed to try and track down the one who'd got it, if indeed it was a fact.
Then finally, to David's delight, all the phone bashing pays off.
Well, it turned out to be a fact, so we managed to, after a great deal of investigative work to try and track this guy down, managed to catch up with him, and he'd kept the video.
It's a massive breakthrough. It's stunning evidence and makes for shocking viewing.
The key element for this investigation was finding that video. You could suddenly see everything that we thought had been happening had been confirmed.
Stuart's shelves and the fridge are loaded with booze. But that's not the most horrifying sight.
One of the witnesses described the office as a sex dungeon, where sex toys, sex games, there was condoms, there was pillows, cushions, mattresses.
The video also answers another long-standing question for the investigators. They'd been puzzling over some of Stuart's payments to a mysterious company called HL Services. David goes on a road trip down the A1 with a colleague in a bid to discover the truth.
The only address we got was Tempsford Road, looking for HL Services, and we came across, drove past, Happy Lovers.
Which is an adult store.
And joked at the time, what are the chances? Maybe that's HL Services. And of course, from further inquiries, it transpired that it actually was.
Over the years, with his school falling apart around him, the headmaster has spent nearly £4,000 in total on goods from a sex shop. Stuart's also kitted out his den with other pricey stuff, all on the taxpayer's tab.
There was a piano. Witness evidence told us he'd been using this to serenade his partner.
Now Stuart's going to have to face the music. Up to now, Stuart's not admitted anything, but when he's hauled in for a second police interview, he's forced to change his tune.
There was a turning point in that interview when we showed him the video, and at that point he looked stunned and amazed that A, we'd got that piece of evidence, and B, that the evidence was irrefutable. He was caught bang to rights, effectively.
In court, James Stewart later pleads guilty to the offences of fraud and misconduct in a public office. He's cheated the school, and therefore the taxpayer, out of a colossal amount of cash.
All of the expenses we uncovered, we amassed a final total of £109,000. He was sentenced to a total of 4 years for both offences of fraud by abuse of position, and as far as I'm aware, this was the first time that somebody from the field of education had been convicted of the offence of misconduct in a public office.
On top of the 4-year prison sentence, Stewart is also banned from teaching for life. And there's also good news regarding the money he stole.
Of course, Mr. Stewart was fortunate to be in the position where he had the financial resources to be able to pay off all of the compensation, £109,000, in one go at the time of his sentence.
Sawtry School is now being run by an academy trust and has been taken out of special measures. It currently has the rating of good from Ofsted. David and his fellow officers in Cambridgeshire's Economic Crime Unit were very happy at the outcome of their long investigation into the school's disgraced former head teacher.
It gives an immense amount of satisfaction, really, when we are investigating cases like this, because people say sometimes that fraud is a victimless crime. It's not. There is always a victim. The victim is you and I, the public generally. When we pay our taxes, we expect them to be spent responsibly. These were being spent irresponsibly by Mr. Stewart.
Every year, over £21 billion is stolen from the UK's public purse. Money that's meant to treat our sick, educate our children, and keep us safe. Alongside crack teams of investigators,
This guy's got to be stopped as soon as possible.
She had defrauded the NHS.
We're tracking down the fraudsters, stealing our public money.
This man had effectively treated the NHS like a cash machine.
Locking them up.
They were going to be spending a lot of their time inside a prison cell.
And getting the cash back where it belongs.
We recovered close to £1 million.
She was ordered to pay just under £1.4 million.
I'm after his house, his car and some money.
Just over £23,000 back into the public purse.
Fraud Squad, the hunt is on. Today, a ruthless fantasist creates a fake persona in order to defraud the NHS of over £300,000 of our money.
And that's when the alarm bell started to go off and it became apparent that he actually wasn't where he said he should have been.
A high-flying businessman pockets nearly £10 million of public cash.
This was a complex fraud that Butler undertook. The idea of that was to put off the investigators and hope he could get away with it.
And a cold-hearted cheat exploits a terror attack, claiming she has a seriously injured daughter.
She was calculated, ruthless and a liar. She was the ultimate fraudster.
Our most precious public resource, the NHS, is creaking under the strain of offering free healthcare to 1 million of us every 24 hours. So when an imposter steals hundreds of thousands of pounds, the wound is felt by all. Meet 52-year-old Phil Houghton, a ruthless fantasist who creates a fake persona in order to swindle the NHS out of £300,000. He splashes the cash, travelling the world in style, all while pretending to be hard at work in the Middle East, helping refugees.
What came across as absolutely staggering, that someone could be as duplicitous and so callous. The only conclusion I can come to is that he was a Walter Mitty character. He genuinely believed that all of these stories were true. It's hardly surprising, therefore, that many people were taken in by it all.
We see all 1.5 million employees of the NHS as heroes, but one key member has a particularly impressive pedigree. The business development team at the Cambridge and Peterborough NHS Foundation has hired Phil Houghton, a charismatic ex-army major turned business development manager with a PhD from the University of Wales. He's the kind of high-flyer finance director Scott Haldane is pleased to find on board when he joins the trust.
This is Phil's CV, and it shows an incredibly strong profile of professional qualifications and membership of professional organisations, which we consider to be ideal for the job.
With a CV that was almost too good to be true, the Trust is happy to accept this consultant's daily rate of £600. And when it comes to slotting into the team, Phil is a perfect fit.
Phil was a very personable guy. He seemed to get on very well with people in the office. On his desk, he had pictures of his family, pictures of him in a military dress uniform, which again suggested that he had a kind of backstory that was interesting.
Indeed it was. As a retired army major, Phil claims he saved countless lives working for the UN and been awarded an array of medals, including a prestigious military cross. Just a few weeks later, a business opportunity presented itself to the Trust, a chance to develop a mental health service out in Qatar.
Phil stepped forward and said that from his personal experience and contacts, that actually he would be an ideal person to secure that contract.
With the very real possibility of securing a vital cash injection for the NHS, there's a lot riding on the deal.
Qualifications that he had seemed an ideal fit, and he certainly came across as a very convincing character.
off Phil flew to the Middle East, smoothing the way for this lucrative NHS deal. And colleagues have no reason to think that Phil wasn't where he said he was.
So the invoices we were receiving from the agency were suggesting he was spending time in the Middle East or working from home, and his home base was in the north of England.
Along with the invoices came a significant number of expenses claims, including £9,000 for a visit to a refugee camp in Jordan. But surely that was understandable for someone forging such vital business relationships. But then, one of Scott's colleagues asked for a quiet word.
Is that August to September bill?
Thanks, Richard. One of my colleagues brought to my attention when we were doing a routine review of our telecoms costs, one individual in particular, his bill was considerably higher than we might have expected.
The average use per month is about £30 per user.
And this is £766?
Yeah.
Wow.
A quick cross-check reveals the phone bill belongs to key team member Phil Houghton.
When I saw the bills and saw it was Phil Houghton, I put it down to the fact that he was in the Middle East and one might expect that to be, a bit more expensive than making calls from the UK.
But as they dig deeper into the detail, what they uncover is baffling.
Outgoing USA internet.
There's some Antigua activity as well, around the Caribbean.
And that's when the alarm bell started to go off. And it became apparent that he actually wasn't where he said he should have been. We felt that we had to explore this in more depth. Maritime internet.
What they believe could be a cruise ship. Quite a significant use as well.
A large proportion of the spend is curiously attributed to maritime roaming fees, usually associated with data usage on cruise ships.
I don't expect to see someone who's supposedly working in Qatar have on their phone bill maritime internet.
If Phil Houghton isn't where he says he is, then where is he? And could he be stealing from the public purse?
That clearly raised some concerns, hence the reason we decided that we needed to escalate the investigation process.
Later, the wounds of betrayal cut deep.
He'd actually bought the medals on the internet. Who does that kind of thing?
Most of us, crime is something remote. Lawbreakers inhabit a world to be feared from afar. But actually, financial fraudsters of the worst kind are living and working amongst us. And nothing can prepare you for just how low this next serial fraudster is prepared to go. This is the tale of a cold-hearted cheat who exploits the horror of the Manchester Arena terror bombing, pretending her daughter has been seriously injured in the attack in order to claim insurance money. This scam artist also faked cancer battles, pregnancies, and more injured children she never had, in total thieving nearly £140,000.
She was calculated, ruthless, and a liar. She was the ultimate fraudster.
June 2017. The UK is in deep mourning. Millions of us reeling from the news that a bomber has killed 22 people at the Manchester Arena, injuring 139 more, half of whom were children. In the days following this devastating event, insurance companies begin to receive legitimate claims from people in need of financial help. One claim hits the desk of a Merseyside insurance brokerage. It's from a desperate mother of one of the victims.
her daughter, Sophie, had suffered serious injuries as a result of a terrorist attack in Manchester.
She recorded she was initially treated in ICU and underwent 2 major operations.
The mother, a dentist, was unable to work during this difficult time.
And so the claim was for compassionate leave, where she couldn't earn any income due to looking after a sick daughter. This one in particular was so emotive that it usually brought about a quick signature, a quick back transfer, money in the bank account.
Employees at the insurance brokerage are understandably affected by the details of this claim. And out of sympathetic curiosity, look the injured girl up online.
The Manchester bombing was, of course, national news, and so they were just interested, I think, more than anything else. It was easy to find any details of who was involved in the casualties on social media.
But to their surprise, her name doesn't appear anywhere. They soon realise Sophie doesn't exist.
This little girl wasn't, in fact, at the Manchester arena, and certainly wasn't caught up in any terrorist attack in Manchester that day.
Suspicions aroused, the employee goes to share her concerns with one of the company's directors. This particular director has been employed at the insurance company for 35 years. She's well respected and handsomely paid.
She was earning at this time £2,500 a month net, so she's on a good wage. She was in a trusted position and she made her way up over a number of years, so much so that she was able to sign off any of the claims. She had a job to do and she went about it with very, very limited controls around her.
Having flagged their concerns to the director about the possible fraudulent nature of the claim, they wait for direction.
She sent back an email to them to say, yes, it was a current policy, and sign it off, basically.
But that wasn't going to happen because the insurance company instructed to pay out are doing some digging of their own, looking specifically into Sophie's mother.
They looked into whether she made any other claims apart from the one that they just found, and they did. They found 6 others. And the person who had signed it off was the same person.
And the person signing off all the claims was always the same company director. Is this purely a coincidence, or could this be an inside job? There was only one thing to do: call the cops.
We received a call from an insurance company stating that they believed that a director of their company had committed fraud, not once but on a number of occasions over a number of years, and wanted us to have a look into it.
At the City of London Police HQ, Simon Stiles examines the file of evidence amassed by the insurance company on their own director and suspected fraudster.
After they've done an initial investigation on one of their claims, they were concerned that the dentist who made the claim did not exist. A land registry search revealed the address for the dentist was a property jointly owned by the defendant and her husband, and that the dentist's name was listed as an alias.
The woman making the claim is in fact one of the directors at the insurance company. She's using her married name to make false insurance claims for large sums of cash. But this isn't the most shocking revelation. In fact, the woman making the claim for her daughter has no children.
It should go without saying, the dentist's daughter was not a casualty of the Manchester MEN Arena terrorist attack.
Daughter Sophie, the tragic victim of the Manchester Arena bombing, is purely a figment of a very warped imagination. His prime suspect is oblivious that the police are closing in.
When we received this information, that referral, we knew we had to move quickly. We didn't know what she would be doing next. We didn't want her to be tipped off in any way that could actually conceal or get rid of any evidence that was going to be vital to any later prosecution.
And all of Simon's 17 years of experience tell him this is just the tip of the iceberg.
My hunch was right. There were others. There was 31 of us.
Later, more shocking lies exposed.
No topic was off limits. My son was involved in a serious RTA. My husband has been treated for testicular cancer. My daughter Daisy was admitted to Alder Hay Children's Hospital with viral meningitis. Every one of these was a lie.
Our investigators are clearly committed to their jobs, but what would they be doing if they weren't part of the fraud squad?
If I wasn't in my current role, I've got family in Key West, really like it out there. I think I'd like to be an artist in Key West, Florida, you know, go to work in my shorts, flip-flops every day, get the sun on my back and go fishing with the family at the weekend.
If I wasn't investigating fraud, I would still be head of RSPB Investigations, which deals with inquiries regarding bird of prey persecution, some habitat destruction and people that steal birds' eggs.
Yeah, what would I be doing if I wasn't investigating fraud? I would have loved to have worked in Ibiza, perhaps as a holiday rep.
I think I would be doing photography. Not sure I'd make any money out of it, but I enjoy it. And I haven't got a great camera, but I quite enjoy taking photographs. I quite like taking photographs from weird angles, so church steeples from the bottom and you know, landscapes from different views, really. And that's probably my creative side coming out.
Professional footballer.
I don't know, there's childhood dreams of being a vet, but a little bit squeamish probably, so it put me off that. So.
Have you ever wondered what drives these fraudsters to commit their crimes and risk losing everything, including their freedom? I'm going to discover the lengths some criminals are prepared to go in order to fund their lavish lifestyle. In this case, HMRC fraud investigators uncover a high-flying businessman who masterminded an international fraud.
He thought he was too bright, too clever. Why would anybody ever catch him with this sophisticated fraud?
Stealing almost £10 million from the public purse and using it to live a jet-set life of supercars and speedboats.
This was somebody who actively went out there and deliberately defrauded this nation, but to a very, very high sum.
Rob Brucker is a titan within the world of fraud investigation. With over 30 years of experience within the private and public sector, no fraudster can hide from him. And to understand the fraudster's mindset is Dr. David Holmes, a criminal psychologist who's been getting into the minds of master criminals for over 3 decades. Marbella, Spain. A favourite residence for many expats, including millionaire businessman Jason Butler. He lives a luxurious life, driving Ferraris and Rolls Royces, while amassing a property empire back home in Leeds. But nothing is what it seems.
Jason Butler was quite an extrovert. This was somebody who was stimulus-seeking. It's not somebody who avoided things, it's somebody who confronted things head-on. And he was very intelligent and very, very good at business and setting up businesses.
Butler controls a number of companies, the biggest of which is called Multi-Level Media. Its business is buying and selling valuable payment protection insurance, PPI, customer data.
Data is currently one of the biggest commodities that you can have. And obviously there's genuine data, and then there's fraudulent data, and there is data that can be used to commit fraud.
HMRC would soon discover that, in Butler's case, he's buying and selling data purely to commit fraud. The first thing to attract their attention is the sheer number of companies owned by Butler.
He owned over 90 companies with Companies House. For what purpose were they all used? Is it for money laundering? Is it for issuing duplicate invoicing? Why would you own so many companies?
And this isn't the only thing to provoke concern, as Butler tells them that through his companies, he's bought almost £60 million worth of personal data.
HMRC would surely have seen a one-man band with a turnover of £60 million. It's quite unusual.
It certainly raises a red flag, and they begin to investigate this seemingly large, vibrant company.
The investigators would look at the accounts that were submitted to Companies House and compare that to the data that Butler had provided to them. If the accounts didn't add up to the information that they'd been supplied with, that would raise a red flag and question marks over what was the purpose of these companies.
These records reveal that much of the trading Butler allegedly did never took place. He had actually created hundreds of fake invoices.
Just literally written out the invoices to be able to enable him to claim back the VAT.
On paper, it looks like the millionaire is doing the right thing, paying substantial amounts of VAT. But in reality, he's forging purchase invoices in order to reclaim millions of pounds under false pretenses.
Butler was very status hungry, and the more he got, the more he wanted. To try and defraud a few 100,000 is one thing, but then to push that into the multi-millions, it just shows someone who really thought that he was well above everyone else. Eventually, he thought he could outwit anyone.
HMRC see firsthand someone successfully getting away with fraud and beginning to believe they are invincible.
This type of scam often begins with one company. When you realise how successful it is, you create more companies, whereby you end up making millions of pounds.
Further investigation reveals that this data is being sold through a long chain of companies, which stretch from the UK through to Gibraltar and the US.
Butler would have transferred the data through all these various companies, through Gibraltar, through to America, to try and hide it from the HMRC investigators.
Butler is controlling each step in the chain of transactions, hiding his fraud by involving several companies which have an established tax history with HMRC to make the whole thing look legitimate.
I think for Butler, small petty fraud was really never on the cards. There's no way he's going to actually have a fleet of sports cars like that, you know, with just a few bob nicked from the tax office.
Undeterred, investigators begin to unpick the trail of fraud through offshore companies and international bank accounts.
The investigators will need to go abroad and speak with the authorities over there to get an understanding of what the companies were actually doing. In addition, speaking with the banks to understand the transactions that have been made.
And this is not the only problem for the investigators.
Butler used fake companies and genuine companies. The reason for this being was to make it more difficult for the HMRC investigators to trace.
While the fraud squad work to find out the truth, Jason is living a life of luxury in his villa in Marbella.
Butler was not the shy, retiring type. He was an extrovert. He was someone who would be happy to show off. He wanted people to realise that he was above the norm. And he wanted a fleet of sports cars that would be the envy of anyone on the planet.
However, the fraud squad are closing in. A trail of fake purchases, backed up by forged invoices, prove that Jason Butler has falsely reclaimed just under £10 million in VAT. This could have paid the annual salary of almost 500 teachers.
The The investigators, having secured this evidence, would have enough information to take it to the CPS and confirm that they can get a charging order to secure a prosecution.
On the 22nd of March 2018, at Leeds Crown Court, Butler is found guilty of VAT fraud. The judge sentences him to 9 years in prison. Proceedings are now underway to recover the stolen money.
This was a complex fraud that Butler undertook, utilising many different companies in different jurisdictions. The idea of that was to put off the investigators and hope he could get away with it.
NHS Finance Director Scott Haldane is reeling from a bombshell discovery about a trusted employee. 52-year-old war hero and Doctor of Philosophy, Phil Houghton. This extraordinarily well-qualified business development manager is supposed to be nailing down a lucrative NHS business deal in the Middle East. But his phone bills suggest he's in the middle of the Caribbean Sea. Scott's priority is to nail Houghton's exact location, and the investigative process is ramped up.
When they started to map the GPRS from the telephone bill, they were able to identify a specific cruise and its itinerary, which was due to leave New York and go via the Caribbean islands of Antigua, Barbuda and Aruba, and then end up in Fort Lauderdale.
The investigators make contact with the cruise company, and bingo.
The investigators discovered a boarding pass for a cruise that him and his family had been booked on.
Concrete proof that Phil, who is supposed to be hard at work in Qatar, is shockingly on the other side of the world, treating his family to a 5-star cruise.
All those concerns and fears about something may not be quite right all came home.
Houghton has been swindling thousands of pounds of NHS money, blowing it on limos and luxury holidays.
Quite clearly wasn't where he was supposed to be had he been working, but indeed was actually having a family holiday at the expense of the taxpayer. I've got no idea what was actually going through Phil's mind. He must have been concerned this tangled web of deceit was likely to catch him out.
But nothing could prepare Scott for what investigators uncover next when checking his email account.
During that time, Phil sent a report claiming to have been on a visit to a refugee camp in Jordan with an email attachment which said, "Off to the office." That was obviously distressing when we subsequently discovered that he hadn't been anywhere near Jordan, but in fact had been on a Caribbean cruise. Turns out to have been a photograph that he found online. What came across as absolutely staggering, that someone could be as duplicitous and so callous.
Phil sends out a barrage of decoy emails over a 4-month period.
There was some email telling us that he was having a really, trying day in Qatar, and then the next email to the concierge asking where his stretch limo for his tour of New York. So as soon as it became clear that actually all was not well, we terminated his contract.
With Houghton out the way and armed with the knowledge that they're dealing with a fraud on a potentially massive scale, the investigation escalates quickly. Scott prepares himself for more to come.
I couldn't have anticipated what they found. The complexity that then became apparent in his private life and the way he kind of ran his life almost beggared belief.
With Phil on permanent leave, Scott digs deeper into this scheming individual's backstory. First, his too-good-to-be-true CV. Well, turns out it was exactly that.
It just became very clear that his CV was just a web of lies and deceit. He claimed to be a doctor. He claimed to have had a PhD from the University of Wales and then a Master's in Philosophy from Trinity College Dublin. When the investigators checked out, the only record that the University of Wales had was that he had an ordinary degree in nursing and no right to then call himself Dr. Phil Houghton.
Discovering everything you thought you knew about a trusted colleague is fake hits the team hard.
It came as a real shock to people because he was a very, he was a well-liked person in the office, and people just kind of didn't believe that of him. He didn't seem that type of person, but clearly the evidence speaks for itself, which is, really sad.
And Associate Director Alison, who worked closely with Phil, is still processing the news.
Phil used to sit in this corner of the office and I used to sit next to him here. So we used to talk a lot, lots of tales about his military career. He had a big picture on his desk with his full military mess dress on. He wasn't shy in telling everyone what qualifications he had and what he'd done. Always a story with Phil.
But fraudster or not, surely anyone would be rightly proud of such an impressive military background.
That is the photograph that you splendid. Yeah.
The photograph looks as if it's been taken whilst he's been on a cruise. The look of pride in his face as well. Part of his military service, Phil claimed to be a major in the army, having spent 10 years, and also the recipient of a military cross. His military record was bogus. He'd certainly never had a military cross.
And the shocking revelations don't end there. As the team discovers, there's no actual record of Houghton ever having served active duty.
What came up was he was a cadet officer in the Territorial Army. It was almost to the point where you thought, what next? Because it seemed so fanciful, so far-fetched that it couldn't possibly be true. He'd actually bought the medals on the internet. Who does that kind of thing?
Who indeed? But there's another, even more outrageous lie to be uncovered.
When he made it known that he had a family history of testicular cancer and indeed was suffering from it himself and may have to go in for a procedure, everybody was really sorry to hear that and very supportive of him and wished him well. Clearly at that point we had no idea that actually, rather than going in for surgery, he was heading off on a cruise with his family. When you think about it, that's heinous. Cancer's not the kind of thing you joke about.
Having amassed a catalogue of damning evidence, proving that Phil is a brazen thief and compulsive fantasist, it's time to contact the police.
The police thought there was a case to answer and he was promptly arrested on the grounds of fraud. Phil was brought in for questioning. In the first stages of the interview, he felt this was all a big misunderstanding. But after about an hour and a half, he broke and confessed that actually it was all a pack of lies. He'd made it all up.
And once Phil starts confessing, the whole house of cards came crashing down.
He told officers that most of his adult life had just been lived as a lie, which is staggering. It's surprising, therefore, that he got to a point where he just couldn't remember how many lies he'd told, because lies were being layered on lies were being layered on lies. The only conclusion I can come to is that he was a sort of Walter Mitty type character. He genuinely believed that all of these stories were true. And it's hardly surprising, therefore, that many people were taken in by it all.
Whatever the reason for his lies, the facts are that imposter Phil Houghton embezzled NHS money by fraudulently submitting a number of expenses and invoices for work he wasn't doing. In total, a jaw-dropping £349,383, which would have paid for over 15,000 NHS GP appointments. But Phil Houghton's day of reckoning arrives.
On the 22nd of November 2018, Phil Houghton appeared here at Cambridge Crown Court and was found guilty of 2 counts of fraud by false representation. A colleague was at the court to hear Phil plead guilty. He described him as looking gaunt, drawn, and not the outgoing, lively personality that he had been when he worked for the Trust.
Phil Houghton is sentenced to 5 years in prison. The judge noting, his offences had helped him fund a lavish lifestyle. The fantasy was over. Houghton is ordered to pay back a total sum of £294,747 to the Trust. If he fails to do so within 3 months, he risks a further 3 years behind bars. And Scott has instructed a complete procedural review.
The Trust has looked at all its policies and processes. We've made sure that any such posts that we bring in through an agency, we have a much tighter rein on how we manage them. We're very clear about their brief, and we're very clear about knowing where they are and what they're doing. We've learned a great deal from the experience, and we'd like to think that we would never be caught out in the same way again.
For most of us, the news of a terror attack at Manchester Arena, in which adults and children lost their lives, produces feelings of anger, horror, and heartache. But in Merseyside, a vulture circles ready to exploit this tragic event for profit. A trusted company director of an insurance company has faked a claim for a daughter purportedly injured in the bombing who doesn't even exist.
She had pulled at the heartstrings to make sure there was a payout quickly without any fuss. Greed really overtook what she did.
The insurance company has already identified 6 fraudulent and emotionally charged claims, all connected to the company director.
She had been making these claims for years and years and years and knew what to put in them, knew what to do to sign them off. No one disputed what she'd written.
Simon knows a serial fraudster when he sees one and is convinced the fraud runs far deeper. He orders a full audit going back 8 years, and the results are truly shocking. A further 24 fraudulent claims, every single one coldly crafted to deliver maximum emotional impact.
No topic was off limits, and she talks about my mother fell and broke her hip regarding treatment. She received £5,924. The lies just went on. A dental surgeon. My son was involved in a serious RTA, that's a road traffic accident, whilst holidaying in France. My husband has been treated for testicular cancer. It was necessary to me to take leave. She received £5,065.20. My daughter Daisy was admitted to Alder Hay Children's Hospital. This was back in 2011 with viral meningitis. I then had to take leave from my practice to care for her. £4,315.73. The list goes on and on. Every one of these was a lie.
The length this fraudster has gone to is staggering. She's shown contempt for those suffering real-life tragedy and exploited the emotions of her colleagues in order to grab more than £140,000. With the woman oblivious to the police investigation, next, Simon follows the money.
A number of payments had been made by the insurer into bank accounts. I quickly identified that in fact it wasn't her bank accounts she used. It was friends and family's bank accounts. And I had to identify if the payment had gone in, what happened to it, and where it ended up.
Even her nearest and dearest are being exploited.
I had to go to the Central Criminal Court to obtain production orders on all the bank accounts involved. And there I was able to get a true picture of what had occurred, that the money had gone into unsuspecting family members and friends' accounts, and then almost immediately transferred, all feeding straight back into her bank account.
The company director is using her own family, duping them into laundering stolen money by passing it through their bank accounts into her own.
She covered it up by saying it was a bonus. It was believed because she was a person that could be trusted. Unfortunately, they didn't know her well enough. She'd had them all over for her personal greed.
Now in full possession of the facts, Simon tightens the net.
We needed to act quickly and to advance this investigation. One of the first things we did was knock on the door to ask her some questions.
It's time to give this callous scam artist a rude awakening.
We knocked at 5:45 in the morning just to make sure she was in and hadn't got to work earlier.
The fraudster opens the door, and no sooner does Simon flash his badge than it's all over.
Within seconds, she'd come clean. She turned to her husband and said, "Sorry, this is all down to me. You're not going to like what's going to happen." She hadn't told her husband. A relief in some way to her that she'd carried the burden for so long.
But that relief is short-lived, because this con artist is about to feel the full weight of the law.
She was arrested for fraud and taken to the local police station in Liverpool. She disclosed to us that some claims that she made she was right-handed. Some claims she actually did via using her left hand to hide the fact it was one and the same person making the claim.
And taking a closer look at one of the claim forms, evidence of this deception is clear to see.
On the left here, she talks about the terrorist attack. She's used her normal writing, she's right-handed. And on the right-hand side here, which she'd done 4 years earlier, she'd gone to the lengths of recording this using her left hand, just so that anybody looking at these forms would not have been alerted to the fact that the same person had made the same fraudulent claims. The change of handwriting depicted someone who's calculated and callous at what they were doing.
The one big question left for Simon is why?
She said quite simply that she was in debt and she hadn't told her husband. I think that she was using that to convince herself that she wasn't cold-hearted and ruthless in her approach, but everything suggested what she had done over a period of 7 years, that she was calculated, ruthless and a liar.
On the 18th of September 2018, this fraudster is summoned to Liverpool Crown Court.
She appeared with a bag, very forlorn. She knew that she was going to prison, and that's where she ended up.
The judge jails her for 2 years, adding, all right-minded members of the public would be shocked that you would use a tragedy which shook the nation as the basis for a fraudulent claim. And there's a final sting in the tail.
There were subsequent Proceeds of Crime Act hearing, and a confiscation order was made that she pay back £139,000. To date, she's had to sell her house, and at a later stage, she'll have to give up her pension.
And in 3 years' time, when that pension matures, Simon will be waiting.
She needs to pay back the victims of the crime, and that's what she'll do.
Every year, over £21 billion is stolen from the UK's public purse. Money that's meant to treat our sick, educate our children, and keep us safe. Alongside crack teams of investigators,
This guy's got to be stopped as soon as possible.
She had defrauded the NHS.
we're tracking down the fraudsters, stealing our public money.
This man had effectively treated the NHS like a cash machine.
Locking them up
They were going to be spending a lot of their time inside a prison cell.
and getting the cash back where it belongs.
We recovered close to £1 million.
She was ordered to pay just under £1.4 million.
I'm after his house, his car and some money.
Just over £23,000 back into the public purse.
Fraud Squad, the hunt is on. Today, a highly paid manager takes the NHS for a ride.
She'd been claiming to be sick with a bad back, but she'd been competing in horse riding events, which then sort of set the alarm bells ringing.
A former company director being hunted down for £1 million tax fraud claims to work for Homeland Security as a spy.
He wrote to the Prime Minister and to the exec of HMRC and was an out-and-out liar and an arrogant one.
And an organised crime gang prey on the innocent in order to hide their dirty cash.
They were recruiting students for their own nefarious means. There were days when one or more of those branches was taking in more money into that particular branch than the rest of the UK combined.
The NHS, born in 1948 and still saving lives. But that wouldn't be possible without its 1 million strong team of dedicated employees. While the vast majority of these everyday heroes sweat blood and tears to help us all, a devious few are prepared to lie, steal and cheat the system. In Bridgend, Wales, a 50 grand a year NHS manager deceives her bosses by throwing the ultimate sickie. 4 months off on full pay for a phantom bad back. Neglecting her duties and stealing tens of thousands of pounds of NHS sick pay, all for the thrill of the ride. But bang on the tail of this brazen conwoman is fraud investigator and ex-copper Nigel Price.
I was absolutely determined to prove she had defrauded the NHS, because that's a considerable sum of money, and that money should be back where it belongs, which is looking after patients, paying nurses' wages, not help finance someone's amateur show jumping career.
Nigel is every fraudster's worst nightmare. 18 years in the Marines and a stint as a police officer has given him a formidable pedigree. But this particular case is going to require all of Nigel's investigative skills to crack. It all began in early 2018 when NHS Wales received an unusual phone call. An ex-employee who left the organisation 4 months previously puts in a request to have all her personal data wiped from the office computer.
She contacted the health board to ask if her personal details and information could be taken off the database, because she didn't want anyone at the NHS being able to see that. Perfectly reasonable request.
The woman in question had been employed as a highly paid senior manager at a surgical materials testing laboratory.
Part of her role was to calibrate the machines that tested pieces of equipment to see if they can withstand the rigours of heavy surgical work. And it's a very, very responsible position. And she was paid considerably well, I believe nearly £50,000 a year.
Happy to help, the HR department first needs to look at what was held exclusively by the NHS and what was freely available online.
First off, they're looking for information that was publicly available anyway, because they weren't going to remove that from databases or records that they had, because it was already there for all to see.
But something immediately catches their attention.
She was linked to several results from British eventing. They're the 3 disciplines within horse eventing, which is the show jumping, cross country, and dressage. Clearly it was something that she enjoyed very much and was a serious part of her life. This is the screenshot here, which shows on the 2nd of July 2016, she competed at Chepstow. The 30th of July, she competed at Calmsden. The 9th of September, she competed at West Wilts. And then on the 17th of September, she competed at Monmouth.
But if this is the same woman, there's a big problem, because during this very same period, she was on sick leave for a bad back. In 2016, the woman was working in her role as a manager in a laboratory when a fall from a horse left her with excruciating back pain.
On the 5th of June 2016, she injured her back and from there was off sick then for a while her back was sorting itself out. There was no real dispute that she'd hurt herself and that she did go to hospital to get that injury treated.
Like any responsible employee, the laboratory manager visited her GP to obtain a sick note and struggled home to recover on full pay.
On her first sick note, the period of sickness that was covered was the 13th of June to the 27th of June. We've got no issue or problem with that.
But the injury was evidently worse than feared. It was going to be a slow and painful road to recovery.
Witnesses described her as being unsteady, having difficulty to walk and using what can only be described as Nordic ski poles to help her and give her support. Mobility was restricted, she's claiming, and driving was difficult. But then the second sick note came in and everything initially was taken at face value.
Then came a third, a fourth, a fifth, and it didn't end there.
Then the final sick note came in. On this occasion, it was signing her off to the 7th of October 2016.
In total, the lab manager was off work with her debilitating back problem for 4 months on full pay, a total of just over £12,000. But then she returns to work, apparently back to full health. So how could the lab manager, who'd been in such terrible pain, possibly be the same person showing up online as having competed in horse events during the identical time period?
All 4 of those events were during a period where she claimed that she was too sick to do a normal job. She had a back problem, back injury, difficulty walking, difficulty being mobile. And yet this evidence here would suggest that her claim to be that immobile was not entirely true.
Alarm bells were well and truly ringing.
The laboratory contacted me. I looked at the information they provided, and initially my thoughts were, this is the start of a fraud investigation.
Later, ex-copper Nigel turns up the heat.
It was a difficult interview. She was guarded, very guarded.
And this cheat story soon begins to crumble.
I just feel frustrated and wonder why people do it and why they think they can get away with it.
The trusty local bank branch, queues, little blue pens, and an ideal place to pop in the cheque from your Auntie Jan. But if you're a serious criminal, it can be the perfect place to make dirty money look and smell like new. An organised crime gang's vast money laundering operation goes to ruin when they get too greedy.
This was one of the biggest cases that City of London Police were dealing with.
Dangerous crooks drag £1.5 million in banknotes, sack by sack, to their local bank branch.
In this particular one is around £140,000. In this one, around £300,000. And in this one, we believe to be about £800,000.
Preying on the innocent.
They were recruiting students for their own nefarious means.
All to wash away the stains of their murky activities.
That money will have come from fraud, either through trafficking, through the sex trade. Could be your standard £20 drug deal on the street. At the base of it, there's going to be a lot of victims.
Needless to say, this lot didn't come out well in the wash. And the man that put paid to this criminal gang is Detective Constable Ray Eaglesmith of the City of London Police. The dogged determination of Ray and his team to disrupt organised crime and put gangsters behind bars ultimately pays dividends for us all.
We recovered so much money, we were able to use that money to put back into the public purse. And it hits the criminal where it hurts most, which is in their pocket.
London Bridge, South East London, and it's a normal day in a local bank branch. Everyone is going about their business, the locals paying bills, market traders changing up coins, and a man depositing tens of thousands of pounds. Hang on. Let's see that again. Yep, a man with tens of thousands in notes in a plastic carrier bag is making a deposit.
The cash machines where you would normally pay your money into had to be emptied at least twice a day, which is not usual for a bank.
Definitely not your everyday customer. Except this one virtually is. This man has been doing the same thing for months, and no one quite fathoms why.
It's strange in a way. I suppose if you're a business and you're attending the bank on a regular basis, then you may well drop off large amounts of cash. But for an individual coming in, it raised alarm bells.
The bank's fraud team noticed that 2 of its other London branches are also receiving similarly large injections of cash, and they begin to pay close attention.
Those patterns of those people were looked at, and they were able to tell certain days and times that they were coming in.
Over the next 2 months, these apparently loyal customers continue to pour cash into the 3 bank branches.
In some cases, there were days when 1 or more of those branches was taking in more money into that particular branch than the rest of the UK combined, that being cash deposits into that branch. So that obviously raised flags and concerns with the bank.
And apart from the suspiciously large amount of cash they were depositing, there's something that unites all of these men. They're really chatty.
Over time, it became apparent that they were becoming more friendly with the staff. The staff would refer to them by first names. They would often drop off a large amount of cash, and then they would leave account numbers with the staff and trust them to make those transactions for them.
Having built a rapport with the cashiers, the men's stories about where this mountain of cash has come from is easier to swallow.
The money was essentially passed to the cashiers as legitimate funds, whether that be the profits from businesses, whether it be from money that they had themselves.
And the charm offensive doesn't end there.
When these suspects were in the branch and speaking to staff, they were, to all intents and purposes, beginning to groom the staff, and we found that one of the members of staff was approached by a suspect, and he was passed a note in which he alluded to the fact that he would be prepared to pay him money in order to assist him and facilitate the money laundering. The bank staff duly notified their superiors.
British banks have a legal duty to report suspected financial fraud, and something was very off about these men and their bizarre behaviour. It was time to call in the authorities.
The case was handed to us via a process called the Joint Fraud Task Force. So ourselves, individuals from the banking sector, the National Crime Agency, and then City of London Police picked it up from that point.
Ray immediately suspects he's looking at a huge money laundering operation.
So when we talk about money laundering, we refer to the process by which criminals clean their money. In essence, money that's come from a criminal background.
These are often heinous crimes, such as sex trafficking, drug dealing, or armed robberies carried out by gangs. Gangs that are extremely hierarchical, with the leader sitting pretty at the top, down to the troops on the ground, like the guys who take the dirty money to the banks.
In most cases, the launderers will filter that money through financial systems. There'll be somebody who is at the top of the scale and effectively they will divvy those bigger tasks down to smaller individuals to bank into the UK system.
Later, the true scale of this web of corruption is laid bare.
There were various plastic bags. Each had sizable, ready-to-go wedges of cash.
A tiny shred of evidence is all it takes to solve a fraud case. However, there are times when the evidence raises an eyebrow.
I guess the strangest evidence I've ever had to take into court was a pair of wellies. I actually had to walk into the courtroom with this pair of dishevelled welly boots in a bag.
I dealt with a case that was involving the border force and the import of goods, which actually were declared to be a consignment of tea. But when the tea bags were opened, it was actually a very, very valuable consignment of tobacco. Now, my job was to find out where up the chain before it reached the border, had the switch been made, and if there had been a switch at all. And having spoken to all of the parties up the chain, it transpired that it would have occurred at the time that the scheduled driver stopped at a space that he was supposed to stop, had a sleep for safety reasons, gang of crooks waiting, known it to be a schedule, stopped, broke in the van, made the switch, and he was none the wiser.
So you might think, what do fraudsters spend their money on? And, you know, is it lavish holidays or is it fast cars? And what she'd really done was she'd just spent it on an extra item. So she had 2 fridges, 2 TVs, 2 sofas, and her flat was really crowded. And we could barely move because everything in there was just a duplicate of another item. And so when we went to court, we said, well, where did the money go? Well, she bought an extra fridge and an extra microwave, and that was all really she had to show for her fraud.
There was a lady that had claimed for the death of her new puppy. However, it transpired that she'd actually made multiple claims for the same dog across different insurers over quite a long period of time. So the way that she'd been doing this is she'd actually been freezing the dead dog and then thawing it out, defrosting it, taking out insurance with another company and then reclaiming for the death of this same dog. She was only found out when once one of the vets that was investigating the claim had looked at it and it actually wasn't fully defrosted, so he found a frozen patch on it. So that one's a bit gruesome, I think, so probably stands out in my memory.
You're more likely to fall victim to fraud than to any other crime in the UK. But who are the people behind those frauds? And what motivates them to lie, cheat and steal to fund their millionaire lifestyles? Today's case revolves around a man who fancied himself as a bit of a James Bond.
So as a 71-year-old man who's really working for Homeland Security in the US, it all doesn't really stack up.
Most fraudsters are more intelligent than your average criminal. He was presenting himself as a saviour while he was robbing.
But behind the make-believe, he was actually travelling the world, buying up property with his millions stolen from the public purse.
He lied to everyone. He had absolutely no guilt whatsoever. He had the narcissistic arrogance to complain when people were investigating him.
Rob Brooker is a titan within the world of fraud investigation. With over 30 years of experience within the private and public sector, no fraudster can hide from him. And to understand the fraudster's mindset is Dr. David Holmes, a criminal psychologist who's been getting into the minds of master criminals for over 3 decades. King's Lynn, Norfolk. 73-year-old Raymond Thomas is a director of a company involved in the air traffic control business.
As a company director, Thomas would have been responsible for all tax returns, ensuring suppliers are correctly charged and ensuring that his invoices are correct and accurate.
But one invoice sets off alarm bells. So investigators from HMRC go to talk to Mr. Thomas. When they request paperwork to back up his answers, they get a surprising response. He claims to work for Homeland Security as a spy.
When you look at real spies, they have a horrendous life. Every facet of their life is a lie. When it comes to Raymond Thomas, who posed as a spy, he was someone who began to believe his own lies.
As a spy, Thomas claims he's sent all over the world on a myriad of missions, and that all his paperwork has to be destroyed at their request.
So as a 71-year-old man who's really working for Homeland Security in the US, it all doesn't really stack up.
After requesting further correspondence and receiving the bizarre explanation about the US Secret Service, HMRC now suspect fraud. An investigation is launched, and they start by delving straight into Thomas's financial affairs. His firm, Cambridge Computer Graphics, provided training and equipment for air traffic control systems in countries outside the EU. As the investigators dig deeper, they quickly discover how the scam is being executed. Thomas's company is being used purely as a vehicle for fraud. He's forging VAT receipts to reclaim vast sums of public cash. In total, Thomas stole £1.6 million from the public purse. This huge sum of money could pay the annual salary of 52 police officers. Aware the net is closing in on him, Thomas tries to pull some strings with people in very high places.
He wrote and complained to the Prime Minister, to the Deputy Prime Minister, and to the exec of HMRC. And some of the reasons he gave were completely from fiction. The idea that he worked for Homeland Security, for US Defence, that he was actually doing training and added components that might, in fact, save the UK.
Thomas is desperate, and it leads to a deluded sense of grandeur.
He was presenting himself as the saviour while he was robbing them.
And he's splashing this cash on buying up luxury houses dotted around the world.
Raymond Thomas was an out-and-out liar. He lied to everyone.
Shockingly, it appears this ruse has been going on for 5 years.
In cases of fraud, particularly like this, they don't have the scenario of being caught in their heads. So, you know, the idea of being punished or going to jail, it's not an issue because you're not going to get caught. There's no point at which a fraudster will say, oh, well, I've got enough now. That's it. I'll quit. Most carry on until their downfall.
And feeling his downfall was imminent, he transfers £81,700 into his wife's bank account.
He wanted to put HMRC off his case. He didn't want them on his back continually. He was frightened that the HMRC investigators would freeze his bank accounts and he would no longer have access to any money at all.
When Thomas's wife is questioned, she insists her husband's business is just doing very well.
It's unfortunate that most wives who support their nefarious husbands usually are kind of groomed into it bit by bit. Even though they may never have been told face to face exactly what they're doing, you can't do that kind of thing for that number of years without having some suspicion.
These £1.6 million fraudsters are arrested at their home in Salford, Manchester.
And at this stage, they must have thought, brilliant, we've got enough evidence to take them to court and actually have them brought to justice.
Under questioning, the couple strongly deny the offences.
Being a pathological liar can be an advantage, but it also can be the downfall of that person.
But with the evidence stacked against them, the couple know the game is up. After a short trial, Thomas is convicted of fraudulent evasion of VAT, furnishing false documents, and the concealment or transfer of criminal proceeds. His wife admits to one count of receiving criminal proceeds and is sentenced to 12 months in prison, suspended for a year. The judge said the simple fact of the matter is that he, Thomas, was in a position to pocket money that would have been used for better purposes, healthcare or education. The couple were ordered to pay back over £1 million, money that can go straight back into our schools and hospitals. In Bridgend, Wales, ex-copper Nigel Price has got the bit between his teeth as he launches a criminal investigation into a 50 grand a year NHS senior manager.
When I first received the information about this case, my first thoughts were, why would somebody in such a responsible senior position take such a risk? And what made her think that she wouldn't get caught?
Struck down with a supposedly agonising back problem, the woman is on sick leave from her job at a surgical materials testing lab on full pay. Struggling in to attend health reviews with her employers, she makes for a sorry sight. But internet searches suggest that the lab manager could in fact be a champion show jumper.
She was linked to several results from British eventing. On the one hand, she'd been claiming to be sick with a bad back, but this seems to suggest that she'd been competing in horse riding events during that same period, which then sort of set the alarm bells ringing.
You don't have to be a medical expert to realise leaping about on massive horses is the last thing someone with a back problem should be doing.
She was being less than honest with the NHS, her employer, who were paying her a very decent salary and seemed to be treating us with contempt.
To build a case against this fraudster, Nigel needs to dig deeper into the evidence.
I noticed that on 3 of the events, the name had changed slightly. If she was attempting to cover her tracks, then it wasn't a particularly good attempt, really. But I needed real evidence to show that she was at these events.
So Nigel decides to follow his copper's nose to the stables.
I'm outside an event centre just outside Chepstow, and the reason I'm here is because after the HR department had put her name into the search engine, this was one of the locations that came up underneath the results. I did some research and found that on the dates, the event was covered by a professional photographer. So if I could get images of the person and it turned out to be the person who was subject to the allegation and the investigation, then as far as I was concerned, that was solid gold evidence. And if she had been competing at the same time she was claiming to be sick with a bad back, that's fraud.
After some good old-fashioned detective work, Nigel tracks down some official photographs. His first task is to establish whether the lab manager and her horse-riding alter ego are one and the same.
Craig?
Yeah?
Have you got a sec, please?
Yeah.
Have a look at her on that horse there.
Yeah.
And have a look at that one. Would you say they were the same person?
Yeah, looks like to me the same, and the same with the horse with the white on the forehead. Yeah, they do look very, very similar.
The horse was the same, the face was the same, it was the same person, but beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Armed with this damning evidence, the lab manager is summoned for interview under caution.
As soon as she turned up for the interview, I thought, that's you. Got you.
But the lab manager has no intention of coming clean, and despite Nigel's best efforts, she continually evades his questions.
Confronted with the evidence, she just refused to answer almost and wouldn't get involved and wouldn't get drawn. And if somebody is generally keen to prove that they haven't done something wrong, they will give you loads and loads of information, and they will give you lots of people and witnesses and say, well, I was there, someone will back that up, and alibis, nothing.
But the suspect is surprisingly forthcoming about the other name that had cropped up in the investigation, who Nigel is convinced is a fabrication.
During the interview, I asked her who she was, and she said it was a groom that worked for her and a friend. And I said, fine, that's great. You know, where can I get hold of her? Oh, I'll send you the details. This never materialised.
There is now no doubt in Nigel's mind that this ex-manager is guilty of defrauding the NHS. But to convince a judge, he needs to make his case watertight.
There were over 20 witnesses giving various statements, those who'd been present for sickness review meetings, the photographers. I had witness statements of the GPs, HR representatives, directors at the laboratory. But all the information they provided knitted the entire case together.
Despite the numerous witnesses and a mountain of damning evidence, unbelievably, the lab manager pleads not guilty. The case goes to trial, and on the 11th of January 2019, her day of reckoning arrives.
After several months of investigation, this is where it all ended up, at Newport Crown Court. And after a 4-day hearing, the jury found her guilty of fraud, and sentencing was carried out on the same day. And the judge sentenced her to a 12-week prison sentence, suspended for 12 months, 180 hours of community service, £2,500 court costs, to repay over £8,000 to the NHS, and £600 in compensation for the investigation costs.
In closing, the judge describes the guilty woman as calculated, deliberate and dishonest, and continues to describe her tottering performance as comical.
The description of her attending sickness review meetings with a timid gait and unsteady completely contrasted against the images of her, in his words, towering on a horse over jumps.
All of Nigel's hard work has paid off. Following sentencing, the fraudster is ordered to give £8,216.71 back to where it belongs, the National Health Service. Detective Constable Ray Eaglesmith of the City of London Police has just been handed a huge case, in more ways than one. An organised crime group is depositing stacks of dirty cash into 3 London bank branches in a bid to make it legitimate.
A sizable suitcase would potentially have in the region of about £800,000 in.
Cracking complex money laundering cases like this is Ray and his team's bread and butter, and so they immediately set to work.
When you're talking about money laundering, it's important to show the money that we are considering is the proceeds of crime, it's criminal money. So the first thing for us to consider really was who was, I guess, masterminding the process and essentially the origin of the money.
First step, put the banks under surveillance.
We needed to see that footage as soon as possible. Officers were deployed out to 3 different banks to do that. It was really urgent that we review that material to be able to identify exactly what they were doing.
And in no time, Ray and the banks are able to identify a lead suspect.
The main gentleman was an individual by the name of Ji Zheng.
Ray focuses in on this one man to see if he can lead the police to the source of the cash.
We then noticed patterns in relation to his movements and were able to determine quickly where he resided. We were able to further establish that on certain days of the week at that location, various cars would visit. Those cars would then drop off suitcases, large suitcases, and what we would typically see is that this would be deliveries that occurred at least once a week.
Ray now has the people delivering the cash to Jeng caught on camera.
We established it was an organised crime group from the north of England. They were linked to drugs importation, which was how we proved that the money was criminal. And then we were able to determine a bit more about the people that were involved in the actual banking. They were all Chinese nationals or of Chinese origin, and they were typically low-paid workers or they were unemployed.
With one part of the puzzle solved, Ray turns his attention to the cash deposits. Whose accounts is this money going into? For the next 2 months, the banks monitor all the transactions made by the gang, and a surprising pattern emerges.
The people were paying into around 460-odd individual accounts, and those accounts were ones that had been set up primarily for Chinese students who were studying here.
These crooks are exploiting students to clean up their dirty drug money. It was time to close the net.
We needed to formulate some kind of plan in which we would strike and take these suspects out. And at that point, we would look to take back the profits of their criminal activity and recover some of the funds. There were 6 addresses that we wanted to target, and there were 8 individuals that we wanted to target.
To catch these crooks red-handed, Ray must strike as the next delivery is taking place. Having identified the most probable day, Ray calls in reinforcement.
He basically involved up to 90 to 100 staff from various agencies with officers trying to work out different positions at different addresses at different times and working out a cohesive strategy for striking at exactly the right moment.
But nothing is certain.
We didn't know for sure that there was going to be a delivery on that day, but we decided to take a punt.
On the 7th of June, the teams take position, ready to execute a simultaneous strike. Ray has identified one of the addresses as being the most likely recipient of the next cash delivery.
So on the arrest day, we had around 30 officers in the location. They were positioned at various places around.
The police will observe their comings and goings. Ray's punt pays off as a vehicle pulls up, and 2 members of the crime group meet. Together, they start to remove bags from the rear of the vehicle.
There was 3 large bags of cash. That cash was then taken to one of the addresses. We saw later on that car that had arrived moved off from the location.
Another car arrives. In it, 2 more members of the gang. At that point, Ray decides to go in.
Vehicles started to pull up on all sides. You would have heard a lot of sirens and people and police activity, so their initial calmness of the day was turned into surprise and shock when we turned up.
Just as the gang member is about to put the bags into the car, a team swoops in. The man places the bags down and calmly walks away.
We followed, and that's when we started to arrest people and the recovery of the money began.
After 4 months' hard work, Roy has 8 bank runners picked up at other addresses in cuffs. Let's just say they aren't in a partying mood.
It was clear that they had become resigned to the fact that, you know, they were going to be spending a lot of their time inside a prison cell.
Back at the station, teams begin to sift through the evidence recovered from the properties. First, the mysterious bags dumped on the pavement.
There's 1, 2, 3 bags, each with a load of money in.
But it's the big black suitcase that captures Ray's special attention.
Inside, there were various shopping plastic bags all ready to go. And as we went through the bags, each had sizable, ready-to-go wedges of cash, each with a note to determine which individual the bag was to be given to.
The intended individuals are the Chinese bank runners, who the crime group refer to as surfers.
Surfer 4 was also given this bag, Surfer 3, Surfer 2, and so it goes on. Surfer 1. So as an example, this particular bag had around 150 to 160,000 pounds inside for Surfer 1 to take to the banks and deposit.
And the contents of the other bags aren't too shabby either.
In the black sack that was next to the suitcases, we found that. Again, regular bags, cash ready to go, bound in elastic bands. Typically, we see these wrapped in 1,000 denominations and then wrapped into 5 bundles so they can easily count and know what's in that bag.
They're not called organised criminals for nothing.
There was a lot more cash in the houses that we looked at. There was a bag which contained roughly £50,000 in a handbag. Also a money counting machine. On top of one of the wardrobes in the bedrooms in that same house, we found a box containing roughly £40,000.
The total amount recovered, brace yourselves,
We recovered £959,000 roughly, so close to £1 million essentially on the day.
£1 million in bags on just one day. A true insight into the sheer scale of the criminal network. On the 13th of March 2019, the gang plead not guilty. But their secret cash mountain comes back to bite them.
The weight of the evidence was so good that it didn't go to trial. Everyone pled before it got to that point, so we didn't incur the cost of a trial.
And there's more good news.
Because we recovered so much money, we were able to use that money to put back into the public purse.
Having changed their plea, this bunch of money launderers' dirty trade has come to an end.
The gang members received 23 years in prison between them. It's a good sentence. Essentially, that has allowed us to disrupt the crime group, and it hits the criminal where it hurts most, which is in their pocket.
Every year, over £21 billion is stolen from the UK's public purse. Money that's meant to treat our sick, educate our children, and keep us safe. Alongside crack teams of investigators.
This guy's got to be stopped as soon as possible.
She had defrauded the NHS.
We're tracking down the fraudsters, stealing our public money.
This man had effectively treated the NHS like a cash machine.
Locking them up.
They were going to be spending a lot of their time inside a prison cell.
And getting the cash back where it belongs.
We recovered close to £1 million.
She was ordered to pay just under £1.4 million.
I'm after his house, his car and some money.
Just over £23,000 back into the public purse.
Fraud Squad, the hunt is on. Today, a reckless hoaxer fakes accidents for fun, putting pressure on the public purse, all for the thrill of the ride.
I was actually thinking, this just hasn't happened here. This guy's got to be stopped.
Living the high life, a couple who run 2 successful businesses avoid paying hundreds of thousands of pounds in tax and claim benefits, saying they're too sick to work.
They're just following a kind of blagger culture of never really wanting to pay fully for anything.
And a random roadside stop and search unearthed the UK's biggest ever blue badge fraud.
over £5 million worth of vehicles were purchased from across the country, avoiding the value-added tax, the VAT. It was a real web of deceit.
If the NHS isn't battle-worn enough, every year it's bombarded with thousands of hoax emergency calls. And it's the same for the police, the fire brigade and even mountain rescue. These bogus calls drain millions of pounds from the public purse and can cost lives. This is the tale of the UK's most reckless and extreme serial hoax caller. He staged a string of fake accidents on the side of treacherous mountains right across the UK. From Snowdon to Ben Nevis, calling out the emergency services to help him again and again.
This later starting to fire down onto the MRT team and the victim. This person was actually putting the mountain rescue team in grave danger.
Risking lives and at the same time wasting public money.
The amount of money he was wasting was becoming phenomenal.
Sparking a nationwide manhunt.
I'm thinking, this guy's got to be stopped. This has to be stopped as soon as possible.
All because he fancied a ride in one of these. Bangor, North Wales. An officer, PC Gethin-Jones, is halfway through an unusually demanding shift.
On that particular day, we were very busy. We were quite stretched for resources at that time.
But amongst the many calls, one immediately catches attention.
I'll head over straight away.
A seriously injured man has been discovered lying at the foot of Mount Snowdon. He's believed to have fallen 130 feet.
We would categorise a fall of that type as a category 0, which is a serious priority.
PC Jones is under no illusion just how seriously this man could be hurt.
This is Vivian Quarry. He was actually claiming that he'd actually fallen from one incline to another. You'd have been very seriously injured, a few breakages, possibly fatal even.
En route to the injured man is a 20-strong team of mountain rescue volunteers who've dropped everything to come and help. Mountaineer Miles is one of the first to approach the scene, a hard-to-access patch of steep, unstable ground.
So when we got there, he was in a position that, was consistent with what we'd heard. He took a tumbling fall on the path, saying all the right things, almost a bit too much. He was almost preempting clinical questions, stuff that you'd need sort of relatively decent level of first aid training to know about, really. So that sort of started to become pretty suspicious to the guys. What he was saying didn't tally up with where he was, where he'd come from and how he got there. They sort of had a bit of a sixth sense about something wasn't quite right.
Putting their doubt to one side, the team continued to treat the incident as genuine.
So although we might have had our suspicions about sort of the seriousness of his injuries, we're always going to treat to that worst case scenario, which is quite a sort of labour-intensive task, is, like manually immobilising the guy, tying stretchers off, securing people, make sure there's no loose rocks being kicked down on him.
With everyone secured, the team turned their attention to pain management.
The victim was complaining of pain to his neck and spinal area, so they administered anaesthetics which would help him to ease his pain.
But curiously, it has little effect. The man remains in an agitated state, continuing to demand drugs. This is highly unusual behaviour for a casualty claiming to have such serious injuries.
He probably could be up for an Oscar, really. He was highly convincing. So you actually break the story down and then it starts to come apart a little bit. We're never not going to treat that. We're always going to treat things seriously. But yeah, alarm bells were ringing.
Despite their concerns, Miles and the team push ahead with the rescue. Hemmed in by both a lake and vertical cliffs, the only way to extract the casualty is to airlift them with the help of Her Majesty's Coast Guard.
The rescue helicopter was used. Each time we deploy a helicopter of this type, you are talking in region of £32,000 cost to the public purse.
Expensive kit, designed for one purpose only, to rescue those in desperate need. But as the helicopter hovers over the treacherous incline, things quickly take a turn for the worse.
The downwind force from the rotors of the helicopter actually started moving the loose slate. This was becoming a massive danger.
With a helicopter downwash, it's a dangerous environment. A branch came off a tree, people get hit with stretchers, rocks, so we had to get him out from under the canopy and then carry him into open area.
After a nail-biting few minutes, they've secured the victim to the winch. This apparently seriously ill man is flown to Gwynedd Hospital. And PC Jones arrives just minutes later.
So I walked into the resus room. There were patients in there seriously in pain, and he was basically sort of wriggling about and being quite uncooperative with the nurses who wanted to take his clothing off.
But the man's agitation increases when he catches sight of PC Jones. Bizarrely, he demands the police officer is removed from the room.
I was becoming quite worried. Why is he asking me to leave? Because I'm not being disrespectful. I just kept asking questions calmly, empathising with his situation, and he just started asking nurses in a verbally aggressive manner for me to leave. And I decided, no, I'm going to stay here. It's my duty to ascertain exactly what the circumstances were of him being there.
PC Jones is now just as sceptical about this man as the mountain rescue team, who tell him something shocking. They mention that on the helicopter, the supposedly injured man asked to take a selfie and inquired whether one of the rescue team fancied a pint. PC Jones radios through to the control room and asks for a background check on the patient. He's a pizza delivery rider in his 20s. And there's more.
He also informed me that they were aware that there was a person with the same details, same name, actually making hoax calls in the Cumbria area.
And the details are remarkably similar. PC Jones digs deeper.
A male with him had reported that he'd fallen off a mountain in that particular area, causing all sorts of emergency service to attend, and actually didn't have any injuries in the end.
Is it possible that this is the same man replicating the same hoax?
Were we experiencing the same thing as Cumbria? What exactly was going on here?
Then the control room send across a photo of the suspect.
What I thought when I saw this picture was, I can believe it, this was the same guy that had wasted a lot of resources earlier in the Cumbria area and was now possibly doing exactly the same. If our suspicions in terms of this call being false were true, then obviously there was a lot of public money at stake here in terms of being wasted. I'm thinking, this guy's got to be stopped. This has to be stopped as soon as possible.
Later, the true scale of what this man has been up to is laid bare.
I was actually thinking, hang on, this just hasn't happened here, not just Cumbria, but it looks like it's happened in possibly 10 other locations, all the way up to Ben Nevis.
About 2.4 million disabled people in England have blue badges. These permits issued by the council allow them to park more freely in restricted areas. It's life-changing for those with limited ability, but it's a benefit that's being abused. Blue badge fraud is increasing by around 45% every year. A seemingly run-of-the-mill stop check leads to a 5-year investigation that exposes one of the UK's biggest blue badge scams.
Over a period of about 18 months, we put into evidence that over £5 million worth of vehicles were purchased from across the country, avoiding the value-added tax, the VAT.
Tax dodger James Shirley exploited disabled blue badge holders in a fraud that saw the HMRC nearly £1 million out of pocket.
3 individuals who were clearly set about buying cars for James Shirley with the sole intention of lining their pockets and lining the pockets of James Shirley.
Hot on his heels is Detective Superintendent John Webster, who has 23 years crime-fighting experience.
It was a real web of deceit.
Liverpool, Merseyside. A van is pulled over for a routine stop check.
Some of my officers were on patrol on this road and they were travelling in this direction and they noticed the van driving in the opposite direction at speed. As a result of that, they decided to turn around and follow the van with the intention of stopping it. As they pulled up behind it, you could see that the driver of the vehicle threw something out of the driver's side. We later recovered that and we found out that that was a piece of cannabis.
The driver of the van is James Shirley.
Well, he wasn't exactly pleased to see the officers because those officers then decided to search the van.
What the officers are about to find ignites an investigation that eventually leads to the downfall of James Shirley and his cronies.
And behind the driver's seat, stashed behind the driver's seat, was a bundle of cash, and it appeared to be thousands of pounds in cash. And those officers immediately seized that money, and also the money that was also in James's pocket, which was just shy of £1,000. Well, having that amount of cash on you, £5,000 stashed behind the seat and £1,000 in cash in your pocket, I would suggest is not normal sort of behaviour.
But Shirley has an explanation.
He's entitled to say what he chooses. James decided to tell us during interview that that money was there to pay the taxman. And I do question that anyone pays the taxman in cash.
Shirley is released without charge, and when he fails to claim the cash back, alarm bells start ringing. Is Shirley making a living peddling pot? Where is all this cash coming from? An investigation into James Shirley's finances begins.
Well, as investigators, we have close relationships with the taxman. And we went to the Inland Revenue and we inquired what tax James had, first of all, declared in terms of what his income was.
On first impressions, it appears Shirley has a legitimate business.
It was a family fast food business which paid him a relatively modest income and went into a bank account which he appeared not to touch. Didn't pay any bills from it, no utilities, no shopping, nothing at all.
This raises eyebrows with the investigators, as there was plenty of evidence of Shirley living the high life, splashing the cash on cars and trips abroad.
We discovered evidence of really nice holidays to the likes of Las Vegas and other places. And of course, his children, they went to private school, none of which appeared to be evidenced through his bank accounts.
The team keep on searching and discover Shirley has lied about his income on a mortgage application, bagging himself a home on an exclusive housing estate in Widnes. The truth was emerging. The income he was declaring to the taxman didn't match what he'd told the mortgage company. Webster and the team now have the bit between their teeth and believe they could be looking at a high-value mortgage fraud.
As a result of that, we carried on digging. We did a lot more work in relation to the properties which were attributable to him, and we found out there were a number of mortgage frauds.
But it wasn't just Shirley. There were others involved too. Over a 4-year period, Shirley and his accomplices had committed multiple mortgage frauds, declaring false levels of income to obtain mortgages on luxury properties across the Northwest. With the evidence stacking up, the team gained a warrant to search James Shirley's home. Later, what Webster and his team didn't know is that what they were about to discover would make this a landmark case in British legal history.
We realised that James Shirley had a car business and it was involved in what turned out to be nearly £1 million VAT fraud.
Our investigators have a tough job, so if they could have any superpower to help, what would it be?
Well, I think in my job, I'd probably benefit from being able to turn back time and stop the offence from happening in the first place.
My superpower would be to read minds.
If I had a superpower to help me fight fraud, I think the ability to make someone tell the truth. Mind reading, because then you would know what the suspect was thinking, where the evidence was, and it would make your job a lot easier.
If I could have a superpower, it would be a simple one, really. It would be the ability to see thought bubbles above people's head, particularly in interviews, because you know people are lying to you, but you can't really get them to say that.
It would probably have to be to travel back in time to the point where the fraud was either conspired or committed. So I could just video it, and then that would just save us a lot of time having to gather the evidence in other ways and ultimately come to the same outcome anyway.
Well, I think I'd have to create my own superpower, new superpower, being omnipotent. So I would be all-seeing and all-knowing. I'd be invincible and immortal. I could predict the future and defy destiny. And I'd know what all fraudsters were doing. So I think it would be quite a handy power to have.
Probably the ability to use Excel properly.
Most of us live within the law. We do our jobs and we pay our taxes, but not the fraudsters. They will do anything and everything in order to live the high life, but on someone else's money. In this case, fraud investigators uncover a shameless family at the head of a £400,000 tax and benefit fraud ring. The family run 2 businesses, but dodged tax and claimed they were unable to work.
This was a double hit on our public purse.
They splash the cash on exotic holidays, luxury watches and expensive jewellery.
These kind of flashy things, it's the kind of thing that their culture respects. To each other, they are kings and queens.
Rob Brooker is a titan within the world of fraud investigation. With over 30 years of experience within the private and public sector, no fraudster can hide from him. And to understand the fraudster's mindset is Dr. David Holmes, a criminal psychologist who's been getting into the minds of master criminals for over 3 decades. Toxteth, Liverpool. A husband and wife team run 2 successful businesses, a popular wine bar and a car repair garage.
By not registering the companies at HMRC or Companies House, they avoided paying tax and VAT, money that should be better used in the public purse.
However, the family clearly feel they're above the law, so they're not paying any VAT, national insurance or income tax.
I don't think these people are inherently evil. They're just feckless, and following a kind of culture, a blagger culture, basically, of never really wanting to pay fully for anything, but they also want everything their hearts desire.
They were getting away with it until the tax authorities decide to take a closer look at the family's businesses.
They would have seen that these companies were not registered at Companies House, or in fact with themselves at HMRC. This is a huge red flag.
As investigators dig deeper into the family's booming businesses, there's another shocking revelation.
Not only were they not paying VAT or tax, they were also claiming to be unfit to work and claiming benefits.
A lot of fraud is passive. It's not declaring something, not actually doing something that you're supposed to do in order to be legitimate. In this particular case, this family, although they were engaging in some passive fraud, they were also engaging in active fraud, where you go out of your way. So making a benefit claim means that you're actually doing something you know is fraudulent, which is, I think, worse.
It appears the daughter is involved too. She allows her bank account to be used to hide £50,000 from her parents' criminal activities.
This is blatant money laundering. This is whereby your account is used to pay in money that's not genuine. So in this instance, the daughter was having her parents put money into her account to cover up the fact of where that money had come from.
She's also claiming benefits to cover her rent, but failed to declare a second property she owned and rented out.
Working as a family unit in this area of fraud, it's much easier to detect any kind of suspicions that people may have of what you've got and why you've got it. And also, you've got tendrils out there that can actually put forward stories to cover up for each other. If it was one person on their own, they'd be constantly looking behind them. However, a family has eyes everywhere.
Over 7 years, the family have paid no tax whilst claiming income support and council tax benefit.
They actually don't ever think they're going to get caught. They think in some strange way they've got the divine right to do this. They're often under the actual suspicion that everyone else is doing it as well.
The police go to arrest the family. The father and his daughter are arrested in Liverpool. The wife is picked up at Manchester Airport after yet another luxury holiday to Las Vegas. As the family are taken to a police station, the family home is searched.
The investigators would have searched the property to find evidence to support the information they'd already been supplied with. In addition, they'd be looking for anything else that would add meat to the bone of this case.
In the search, police find £39,500 in cash, Rolex watches worth £15,000, and a number of gold sovereigns stashed in a bedroom.
As with many people in this kind of culture of, ongoing theft and fraud, they're kind of very distrustful of banks and places where we'd normally safely put our cash. They'd rather have cash under the bed or, gold ingots or anything whereby they've got their hands on it and nobody else can see it, particularly on paper.
The investigators take a closer look at the family's personal finances and are flabbergasted with what they find. They calculate that between 2009 and 2014, the garage alone turned over £1.7 million, making a profit of £321,000. No tax has been paid on this.
The HMRC investigators would now have interviewed all 3 members of the family to give them the opportunity to explain how they obtained cash and gold Rolex watches.
In total, the family evaded tax from their businesses to the tune of £278,000. while the couple receive £85,000 in various benefits they're not entitled to. After a short trial at Liverpool Crown Court, the father is jailed for 4 years after admitting 3 tax frauds and 6 benefit fraud offences. His wife is jailed for 3 years for the same offences. The daughter is convicted of money laundering and benefit fraud, but is spared from jail given a suspended sentence of 21 months. The husband and wife are ordered to repay over £350,000 within 3 months or face more time behind bars. Around a third of this will go back to the Department of Work and Pensions. That's over £100,000 that can now be given to those who truly need it. In North Wales, one of Britain's most extreme hoax callers has been caught in the act. A pizza delivery rider and part-time con artist has staged a 130-foot fall from Mount Snowdon, risking the lives of 20 mountain rescue volunteers.
This person was actually putting the mountain rescue team in grave danger.
And the price to the public purse for his pleasure ride to hospital alone is an eye-watering £32,000.
The amount of money was becoming phenomenal.
And it's all a sham. The pizza delivery rider has faked the entire accident, but PC Gethin Jones is onto him. The man is in hospital demanding drugs. He's completely unaware his act isn't fooling PC Gethin Jones, who receives intelligence that 3 days ago, the pizza delivery rider did exactly the same thing.
I was made aware by the inspector in the control room, a person with the same name that had actually made a similar report in Cumbria.
Gethin goes to arrest him.
I cautioned him that he was being arrested on suspicion of having wasted police time.
But as PC Jones stands guard, he's distracted by his radio.
I was hearing calls coming in left, right and centre, and we were having difficulty in resourcing officers.
Cuts to police budgets mean forces across the UK are overstretched, and sometimes tough decisions have to be made. PC Jones is ordered to leave the hospital for a more pressing emergency.
We decided that we would basically de-arrest the suspect at that time.
Having to release the hoaxer is an extremely bitter pill to swallow.
It was just very frustrating having to go and deal with other work.
Back at the station the following day, PC Jones continues to investigate this serial hoaxer. He contacts Cumbria police and they alert him to more suspected hoax calls.
I was actually thinking, hang on, this just hasn't happened here, not just Cumbria, but it looks like it's happened in possibly 10 other locations. The Lake Districts, all the way up to Ben Nevis.
The scale is staggering, and PC Jones begins to calculate the true cost to the public purse.
Having considered that this one instance alone had cost £32,000, we had tens of these instances, £320,000. You got 20, that's £640,000. So if you put all the other costs into consideration, the police service, the MRT, mountain rescue team, and every trust, every hospital involved with this, I would approximate the value to be possibly over £1 million.
Wasted public money that could have paid for 4 new, fully kitted out ambulances.
I'm thinking, this guy's got to be stopped.
And PC Jones finds more dirt on this pretender. The man has previously been caught impersonating a soldier and fraudulently collecting charity donations.
I actually found out that he had been subject of another investigation, and this false representation in terms of himself having worn a British Services uniform and carrying a charity box stating that he was collecting money. He was actually arrested for that offence.
Whatever motivates this reckless criminal to lie, risk lives and steal over £1 million of public money is a mystery. PC Jones isn't going to rest until the man is back in cuffs.
My next step was to obtain statements from other forces, mounted rescue teams, to prove the offence of being a public nuisance. I completed a file, then put this file to a police inspector, which became a UK-wide warrant for the arrest of this guy.
But then the hoaxer falls completely off the radar for 12 long months, and all PC Jones can do is watch and wait.
All of a sudden we get a report via Swansea Police, which is South Wales Police, detailing that he'd fallen off his bike and needed attention for apparent injuries. Police arrived there. He was aggressive with ambulance staff and he was arrested.
He's up to his old tricks. Another fake accident. But this one will prove his undoing. He's placed under arrest. Finally, PC Jones has his man.
He was then conveyed to Carnarvon Police Station from South Wales, where he was later interviewed.
But even when this prolific hoax caller was presented with the entire file of evidence, he still refuses to accept any of it is true.
He surprisingly denied that he'd carried out any of these offences, and he also denied the selfie that he actually wanted to take on the helicopter.
He's charged with causing a public nuisance requiring mountain rescue, is subsequently tagged and placed on curfew. This public menace is then put before a judge. A day PC Jones isn't going to miss.
Obviously, having a massive interest in being the main investigator, I actually attended here on my day off to make sure that everything went as planned.
In an apparent change of heart, the hoaxer submits a guilty plea, and now it's time for sentencing. All of PC Jones's hard work was finally about to come to fruition. The judge sentences the hoaxer to 16 months and tells him he should be thoroughly ashamed.
He'd actually committed himself to waste hundreds of thousands of pounds of the public purse money. In the current climate, we simply can't afford to be throwing money away like that.
In Liverpool, an investigation is sparked following a routine stop and search, which reveals James Shirley is in possession of cannabis and £6,000 in cash. The subsequent investigation uncovers a dodgy bank account and a huge family mortgage fraud. Detective Superintendent John Webster is running the investigation and has a warrant to search Shirley's luxury home in Widnes. And what he finds takes the investigation in a whole new direction, leading to a landmark case in British legal history.
We took a box away full of documents and we started the painstaking work of sifting through them. We found a ledger, and that particular ledger was a bit of a eureka moment, really, because it documented a number of purchases and sales for high-end vehicles, Bentley, Porsches, Range Rovers and the like.
Curious to know what Shirley was doing with these high-end cars, the investigators dig deeper and find James Shirley is running a car sales business from his home address. Company bank accounts show unexplained transactions for thousands and thousands of pounds. Investigators can also see he's transferring large sums of money to 3 local pensioners. John Webster turns his attention to these individuals and notices they have one thing in common.
When we first looked at them, it transpired that they were buying many cars, in some cases, dozens and dozens of vehicles. The three individuals that were buying the cars were all registered as disabled and as such all had blue badges. Disabled people are quite legitimately allowed to purchase a vehicle which is exempt from VAT.
Over an 18-month period, Shirley transfers nearly £4 million into the three blue badge holders' accounts, who then buy luxury cars on his behalf without paying any value-added tax. Incredibly, one of the individuals buys a staggering 16 high-value cars in just 1 month. After buying the cars, Shirley sells them on for a profit, bagging himself thousands of pounds, which is paid directly into his bank account. And the number of cars involved in this scam is astounding.
Those individuals ended up buying 120 cars, some of which costing in excess of £120,000. Value-added tax, 20% on £120,000, is a lot of money.
This is public money that should be going into essential services. And that's not all. Most of the cars have previously undergone costly modifications.
For example, an accelerator pedal or brake pedal might have had a hand adaptation, which was put on specifically to allow a disabled person to be able to drive. Well, in these cases, bear in mind the cars were flipped and sold within 24 hours. It was quite obvious that they were literally driven off the forecourt and the adaptation was unscrewed and taken off and thrown away.
It's a shocking waste of taxpayers' money, paying for expensive attachments that will never be used by the genuinely disabled people who need them. And the scam isn't just limited to Liverpool. To avoid raising suspicion, cars are bought from as far afield as the Scottish borders, all the way down to Cornwall. Officers talk to over 100 garages nationwide and discover James Shirley is not working alone.
We found out that he had a criminal associate, Eric Scragg. Eric was probably best described as the fixer for James.
Scragg recruits blue badge holders through family and friends, then locates luxury cars around the country, arranging their purchase, adaptation and collection. In total, Shirley's scam ripped us all off of almost £1 million. That's enough money to pay for over 2,000 basic mobility scooters. And Shirley defrauds the public purse even further by not declaring or paying income tax on the profit he's making each time he sells a car. A trial like this has never been heard in the UK before, so the team have to be certain they have a cast iron case.
Financial investigation is and can be very, very complex indeed. To make sure that we were absolutely confident of our facts, we went to an independent forensic accountant and employed their services to go through all of our work and make sure that we were absolutely rock solid with our evidence.
After a 5-year-long investigation, John and his team are ready to take the case to Manchester Crown Court.
Well, these types of offences, unfortunately, can take an awful long time to investigate. And this particular operation, Operation Cobweb, and I suppose the clue's in the name there, it was a real web of deceit on behalf of James Shirley, and his associates, took a number of years to complete and present. In January 2018, we presented this to Manchester Crown Court, and a 6-month trial ensued.
The 3 blue badge cheating pensioners immediately plead guilty to their charges.
3 individuals who were clearly set about buying cars for James Shirley with the sole intention of lining their pockets and lining the pockets of James Shirley.
The others involved in the case are not so willing to accept that they have done anything wrong.
Everybody involved really tried to challenge all the evidence that Merseyside Police put forward, stating that all their businesses were legitimate, that all their dealings and all their financial transactions were legitimate, that their mortgages were legitimate.
And there were denials.
James' associate had had over £2.5 million transferred into his personal bank account by James Shirley Cars, in order to facilitate the purchase of these vehicles. During the trial, James Shirley actually denied knowing him. Bizarre, considering he'd transferred £2.5 million to his bank account.
But the jury doesn't buy any of it. And on the 10th of September 2018, Shirley is convicted of 2 counts of mortgage fraud, conspiracy to evade VAT and money laundering. He's jailed for 6 years and 3 months. Another accomplice is convicted of mortgage fraud and money laundering and jailed for 3 years. 3 others received suspended sentences for their part in the mortgage fraud. Eric Scragg received a custodial sentence, charged with conspiracy to evade VAT.
Through the Proceeds of Crime Act, all the property which is attributable to James Shirley and his friends is now actively being pursued in order to ensure that it's realised in the future and their value is returned back to the public purse. The victims in this case is actually the public. You often hear that fraud is a victimless crime. That's not the case at all. There was £900,000 worth of VAT which didn't manage to make its way into the public purse. That's £900,000 of money that could have been spent within the hospitals or the education system.
As a result of this landmark case, the HMRC have now put a stop to this type of scam, clamping down on fraudsters by dramatically changing their policy, only allowing blue badge holders to purchase 1 vehicle every 3 years. Every year, over £21 billion is stolen from the UK's public purse. Money that's meant to treat our sick, educate our children, and keep us safe. Alongside crack teams of investigators.
This guy's got to be stopped as soon as possible.
She had defrauded the NHS.
We're tracking down the fraudsters, stealing our public money.
This man had effectively treated the NHS like a cash machine.
Locking them up.
They were going to be spending a lot of their time inside a prison cell.
And getting the cash back where it belongs.
We recovered close to £1 million.
She was ordered to pay just under £1.4 million.
I'm after his house, his car and some money.
Just over £23,000 back into the public purse.
Fraud Squad, the hunt is on. Today, a devious dentist who fleeces his patients and the NHS to pay for holiday homes and his love of luxury cars.
When we saw the Ferrari and the Maserati and the racing Lotus and all the buildings and the size of his house, he did quite well out of this.
An international criminal gang, 100 tons of raw tobacco, and a race to stop £17 million of unpaid tax going up in smoke.
This is a case of a serious organised gang in pursuit of serious wealth.
And a woman claiming to have a link with US presidential candidate Hillary Clinton cons a film producer out of a fortune.
She says, "Dear Hillary, I'm fine, thanks. My New York friend sent me a lovely article where you were speaking about the family and resting up. I hope this is exactly what you are doing."
To make it real, there had to be layers of deceit. Unfortunately, the producer was sucked into it and was duped.
Dentists, love them or hate them, we all have to go for our 6 monthly checkup. And for that 10 minutes in the chair, we put all our trust in these highly trained professionals. But what if that individual is not the pillar of society they seem, and are in fact far more interested in your money than your teeth? This case is exactly that. A dentist who used his patient's identity to steal from the NHS and fund his love of fast cars. Dental fraud expert Liz Woods is the investigator in charge on this case.
The thing about fraud is it's always viewed as a victimless crime. But when money is taken from the NHS, as in this case, patients really did suffer.
Hindhead in Surrey, a pretty village nestled amongst rolling woodland. It's home to a popular dental surgeon and pillar of the community.
His patients loved him. He had a very good chairside manner.
His dental surgery is located in the heart of the village. He's worked here for over 15 years, eventually taking ownership in 2000. It's a busy surgery that treats NHS and private patients.
He had a contract worth about £170,000, and he was contracted to provide that amount of dental treatment to the NHS every year. There were 2 other dentists working there, and they paid him 50%, I think, of their earnings, so he got that as well.
This, plus his salary of £150,000, means the dentist is making nearly £500,000 a year.
The case first started when an anonymous call was received, basically saying that a dentist had been charging patients privately, but putting claims through the NHS for the same work.
Apparently, he's been doing it for years.
Obviously, for people like me, that's ka-ching, because that means quite a lot of money.
Liz starts by looking at patient record cards provided by the surgery. Immediately, alarm bells start ringing. It looks like the dentist is charging patients for private treatment, then submitting an NHS claim for the same work, so doubling his profit.
The small sample of material I've been given, about 20 cards, there was over £2,000 worth of fraud in a 2-year period just looking at these few patients. So we took it from there.
Liz has only scratched the surface. Exactly by how much the dentist has ripped off the health service is still unknown. Only time would tell. But time is what they don't have. As this dentist is about to retire.
We had to arrest him very early because we were told that he was planning to sell his surgery and possibly move abroad.
Liz and her team move quickly, and one early morning in September, they head to the surgery and await the dentist's arrival.
Total bewilderment when he arrived. Clearly had never crossed his mind that he would ever be discovered or anything that like this would ever happen. But then that's quite common.
The dentist is arrested and the surgery is shut for the day. The forensics team searches the premises, copying computer files and taking all patient records. Escorted by police, Liz takes the suspect to his house, a £2 million mansion. But this plush property isn't his only extravagant purchase.
When we saw the Ferrari and the Maserati and the racing Lotus and all the buildings and the size of his house, he was well off. He did quite well out of this.
And it's all funded by fraud. As the house is searched, more evidence appears of the dentist's wealth.
We found paperwork relating to a recent purchase of a property in the south of France and realised that he owned several other properties in the UK.
Evidence is taken away as the dentist is escorted to a local police station for questioning. Liz leads the interview.
He would talk and talk and talk, and his solicitor was desperately trying to get him to shut up, and he couldn't do it. You could almost hear the solicitor banging his head off the desk because he was trying so hard to get him to stay quiet, and he just wouldn't. He just kept talking and talking and talking.
After 2 hours, the interview is terminated. Liz and the dentist make their way to the police reception desk.
And he turned round and said, "Can I speak to you off the record?" And he wanted to know whether he could pay back the money and just everything be forgotten about. I'm just sort of looking at him thinking, well, you're on candid camera. We're at the desk in the police station in the custody suite. There are cameras and microphones everywhere. So no, we can't speak off the record.
Later, the dentist's scam becomes even more murky as Liz discovers he's been fleecing his patients too.
He just charged people what he wanted. He didn't have a set price list. He used to just make up the figures on the spot.
In their quest for cash, con artists are becoming more creative, their scams more sophisticated. But once they've chosen their next victim, they use the same age-old trick. First they win your trust, then they steal your money. And no matter how savvy we think we are, no one is immune to their charms. As award-winning documentary maker Kate Blewett learns to her cost when she falls victim to a fantasist fraudster.
She groomed and groomed and groomed us all.
This fraudster conjured up a lie so big, it leads to an 18-month investigation, costing the taxpayer tens of thousands of pounds. She's claiming to be friends with none other than Hillary Clinton.
She says, "Dear Hillary, I'm fine, thanks. My New York friend sent me a lovely article where you were speaking about the family and resting up. I hope this is exactly what you are doing."
This con artist duped everyone into believing she can provide exclusive documentary access to the presidential candidate.
She's convincing, and that's why she's so good at being a fraudster.
All to get her hands on thousands of pounds and an all-expenses-paid trip to New York.
All these people were hanging on every word she said. I'm the only one who can deliver this. Of course, it was too good to be true.
But her fantastical web of lies...
There were 2 punctuation errors in it, which would never, ever, ever come from Hillary Clinton.
...would be her undoing.
Nothing was found linking Hillary Clinton with her. Nothing at all.
City of London Police HQ.
Alfred, good morning, how can I help you?
Experienced fraud investigator Simon Stiles receives a call he'll never forget. On the phone, a member of the public who fears she's fallen victim to a con artist.
I said that they've had to pay out £8,000 on expenses, and they stood to lose a further £120,000. They wanted us to investigate it.
Simon sets off to take a statement from this concerned woman. Her name is Kate Blewett, a filmmaker renowned for producing hard-hitting documentaries. She claims the deception first began back in 2015.
She found me online. She looked up Kate Blewett, she emailed me, and she offered her help in a film charity that I was now running. I met up with her, we had a few coffees together. She was very kind and lovely, and she said that her main mission was to raise money for this charity for children in Bulgaria that I was running. And she said she was also doing part-time work with an agent, and she had access to all sorts of people that she was working with, and it all made sense, it all added up.
When the woman was certain she'd Kate's trust, she began to offer more personal gestures of friendship.
At one point, she gave us some theatre tickets. She said, Kate, I've got these for free. Do you want to go? So I took my kids.
Kate is oblivious to the fact that her new friend is in fact a greedy fraudster, intent on playing the long game.
That, unfortunately, is how a fraudster starts. They win someone over, they befriend someone. Unbeknown to you, she's been groomed in some way.
Confident she's won Kate's complete trust, the conwoman makes her first move, and it's huge.
She said that she had really amazing access to Hillary Clinton to follow her in her campaigning towards the run to try to be the president. And she said, would you like to be on board as the director and we can put a team together? And she would be the absolute point of contact with Hillary Clinton.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Kate, a chance to make a globally distributed film about one of the world's most powerful women.
I was incredibly excited at the idea of making a film about Hillary and following her.
Enthusiastic she may be, but Kate's no pushover, and she wants proof that this offer is as good as it seems.
First of all, I asked her to show me any form of written confirmation that she had from Hillary Clinton to prove to me that we had access. She provided an email that looked as if it could come from Hillary Clinton. Dear Hillary, thank you so very much. Yes, of course, I'll be happy to work with your staff. Such exciting times ahead, cannot wait. You know, that's obviously a very simple email, but she was very clear that she needed to take off Hillary Clinton's email address, which actually I would have done the same in her position. You know, she's not going to pass the email address out for us all to use. And that made sense to me.
But to fraud investigator Simon, who's had 20 years' experience of studying the devious strategies of hundreds of fraudsters, these tactics are all too familiar.
To make it real, there had to be layers of deceit. She's building credibility up to convince the producer that it was real. Unfortunately, the producer was sucked into it and was duped.
Unaware she's being played, Kate sets the documentary in motion. It's even given a name.
It's called Hillary Clinton, the candidate. A production team was put in place. She's in her element because all these people were hanging on every word. They couldn't do anything without her.
But with the presidential campaign by now underway, Kate is keen to start shooting. But she's still had no direct communication with Hillary's team.
I said, right, the next thing I need is to speak to somebody from the campaign team that we will be working with, the person who will directly be giving us access to Hillary Clinton.
Kate's ultimatum gets results.
She said, right, she's ready to talk to us now. Her name is Jennifer Palmieri. She is the Director of Communications for Hillary Clinton.
Somehow Kate's fixer has conjured up the nigh on impossible, a direct line to Hillary's senior advisor. On the end of the phone is a straight-talking American who, as far as Kate's concerned, is the real deal.
It was a pretty short, sharp call. Jennifer was quite a little bit fierce on the phone. I thought, whoa. A little bit intimidating, but she said, right, Kate, what is it you need to know?
Kate asks a simple question. Has she got access to Hillary? The answer, yes. But it comes with a condition.
Everything, Kate, must go through her. She is the personal contact of Hillary's, and you must put everything through her.
Reassured by the phone call, Kate agrees to meet with her fixer's solicitor to discuss money.
A real solicitor was called into these meetings and said, well, actually, as it's progressed now, she needs to be recompensed for what has happened. Of course, from her perspective, it would never, ever succeed, so she needed something up front. So she said, I'll have 4 tranches of £30,000 with a total of £120,000.
money that Kate would expect to pay for such exclusive access and the opportunity of making a film with such global interest.
A contract was drawn up and signed by all parties.
But now the fixer has a big problem. The production company refused to hand over the first 30,000 without an official signed letter confirming access.
So now it all narrows down. She needs to produce that access letter, otherwise she doesn't get a penny.
Nothing like a tight corner to get a fraudster's creative juices flowing. She proposes the idea of flying to the States to get the letter signed in person, on the condition she goes alone. Kate reluctantly agrees.
Her job was to come back with a letter of intent signed by either Hillary Clinton or by a member of the team, like Jennifer Palmieri.
This house of cards comes tumbling down when the true identity of the woman behind the voice of Jennifer Palmieri is revealed.
She was calling out the numbers in a bingo hall. She had an American accent. She employed her in the role of Jennifer Palmieri. You couldn't write this script.
Fraudsters are generally motivated by money and greed, but when they get caught, they usually have a more elaborate excuse. And our investigators have heard every single one in the book.
One of the first cases that I ever investigated was somebody for housing fraud. We invited him in for an interview under caution, and we put all the evidence before him, and we said, did you sign this? Did you sign this? And he said, oh, it wasn't me, it was my twin brother.
We did have a claim where a policyholder was claiming for vehicle damage, and they gave us an image of this damaged vehicle to support the claim they were making. But on investigation, we found out they'd actually just pulled this from Google Images.
So we invited him in with his twin brother, and about 2 weeks later, he came back in and he said, oh, hi, I'm the twin brother of X, and it was quite clearly the same man.
Once we presented them with the evidence, their defence was that we should still pay the claim anyway because they'd used that evidence on a previous claim and that was paid out. So on that basis, we should pay them out as well. But of course, that's not what we did, and we also contacted the insurer from the previous claim, and they were able to make a full recovery of that money from them.
The worst excuse I've ever heard from a fraudster was a well-paid GP who genuinely believed it wasn't that bad to take money from the NHS. He was almost entitled to it. So it was a very well-paid individual who believed that taking a few £100s from the NHS was okay.
The worst excuse I've heard of was a suspect that, when challenged about money that had gone missing in a payment system, said that he had paid the money into his own bank account to test the system worked.
It really frustrates me when I hear people actually come out and say the reason I did that was because everybody else does it. It's utter nonsense as well. You know, there is an absolute minority of people that defraud the NHS.
A respectable dentist is suspected of stealing hundreds of thousands of pounds from the NHS to fund a millionaire's lifestyle of posh houses and fast cars. Liz Woods is the investigator running the case. With the dentist out on bail, she starts to painstakingly go through all the evidence gathered from his surgery, focused on unravelling the extent of his crime.
There was always going to be something else going on, and when we actually got down to looking at his claims much more carefully, we discovered that he was claiming for babies and he was claiming for stuff he'd done on children that hadn't actually happened. This is a claim for a child, a little girl who had a filling on the 27th of August 2008. There's the date of her treatment, there's the reference number, and right down here it says she had a filling. But if I look on her patient record card, which was found behind the reception desk at the practice on the 27th of August 2008, it says she only had an exam. It doesn't say anything about the filling. So this is where the false claim has been generated from. Interesting thing though, if I look at her brother and the treatment that he received on the 27th of August 2008, he also had a filling. But if I look at his patient record card, again, it only says exam. It doesn't say anything about filling. And actually, when I looked through the claims for these two children in detail, on 3 separate dates, both children had fillings on the same teeth. 3 times in a row, it just doesn't happen. So again, this is a fraud. Obviously, the size of the fraud and the things that we were looking for got much bigger.
As Liz digs deeper, there's a new revelation. It appears the dentist isn't just stealing from the health service, he's stealing directly out of the pockets of his own private patients.
He just charged people what he wanted for the work, by and large. He didn't have a set price list, he used to just make up the figures on the spot. I do find it hard sometimes when you realise that people have been ripped off, patients have been ripped off, or patients have been treated badly. That always annoys me.
Word about the allegations of fraud quickly spreads through the village, and the news divides the close-knit community.
After the fraud came to light and his contract was taken away, they couldn't just hand over the money to somebody else. They actually had to do a full audit, which took time and cost money and meant that the NHS dental provision in the area was reduced for quite some time. Some of the patients in this case did get quite upset when they'd been quite hard up at the time and they could have done with the money, and that sort of thing really upsets me.
While others would not believe that their beloved dentist could do any wrong.
Some people just wouldn't accept that this had happened and that he was actually guilty. We got a letter from somebody saying, he's a lovely man, he's wonderful, and I trust him implicitly. You think, yeah, all right, but he's used your name to commit fraud against the NHS, sir. Fraudsters have got to be convincing, they've got to be likeable generally, because they're trying to deceive people, and what better way to do it?
Eventually, after 18 months and the investigation of 18,000 patients' records, the dentist appears in court, charged with 37 counts of false accounting and fraud against the National Health Service. It was somewhere he never expected to find himself.
I think being caught was a massive shock, and actually having in the end to plead guilty and to admit what he'd done was very difficult for him. This is a man who had a lot, but just wanted more, and took it, despite the fact that they had no right.
The greedy dentist is found guilty of all charges. He's sentenced to 3 years in prison and struck off the dental register.
He was asked to repay £360,000 and given 3 months to repay it, which he did.
The dentist may have paid his dues, but the community will always feel betrayed by someone they'd held in such high regard. Thankfully, the dental surgery is now under new ownership and once again serving the residents of Hindhead. There's over £190 million worth of fraud detected in the UK annually, with some of the most daring perpetrators attempting to steal millions from the public purse. This HMRC case saw £17 million of lost VAT and excise duty nearly go up in smoke. Helping me is Rob Brooker, a titan within the world of fraud investigation. With over 30 years of experience within the private and public sector, no fraudster can hide from him. And to understand the fraudster's mindset is Dr. David Holmes, a criminal psychologist who's been getting into the minds of master criminals for over 3 decades. A Polish criminal gang, 100 tons of raw tobacco, and a race to the airport to evade arrest.
This is a case of a serious organised gang in pursuit of serious wealth.
Bury, Greater Manchester. Acting on intelligence they've received, HMRC fraud investigators stealthily gather outside an address, poised to bust in. As with most raids, it's early in the morning.
To catch the occupants unaware. Upon bursting through the door, they want to prevent anything that could provide vital evidence from being concealed.
The investigators find what they're looking for. It's an illegal tobacco factory. They seize around 3 tons of raw tobacco, chemicals, counterfeit packaging, and tobacco packing machinery, along with £15,000 in cash.
The occupants of the property were arrested and taken away for questioning. The evidence found was bagged up and taken away too.
Counterfeit tobacco is big business for ruthless gangs, and dangerous. This untaxed tobacco may be cheap, but it's nasty, as there are no controls on the harmful chemicals the criminals pump into their phony product. Selling it illegally also deprives our public services of the vast amount of much-needed money raised through tax. The 3 tons seized in Bury alone equate to £5 million in unpaid excise duty and VAT. That's enough to pay for 142 secondary school teachers for a year. The size of this haul spurs the investigators on to find out just how far the gang's tentacles reach. They discover this Polish-based criminal network is using several sites from the northwest to Essex to process illegal tobacco. It's a nationwide scam.
The investigation being spread over the whole of the UK is even more difficult. There are people and property throughout. Sometimes this could be a needle in a haystack trying to locate the individuals and the properties that they're attached to.
As Dr. David Holmes has noticed, over the years, organised crime is becoming more globalised, and this has brought about a change in the criminal mindset. Where gangs used to compete for territory, now they collaborate.
There is an increase in the number of criminal gangs operating around the world. They move between countries and they operate in different countries. So it draws them together even closer because they rely on each other, they need each other, and they will defend each other. They're formidable because there's more than one of them to actually nail down, follow, and bring evidence against. It's not like an individual that you imprison and you disarm them, if you like. A criminal gang can carry on even when chunks of it have been removed.
And the fraud squad shift their focus to stubbing out the chunk of this gang based in Essex. A farm with suspicious activity has been reported. Officers raid this too and discover extensive manufacturing equipment, the kind required to run a tobacco processing plant. Evidence found at the farm triggers further arrests and additional searches in premises around the Bury and Blackburn areas. They unearth an illegal tobacco treasure chest.
Weighing scales, chemicals, and 25,000 pouches of counterfeit rolling tobacco.
Shockingly, the gang are pretending to import furniture, but in actual fact, HMRC discovered that they've imported more than 100 tons of raw tobacco into the UK from the Czech Republic, an amount weighing the same as a blue whale. If all this counterfeit tobacco had been sold, it would have meant a potential tax loss of £17 million. The seized cash was forfeited to the Crown under the Proceeds of Crime Act. The fraud investigators put 3 key perpetrators on trial: 32-year-old Lucas Powelets, 37-year-old Hubert Jankowski, and ringleader 41-year-old Robert Uzdeniak. But that's not the end of the case.
It's not unusual for suspects in cases like this to go on the run.
Powelets and Uzdeniak suddenly flee mid-trial. But although they might feel they're escaping justice, life as a wanted man is not easy.
Being on the run is very difficult. It usually will rely on contacts. You can rely on them for, a couch or somewhere to stay, at least, and not be reported to the police.
They think the further they go, the safer they will be.
And as for these men, that means abroad. Uzdeniak manages to make it out of the country, but Powelets is caught trying to board a flight at Doncaster Airport. He and Hubert Jankowski stand the rest of their trial. They are sentenced to 4 years in prison each. But Robert Uzdeniak certainly isn't forgotten. An international warrant is put out for his arrest. He's on the run for over a year, but the authorities still smoke him out.
He's finally tracked down to the Czech Republic and brought back to the UK and started his jail sentence in January 2019.
Robert Uzdeniak is found guilty of conspiracy to cheat the revenue, contrary to common law. He's banged up for 8 years.
This proves you can run, but you cannot hide. The fraud squad will eventually catch you.
The seized cash during the investigation was given to the Crown under the Proceeds of Crime Act and will go back into the public purse, exactly where it belongs. Some fraudsters like to swindle, steal and scarper. Others play the long game. But however they like to deceive, one thing is for sure, it always hits us where it hurts, with the public purse losing out. Often costing us, the taxpayer, tens of thousands of pounds to recoup the money and bring the fraudsters to justice. A con artist has convinced respected filmmaker Kate Blewett that none other than Hillary Clinton has agreed to a fly-on-the-wall documentary being made about her presidential campaign. But in order to be paid for this too-good-to-be-true access, she must provide agreements signed by Hillary's team. So she's jetted off to New York City.
Her job was to come back with a letter of intent signed by either Hillary Clinton or by a member of the team, like Jennifer Palmieri.
She needs to produce that access letter, otherwise she doesn't get a penny.
Little does Kate know that it's all a flight of fancy. For the next 10 days, the con artist is lording it up in a luxury top-end New York hotel and telling the worried production team back home exactly what they want to hear.
In the time she was there, she gave us feedback on where they were, what they were doing, how it was going, who she was having lunch with in terms of the campaign team. And again, it kind of stacked up.
And so did the expenses.
Receipt from a restaurant in 8th Avenue, New York, $60, and recorded at the top of it was late lunch with Robbie. Robbie is a figure within the campaign team of Hillary Clinton, and she wanted to show to her production team back in the UK that she was actually meeting with people so to keep the legend going, keep the layer of deceit. It was just another example of how far she would go to try and justify her position, to show that she was there doing what she was supposed to do, get an access letter.
In 10 days, she burnt through $10,000, spending it on nothing but herself. Having convinced the team the trip had been a success, the con artist flew home, and Kate is satisfied she'll finally have the signed access agreement she so desperately needs.
She touched down in Glasgow and immediately received a call from Kate Blewett and her team.
And she gets straight to the point.
Access letter, please.
The response she gets is a shock.
She said, right, I've got it, but it's in my bag. I'm not feeling great. I've got a spider bite. I need to go to the local A&E to be looked at now. They go, hold on a minute, we need access letter, you've got it. Yeah, it's in my bag, can't have access to it, literally now. No, gotta go, not feeling great.
Once again, this slippery con artist lies her way out of her predicament.
I felt all the alarm bells were now going off because she hadn't provided the one letter that was the whole point of her 10-day trip.
Then Kate's so-called fixer completely falls off the radar for 48 hours.
2 days later, she re-emerged and she sent us the letter of intent. On the email, it was 11 o'clock at night, I remember it vividly, I looked at it and I felt sick. I knew that this was not real.
This email, purportedly from Hillary Clinton herself, is an embarrassing forgery.
It's a letter that basically has the Hillary Clinton campaign logo at the top. And it says, "This is to confirm your full access to my campaign. You will be working closely with Robbie and Jennifer as our agreement. Yours, Hillary Rodham Clinton." The second I saw this, I knew immediately the whole thing was an absolute fraud. There were 2 punctuation errors in it, which would never, ever, ever come from Hillary Clinton.
And that's not all.
So that signature was lifted and cut and pasted into the access letter. That's how easy it was to do it, but unfortunately in this case, it fooled nobody. This literally was not worth the paper it was written on.
Kate shares this obvious forgery with her production team, and reality hits hard.
When we'd all had a look at this letter, there was a big silence, to be honest. It was a very big silent moment of, whoa.
It dawned on them, this was made up.
The blinkers are finally off. The team realise they've been victims of an elaborate sting.
She groomed and groomed and groomed us all.
But the fraudster has blown it with one of the poorest attempts at forgery Simon has seen.
It was game up.
Simon is determined to bring her to justice. He travels 600 miles north to the Scottish fishing town of Fraserburgh to finally confront this fantasist.
There was a knock on her door. She was formally put under arrest and the search of her premises then commenced.
And the search uncovers a treasure trove of evidence.
In the mobile phones, we looked through all the contact numbers, and amongst those were the names of Hillary Clinton and other people of her campaign team. The numbers, unfortunately, were of shops and cafes within New York, nothing to do with the people who were on their contact list. There was even one for Michael Jackson.
But one number did connect to a real human being. An American actress who the con artist had tricked into playing the part of Jennifer Palmieri. She confessed she met the actress in her hometown of Fraserburgh in the most surprising of places.
She was calling out the numbers in a bingo hall. She had an American accent. She went up to her at the end of bingo and said, "I can hear you got an American accent," and said that she was making a film and it involved somebody in the role of Jennifer Palmieri.
She invited the actress to audition for the role of Hillary Clinton's Director of Communications, explaining that the audition would take place by phone and giving strict instructions not to deviate from the script.
She was clearly a very good out-of-work actress, but she didn't know that she was doing anything deceitful. I mean, you couldn't write this script. You couldn't write this script because it's, you know, you would laugh out loud at the idea of that happening, but it really happened. She got her in a bingo hall.
Neither Hillary Clinton nor Jennifer Palmieri, her advisor, were ever at any point involved with the con artist. Simon is ready to charge her with fraud by false representation.
She was interviewed in London and she pleaded guilty.
But getting this slippery character to court proves tricky.
She kept not turning up. You know, this is costing money. Every time she did not turn up, this is costing every one of us money, and that's not acceptable.
Costing the public purse tens of thousands of pounds, it takes a year of hard work by the police to finally put the con woman in the dock. But on the 10th of November 2017, finally, it's Judgment Day.
She was sentenced to 44 months imprisonment. She paid the price, and now she's sitting in jail.
When she was going through the court process, she was very detached, she had no emotion, she showed no remorse. She groomed and groomed and groomed us all.
This fantastical tale of deception is a lesson to every single one of us.
It shows how easy it is to be duped. The fraudster will prey on someone's trustworthiness, but also there's the message out there that the City London Police will do something about it. You're not going to get away with it. And if you are caught, you go to prison, like she has done for a long time.
Every year, over £21 billion is stolen from the UK's public purse. Money that's meant to treat our sick, educate our children, and keep us safe. Alongside crack teams of investigators.
This guy's got to be stopped as soon as possible.
She had defrauded the NHS.
We're tracking down the fraudsters, stealing our public money.
This man had effectively treated the NHS like a cash machine.
Locking them up.
They were going to be spending a lot of their time inside a prison cell.
And getting the cash back where it belongs.
We recovered close to £1 million.
She was ordered to pay just under £1.4 million.
I'm after his house, his car, and some money.
Just over £23,000 back into the public purse.
Fraud Squad, the hunt is on. Today, a 40 grand a year NHS manager takes a gamble when he uses a company credit card to splash the cash on himself, rather than those who need it.
When I looked at the receipts, I was quite shocked to find that his purchasing was for non-essential items. It's not the correct use of public funds.
HMRC officers hunt down the ex-boss of an exotic male dance troupe who goes on the run after stripping the public purse of thousands.
She suddenly found herself in a world that really only spies and con people, actually exist.
And cowardly thieves target two vulnerable elderly women, snatching their life savings.
They were part of what was clearly an organised criminal network. This case identifies a real disgraceful trait in these individuals.
When we think of the NHS, we immediately conjure up images of doctors and nurses. But as one of the country's biggest employers, there are thousands of people who work behind the scenes. Our next case deals with a middle manager who abused his position and used it as a licence to print money.
Certainly from a wider perspective in the trust, he was perceived as the go-to man.
Rather than spending health service money on the community's vulnerable and needy, a 40 grand a year procurement manager is splashing the cash on himself. Whether it's just a few pounds or few £1,000s, investigators will track NHS swindlers down. And the threat of jail is very real. Hot on any criminal's tracks is Health Service fraud investigator Sam Willoughby. Having spent over 24 years wheedling out cheats and liars, her wealth of experience means she leaves no stone unturned when it comes to protecting our public purse.
To buy scratch cards and cigarettes with public money was quite disgusting.
Southampton, Hampshire. Sam Willoughby receives a call from the financial controller of the Solent NHS Trust, who informs Sam that there's been some unaccounted for spending on a company credit card.
Initially, the concern was that there were just gaps in the recording. So things like it didn't say what the items were that had been purchased, for instance, or what budget they were to be paid for out of. So that caused the member of staff to have a look at the spend in more detail, where they noticed that some of the purchasing was happening in supermarkets.
An NHS credit card is given to a senior manager for buying office supplies online during the working week. So the fact that it's being used out and about sets alarm bells ringing. Sam starts her investigation by looking at the spreadsheet where all NHS Solent purchases are logged.
You could then see a clear pattern of where the spend happened at the weekend, and that was pretty much always in supermarkets, petrol stations or corner shops where a PIN number was required.
By checking with the financial controller, Sam establishes the person holding the PIN number for that specific credit card is a popular staff member.
The procurement manager, his function was to manage a small team of staff whose job was to do all the purchasing for the trust. So that included like big contract type purchasing and the ad hoc day-to-day purchasing of items, and some of those items were purchased using a company credit card. That was the credit card that was in his name. He was very well respected at work. He was a very popular member of staff, and certainly from a wider perspective in the trust, he was perceived as the go-to man. So if you wanted anything, he was always available to help you out and would sort out things for you.
It appears the procurement manager is blatantly exploiting his position of trust and dipping his hand quite regularly into the public purse. With a list of irregular purchases, Sam needs to find out exactly what those purchases were for. She starts at a petrol station.
The petrol station that was locally based, we were able to visit them first, and they were able to supply me a copy of a receipt. So the entry on the spreadsheet shows that the items purchased on the 13th of July were for phone chargers. However, the receipt that was obtained at the time shows that the purchase was actually for petrol. Another receipt shows purchases of cookies, a bread roll, ketchup, stock cubes, and some sort of greetings card. As a collective, it grew into a larger sum of money, but each individual item was generally initially under about £20. And also what he was doing with the spreadsheet was that he was coding each item to a different budget.
The procurement manager would log his purchases as being for the NHS Trust. Using the company credit card for these small payments and spreading them across 10 different budgets was his way of thinking he would stay under the radar.
It wasn't just about the fact that he had used the trust credit card to buy things that he shouldn't have bought. It was the fact he went that one step further and falsified entries into what is essentially accounting documents to hide that spend. In addition to lying about what he had bought, he also was coding that out to individual budgets within the NHS to spread out the cost so it didn't show up in anybody's individual budget. That, to me, made it more shocking and proved to me that it was a much more deliberate act than just
mixing up the credit card in his wallet and just accidentally making a purchase. It was much more serious than just buying something.
Later, Sam makes another shocking discovery. The procurement manager had done it before.
There was already a suspended sentence in place. I was absolutely gobsmacked.
In days gone by, people used to believe that the safest place to keep your money was under the bed, preferably in a biscuit tin. But now, of course, we know better. Our hard-earned cash is kept in the bank, safe and secure, ready for a rainy day. But what if before that day comes, you find out it's all mysteriously disappeared? Two cold-hearted crooks are ready to pounce on their next victims.
They were part of what was clearly an organised criminal network. This case identifies a real disgraceful trait in these individuals.
They're targeting the life savings of two elderly women, snatching over £180,000.
It's sickening that these types of frauds are targeting elderly, vulnerable people who've saved up all their lives.
Using stolen identities, these calculated criminals subject their victims to misery.
They were devastated and felt totally violated as a result.
This emotionally charged case lands in the lap of experienced investigator Tony Blake. Every crook's nightmare, he's been in the business for over 30 years and has put hundreds of criminals behind bars. He's currently the head of fraud prevention at Dedicated Card and Payment Crime Unit, known as DCPCU, which brings banks and the police together with one shared goal: to catch financial fraudsters.
So I've been on the DCPCU for about 10 years now, but prior to that I was in the Metropolitan Police working on different squads. A lot of my service has been as part of murder investigation teams and looking at organised criminal gangs. And we're seeing now the people that were on these sort of street gangs, if you like, going into fraud. So there's been a real change in the last few years. And of course, it's the #1 crime now, fraud. So what criminals were committing other types of crime, we're now seeing them committing fraud. Perhaps there was a number of reasons for that, but that's exactly why units like ours and others, similar fraud units throughout the country, exist to go after these criminals.
Slough, Berkshire. A 26-year-old businessman walks into a branch of a well-known bank, shows his ID and opens an account.
An individual opened initially a personal account with them, and then subsequently, only a couple of days later, he opened a second account, a business account. And lastly, he'd opened another savings account with them, so he'd opened 3 separate accounts.
Nothing particularly unusual about that. And 2 days later, a few miles away in Windsor, in a different branch of the same bank, another apparently respectable 36-year-old man follows suit.
A second individual opened 2 separate accounts. One was a business account initially, and he subsequently followed that up with a personal account.
What the helpful bank tellers couldn't possibly predict is that these 2 respectful gents are in fact ruthless financial criminals. Foot soldiers of a mysterious organised crime group. And no one suspects they've already put their devious plan into action. A month later, and Christmas is just around the corner. A 91-year-old woman decides to check her savings account and can't believe what she sees. Tens of thousands of pounds of her life savings are missing. This distressing case is immediately referred to Tony.
We received a call from a bank telling us that they'd identified that one of their customers had been the victim of a large-scale fraud involving over £80,000.
A devastating loss for anyone, but causing unimaginable distress to this vulnerable woman.
She was a 91-year-old lady and had a significant amount of money in her account.
Tony quickly establishes this fraud is targeted and calculated.
The reason that this victim was targeted is because the money was lying in what banks call dormant accounts, where sometimes particularly older people will have accounts where they'll leave a significant amount of money and not touch it, but have other accounts where they pay their pension into.
Tony is determined to crack this upsetting case. But with the investigation just in its infancy, he's alerted to another identical fraud.
We received a call from the bank. They'd identified a fraud taking place in relation to a 73-year-old female customer. OK, what does the CCTV show?
Another £90,000 gone from another elderly and vulnerable victim. Tony isn't going to rest until these vile criminals are brought to justice. He starts digging into the evidence and examines the account details of the victims. Curiously, there are two other unknown individuals linked to the woman's accounts. Completely unknown to the victims, these men are now prime suspects. Later, as more evidence comes to light, Tony gets closer to the truth.
We established that he had used genuine documents to open the accounts. Together with the CCTV of him making withdrawals, it was clear that he was well embroiled in this fraud.
Every year, the Fraud Squad claws back stolen cash from criminals, saving you and me, the taxpayers, millions of pounds. But what are their tips for success?
What makes a good fraud investigator is someone who doesn't accept the first answer that's given, someone who's got an inquisitive mind who will just, almost like a dog with a bone, they need to get to the bottom of it.
A lot of this is hidden and it takes quite a degree of analysis to be able to identify these frauds, and then once they've been identified, be able to pursue them correctly.
Sometimes it's just the minor differences or the slight inconsistencies that actually, once you start probing and delving further into, will turn out to be a lot more.
It's all about following the money. Sometimes it's not obvious where these frauds are, so definitely a good eye for detail.
Resilience, you really have to, be in it for the long haul. Some of these cases take years to complete, and I think you really have to stick with it.
You've got to actually be a people person as well, because you have to be able to engage with people, you have to be able to engage with witnesses, and to a certain extent you have to be able to engage with the suspects when you're interviewing them. It's best still if you can build up a rapport to try and get honest answers and to try and get them to engage with the process and answer your questions fully, rather than say a no-comment interview, which is not helpful to anyone.
A good investigator is somebody that can pay attention to detail, can interview effectively without having to refer to too many notes, but with fraud you do have to rely on quite a lot of material that you have to put to the individual.
We're really looking at where the money's gone, who has done what, and putting that in an easy to understand version for a jury.
If the person is not guilty of the offence, you should be able to ascertain that at an early stage of the investigation so that you don't waste resource.
If it's a fraudster, they'll leave a trail and I'll find it.
In Southampton, an investigation is sparked when some irregular spending is discovered on a health service manager's company credit card.
Initially, the concern was that there were just gaps in the recording. So that caused the member of staff to have a look at the spend in more detail, where they noticed that some of the purchasing is happening in supermarkets.
Trying to cover his tracks, the procurement manager is treating himself to groceries and petrol at the expense of the public health service.
It wasn't just about the fact that he had used the trust credit card to buy things that he shouldn't have bought. It was the fact he went that one step further and falsified entries into what is essentially accounting documents to hide that spend.
Sam has noticed lots of spending on the card near to the manager's home, so contacts those stores for receipts. And what those receipts show is startling.
When I looked at the receipts, I was quite shocked to find that his purchasing was for non-essential items, like the scratch cards, for instance, and cigarettes. To buy scratch cards and cigarettes with public money was quite an outrage. It's not the correct use of public funds, and certainly in his position what he did was quite disgusting. I did ask the head of procurement and the director of finance if there was any legitimate reason why somebody would be purchasing scratch cards and cigarettes for the trust, and I was met with an absolute categorical no. There was no circumstances under which an NHS organisation would buy gambling items or cigarettes.
Why is a well-paid manager earning around £40,000 a year using NHS cash to buy such frivolous items, frittering away money that should be being spent on those in desperate need?
It appeared to me that he was running out of money from his wages by about the second week of the month, and then he was using the company credit card to buy the day-to-day purchases that you and I would buy in supermarkets and corner shops. That led me to think that maybe there were some financial problems.
The National Health Service employee is behaving like the company credit card is his own.
He was on his way to work in the morning. He was stopping at the petrol station, putting petrol in his car, buying a packet of cigarettes and a scratch card, and then driving on into work without a care in the world.
Treating the NHS like a cash cow, he's spending money that comes from honest taxpayers.
On the 21st of July, another entry is made into the spreadsheet for postage at the value of £16.68 again, but it's actually a lottery scratch card at £5 and 2 packets of cigarettes.
I'm sure if he had won millions of pounds on one of those scratch cards, he wouldn't have handed it back to the NHS. He would have kept it for himself.
With the evidence stacking up, Sam calls the suspect in for questioning under caution to Southampton Central Police Station.
I started going through sort of a chronological order of what he had, or what we had obtained, if you like, and what he had spent in various supermarkets. And I showed him the first receipt, and he straight away admitted what he had done. He very much was remorseful, and he did apologise and say that he knew he shouldn't have done what he did, and that he was sorry for what he had done, and that he would pay back any money that he had spent on these items.
In a 10-month period, the procurement manager had used the NHS credit card 76 times, helping himself to public funds to buy everything from Christmas cards to basmati rice.
He was helpful, and he answered the questions that we put to him. He mentioned that he was in debt, but buying scratch card is not a way to get yourself out of debt. And certainly, there are a lot of people in this country who are in debt. They don't resort to crime to resolve their debt problems. They may enter a debt management plan, for instance, but they don't go and rob the NHS of money in order to satisfy their living standards.
With all the evidence in place and a confession from the manager, Sam now has to put a case forward to the Crown Prosecution Service. But as she prepares for court, she makes a startling discovery. While checking the police national computer, Sam finds a disturbing fact. The man is currently serving a suspended sentence for exactly the same crime: fraud by abuse of power.
I was absolutely knocked off my feet.
The actual day the phone call came to me from the financial controller was the day that he was in court on the other offence. But obviously at the time I didn't know that. He obviously had taken the day off, failed to tell people why he had taken the day off, and went off to court to be convicted of fraud. And during that day off, the financial controller phones me to say there's a problem with his receipts.
I had never come across anyone in my, 11 years in the NHS that had sat through an interview and barefaced not mention the fact that they were already convicted of fraud and the fact that there was already a suspended sentence in place. I was absolutely gobsmacked.
In total, the procurement manager defrauded the National Health Service out of £1,631. And in October 2018, he pleads guilty to fraud by abuse of position.
So obviously the judge was not impressed with what he had done, because he had obviously ignored the suspended sentence and carried on offending whilst, with the NHS whilst in that suspended sentence.
He's sentenced to 12 months in prison.
It's quite unusual for us to get a custodial sentence because we're looking at cases that are not particularly hugely high value. So on the day I was actually quite shocked. I didn't actually expect him to get a custodial sentence.
The guilty man was sent down because he was already a convicted fraudster who breached the conditions of his suspended sentence.
From a judicial point of view, that was treated as if he had ignored the court's earlier instructions.
The fraudster never told the National Health Service about his previous conviction. Had he done, they would have been able to assess whether he was a suitable person to be holding the credit card. Solent NHS Trust are now reviewing their employment procedures.
I mean, these types of cases really highlight how systems can be abused by people that want to abuse them. And this, the outcome of this really should send a firm message to anybody thinking that they can get away with committing fraud against the NHS, that A, it's not acceptable, and B, it will be dealt with, and it will be dealt with in the correct and the firmest way that it can be.
However much money they have, fraudsters are never content. In this case, a woman would rather go on the run than give up her ill-gotten gains. HMRC fraud investigators hunt down the boss of a male strip troupe, who's had the barefaced cheek to evade paying hundreds of thousands of pounds into the public purse.
Why would you steal £1 million from one person when you can steal £1 from 1 million people?
The strip boss has to cover up. She assumes a false identity and disappears.
Even with a fake name, you can't hide.
Rob Brooker is a titan within the world of fraud investigation. With over 30 years of experience within the private and public sector, no fraudster can hide from him. And to understand the fraudster's mindset is Dr. David Holmes, a criminal psychologist who's been getting into the minds of master criminals for over 3 decades. Hampstead Garden suburb, London, home to the boss of Dream Idols, a male strip troupe. In the beginning, it was a successful venture, earning the business owner and her associates thousands of pounds. But somewhere along the line, it wasn't enough for them.
She, like many, many fraudsters, possibly did not actually have any previous offences.
The strip boss and her colleague are operating in a world where lots of deals are done in cash, avoiding any kind of paper trail and the taxman.
They kind of realised as they were going along that they were becoming more and more illegitimate as far as paying their dues.
Fraudsters are around the greed and the need. The greed being they start small and build it up when they realise they're not being caught. And the reason they do that is the need. And in most cases, they need the extra money for gambling, drugs, alcohol, or extramarital affairs. And they need to hide that money from others, so they continue the fraud.
It's not exactly known what tips the businesswoman over into criminality, But questions are raised when she's found to have been claiming benefit payouts from the Department of Work and Pensions.
When looking at her benefit payments and looking at her bank accounts, DWP investigators were aware of regular income going into her account. It became blatantly obvious that she was receiving an income clearly from working.
The strip boss appears to earn way too much cash to be claiming income support. So the investigators begin to peel back the layers and dig further into her financial history.
DWP investigators therefore contacted HMRC to establish as to whether she had a company registered and started to look deeper into her affairs of where this money may have been coming from. A joint investigation was undertaken. This led them to her bank accounts and transactions. They were tracing the money as to money coming in and money going out and to what accounts that was being paid into and from.
Despite earning a decent wedge from her male strip troupe, the naked truth is that the businesswoman has been dishonestly claiming income support and housing and council tax benefit. And just to complete the full Monty of fraud, investigators find that she's evaded paying over £100,000 worth of tax.
Once you're in so far, it's very difficult to pull out and suddenly go legitimate, because you're almost admitting to your crime. But as it gets deeper and deeper, you become more and more aware that there may be someone looking over your shoulder.
The strip boss is arrested, questioned and released on bail. Suddenly for her, like many crooks before her, the game is up and the cold, harsh truth sinks in.
So following an investigation, the fraudster ends up in court. They go to court and they're bailed to reappear at a later date. The fraudster now realises this is real. They are now in court. The potential of prison overhangs them.
She kind of like walked into this crime affair. It was a very passive crime. She didn't actively go out to try and defraud the nation. So she's someone who really wouldn't be prepared for a prison sentence and someone who would not enjoy it one bit.
And actually, they can't handle this. They can't cope with it at all. And they go on the run in the hope that they will never be found and never brought to justice.
The case is set to be heard at Blackfriars Crown Court, but the day before, she writes to her lawyer saying, "I'm going somewhere where I'm safe and cannot be found."
It's not everyone who could actually go on the run and feel reasonably secure. Clearly, she thought that she was running to safety. She was running to somewhere where she could hide, a kind of safe house, if you like. But necessarily, of course, she will have been on edge all of that time because she was a fairly aware person, fairly astute business person.
The ex-stripper boss is on the run from the law and has to shed all aspects of her previous life. She even takes a new name, Chrissy Tatum. Hold on, that sounds familiar.
It would appear she was taking on a kind of related celebrity name of Channing Tatum.
For someone who works in the world of stripping, it's maybe not the wisest alias to go under. Channing Tatum, the actor, famously plays a male stripper in the hit movie Magic Mike.
But turning it a little bit into Chrissy Tatum. Now, would you want to really draw attention to yourself when you're on the run from the law? I think not. I think this was possibly the result of being plonked down and being asked what her new name was and having to generate one very quickly, and she just thought of the first thing in her mind.
The ex-strip boss may be avoiding jail, but life on the run is no picnic. Now she's having to look over both shoulders.
And she suddenly found herself in a world that really only spies and con people, actually exist. It's a world where basically, you have to think through everything you say to anybody. You have to be very cautious about what names you respond to. You're living the life as a spy, if you like, someone who is immersed entirely in a separate identity. And you put one foot wrong and people are going to look very suspiciously at you. So it's very nerve-wracking.
Even so, she manages to remain undetected for over a year.
she probably wouldn't have been in the UK. She probably would have skipped abroad in the hope of not being caught. There are more opportunities abroad than there are here. The investigators would have circulated information to both other police forces in the UK and abroad, in addition to border forces, to ensure that she was tracked as and when she either left the country or returned.
And Chrissy Tatum's luck eventually runs out when she returns to the UK.
Having been on the run, the investigators became aware that she was in Norfolk. So off they set early morning to make the arrest.
The fugitive's 458 days on the run has come to an end. Just before she's arrested, she'd been living in a £1,600 a month rented house in Wells next the sea, Norfolk. But now she has to swap it for a rather less comfy cell.
There's a massive level of attrition that occurs if you're living as a different identity. And as time goes on, that becomes more and more difficult. I think when she probably reached over a year of actually managing to exist in a different identity on the run, she began to think that maybe she was safe and maybe she relaxed a little too much.
The fugitive even started running a company while AWOL, a business making films advertising pet supplies, which had a turnover of more than £70,000. But now she's well and truly in the doghouse, convicted of fraud and stripped of her freedom. She goes down for 28 months. And using the Proceeds of Crime Act, the police are also in the process of stripping away the money she stole so it can be paid back into the public purse. Last year, ruthless fraudsters stole £845 million from the unsuspecting public. But when these cowardly thieves target the vulnerable, it makes this criminal act an even more despicable one. In Slough, Berkshire, two women, both pensioners, one aged 73 and the other 91, have had over £180,000 stolen from their bank accounts.
It's sickening that these types of frauds are targeting elderly, vulnerable people who've saved up all their lives. You know, this is their life savings that these fraudsters had stolen.
Investigator Tony Blake is on the case and finds two men are linking themselves to the women's accounts. A few days after opening their own accounts, the fraudsters head back to the banks and put the final piece of their scam in place. An audacious, fraudulent request to link their accounts to those of two unsuspecting pensioners. Presenting what appears to be legitimate paperwork, they enable themselves to gain access to the elderly women's accounts online. Tony takes a closer look at the forms one of them completed.
This is the add a new party to an account document that the bank had. So this is the document that he was asked to sign saying that he wanted to join his account to the lady's account. So on this page it bears what appears to be the signature of the genuine customer, but of course it just looks like a squiggle to me, and he signed it too. And the date that he signed it. So it's effectively joining the accounts that he opened with her account as an additional account.
Exactly how the man has obtained the 91-year-old victim's account details for now remains a mystery. But what is certain is that he transfers the money from the woman's account into his own.
He did that in two separate lumps. One of around 60,000, 64,000, around that sort of figure, and another one of just over 20,000. So just over £84,000. And then once they were into the accounts, he made 17 ATM withdrawals, and he made 5 separate visits to banks to make over-the-counter withdrawals.
In total, the fraudster stole over £88,000. Fortunately for Tony, these withdrawals were all caught on camera.
These are the still images from the video, the CCTV footage from the banking hall when he went to the bank to withdraw the cash. So that's great evidence. We've got him withdrawing the cash that was moved from the lady's account into his account, and now he's withdrawing it.
And along with a face, Tony now has more conclusive evidence tying the man to his crime in the form of the ID he'd initially presented to the bank.
Part of the investigation, we also established that he had used genuine documents to open the accounts, and together with the CCTV of him making withdrawals, it was clear that he was well embroiled in this fraud.
With the fraudster now firmly on the police radar, attention now turns to the man named on the second victim's account. It's exactly the same pattern, except this man dipped his toe in a little more cautiously.
He made a couple of small transfers from the lady's account into his accounts. He made a small transfer, first of £500, then a subsequent one of £400. And the reason they were such small amounts was that he was just testing that everything was okay and nothing was going to go wrong. So knowing that he's pretty much going to get away with it, he subsequently made 2 further transfers of approximately £60,000 and approximately £30,000. He now had just over £91,000 in his bank account.
2 identical crimes involving the same sinister tactics. Could these 2 cowardly criminals be connected?
What was baffling to us was whether these 2 men actually knew each other, because at that stage we were struggling to find a close connection.
As the investigation pushes on, there's a crucial breakthrough that confirms Tony's suspicions. The stolen money sitting in the second suspect's account is removed. And guess where it goes? Yep, straight into the other suspect's account.
He'd done that by a chap's transfer for £45,000. What was a real startling revelation for us was that when we looked into the chap's transfer that he'd made, it actually gone into the second individual's account. So that linked these 2 cases firmly together.
Just as Tony and his team suspects, he's dealing with a far bigger fraud. This pair are most probably mere pawns in a large, complex criminal game.
The fact that they were linked shows that they were part of what was clearly an organised criminal network.
An organised criminal gang who steal the account details of the vulnerable, then hire foot soldiers, like the 2 men in this case, to do their bidding. A warrant is executed for their arrest.
During the search of the house, we discovered 2 driving licences and a passport, and they were significant because we were able to establish that these were the actual documents he'd used to open the accounts. It clearly links him to the crime.
The other fraudster attends the police station voluntarily. Whilst being questioned, he attempts to throw a smokescreen over his illegal activities.
So in an interview, he came out with a story, and his story was that he's a cab driver and he picked someone up at Heathrow Airport, and that customer of his subsequently said to him, well, can you open a bank account for me? So we looked into that story and clearly, it didn't stand up.
Tony is still pursuing the gang leaders and will leave no stone unturned until he does. Meanwhile, Tony and his team now believe they have enough evidence to take the 2 foot soldiers to court. On the 30th of March 2019, both men are summoned to the Old Bailey. Before the judge, the first man immediately pleads guilty, while the other protests his innocence. But the jury don't believe him and find him guilty.
So just under 3 years after the investigation had started, they both appeared here at the Old Bailey for a sentencing hearing. And in fact, it was the first time they'd even seen each other, which is quite unique. Both were sentenced to 2 years imprisonment, suspended for 2 years, and both were ordered to do 240 hours unpaid work. And one individual who'd offered compensation from the very outset was ordered to pay compensation of just under £91,000 to the bank, because of course the bank had given the money back to both of the victims. The cab driver, on the other hand, didn't have any money and wasn't able to pay any money back from the money that he'd stolen. For us, the investigation was seen as a real success. You know, we'd managed to track down, arrest and convict two criminals who were targeting vulnerable and elderly people. You know, sentencing, some people might look at the sentencing and think that it's not an appropriate sentence, but of course, sentencing isn't in the gift of the police, and of course, judges are bound by sentencing guidelines.
The two fraudsters both get a 2-year suspended sentence. Their elderly victims sentenced to spend the rest of their lives marred by fear and worry.
They're not victimless crimes. Yes, the victims got their money back, but they still got to live every day with the fact that someone has gone into their accounts and taken their money, and of course they were devastated and felt totally violated as a result. So, you know, it's really important that people understand the effect it can have on individuals in these cases. You know, this is their life savings that these fraudsters had stolen.
While Tony sadly knows this won't be the last time he sees vulnerable victims fall into the hands of financial fraudsters, there is something we can all do to help protect ourselves.
If you've got money sitting in what we would call a dormant account that you don't use regularly, it's just sitting there waiting for you to use at some time, then you need to keep checking on that account on a regular basis, just to make sure nothing is happening with it and everything's okay.
Every year, over £21 billion is stolen from the UK's public purse. Money that's meant to treat our sick, educate our children and keep us safe. Alongside crack teams of investigators.
This guy's got to be stopped as soon as possible.
She had defrauded the NHS.
We're tracking down the fraudsters, stealing our public money.
This man had effectively treated the NHS like a cash machine.
Locking them up.
They were going to be spending a lot of their time inside a prison cell.
And getting the cash back where it belongs.
We recovered close to £1 million.
She was ordered to pay just under £1.4 million.
I'm after his house, his car and some money.
Just over £23,000 back into the public purse.
Fraud Squad, the hunt is on. Today, a work-shy nurse swindles the NHS out of thousands of pounds.
She'd been making claims that she hadn't been turning up for work.
The boss of a recycling company lies and cheats his way to over £2 million of government cash.
The worst example was a moped that they used, in theory, to carry 33 tonnes of electrical waste.
And a millionaire steals from the public purse to fund his expensive hobby.
He was driven by this desire of driving fast cars.
When you think of a nurse, the words kind and caring spring to mind. However, in our next case, the words couldn't care less are perhaps more fitting. An agency nurse lies about the number of shifts she's worked.
We believe that she has forged signatures and falsified timesheets.
Robbing the NHS for her own gains.
It was looking like it could be £10,000, £15,000.
Newcastle upon Tyne. Fraud Specialist Manager Ivan Bradshaw receives a call from the NHS Trust Staff Manager at the Royal Victoria Infirmary.
Good morning, fraud team.
He hears some potentially worrying news about an agency nurse.
OK, cheers, bye. The manager of the staff bank received this timesheet from the agency nurse. What struck him immediately was the fact that there was no ward detailed on there. On this particular timesheet, there's a ward, but there's no ward number. Because there was no ward on there, the manager of the staff bank was very nervous and contacted us because he thought something was wrong. The absence of a ward on the timesheet is a bit of a red flag for the manager of the staff bank.
Ivan immediately sets off for the hospital.
I've been doing fraud work for about 20 years now, initially as a benefit fraud investigator, and then I joined the NHS about 12 years ago.
He meets the manager who has the timesheets.
Initially, we had a look at the timesheets to see exactly what the problem was, and we could see that the discrepancy immediately. Previously, there had been ward numbers on them. The lack of a ward number did sort of raise a few alarm bells with us. So these are the timesheets and the invoices that have been received by the Trust to try and claim the money for the shifts that have been paid for. And what these show are the dates that she has actually claimed the money for us for having worked the shifts, even though we had suspicions that she hadn't.
The agency nurse in question was contracted to work at the hospital from the beginning of January.
As a registered nurse, she was actually expected to attend the Trust and to fulfil duties of a nursing variety on various different wards. She was there to fill the vacancies that we had, so we needed people in to cover absences, sickness, annual leave, that type of thing. She was introduced to the Trust via an agency, and they acted as the go-between between the nurse and the Trust. She's a trusted member of staff, she's a registered nurse, and with that level of trust is certainly something that we expect of all of our employees.
When an agency nurse works at a hospital, they arrive for their shift and clock in. At the end, there's also a procedure for clocking off.
At the end of the shift, she would be expected to complete the timesheet and then pass it over to a senior nurse who would then sign and authorise that timesheet.
The freelance nurse sends these forms to the agency who would pay her. The agency then bills the National Health Service using these timesheets. From these records, the nurse in question appears to have worked quite a few shifts over the last 4 months.
What we found was there was 70-odd timesheets that had actually been completed, and these range from different shifts, from night duties, day duties, weekends, evenings, and the whole range. The timesheets looked completely genuine. They'd all been authorised, they'd all been signed by a nurse in charge. They'd actually been signed by her herself as well. They'd been submitted in the right way. Everything looked entirely normal.
The agency nurse appears to be doing everything by the book. Could this one faulty timesheet omitting the ward name just be an innocent oversight, or is there something more sinister going on? Ivan and his team start by verifying the shifts the agency nurse says she's worked. They begin by collating all her timesheets.
So once we'd actually got hold of all the timesheets, we could actually identify the amount of shift that she'd claimed for. We then had to set about a way of actually verifying whether she had attended. So we then started to gather as much evidence as we could.
Ivan and his team then cross-checked the nurse's shifts against the off-duty sheets.
So the off-duty sheet is a list of like a rota, which would normally actually detail which members of staff are going to be on duty on any particular day. And it showed us when she was meant to be working. She'd been rostered in to work different shifts, but that she hadn't actually been working them for some reason. Maybe she'd called in sick, or she just didn't turn up sometimes. And that in itself obviously gave us more of an indication of that she'd been making claims when maybe she hadn't actually been working. So again, we had more red indicators that there was a problem.
And there are even more discrepancies when Ivan logs into the patient administration system.
And this is something that nursing staff use on a regular basis to make sure that they're dealing with the patients as they should. There was many shifts where she should have been working and she claimed that she had worked, but unfortunately there was no entries on the administration system at all. And that was a clear indicator at that point that maybe there was a problem here.
The agency nurse hasn't written a single thing in any patient records on any night she worked. Alarm bells turn to sirens.
Our perceptions were not particularly positive. It was really looking as if she'd been making claims that she hadn't been turning up for work, and we could see that she'd actually been paid for it, which It wasn't good.
Later, the agency nurse's day in court arrives.
But I did notice that she was actually pulling along a small suitcase with her, which would normally give an indication that a custodial sentence is very likely.
Salvaging electrical gadgets is big business, and while most of us do our bit to protect the environment by recycling our old mobile phones, laptops and TVs, there's always someone waiting in the wings, ready to exploit a situation. In this case, a fraudster makes millions lying and cheating about the amount of household waste his company is recycling.
Suddenly they're having a threefold increase, and that was difficult to believe.
Hot on the heels of this salvage scammer is Dr. Paul Salter, Senior Crime Officer at the Environment Agency. With 29 years' experience working in enforcement, he's ready to clean up.
As soon as we were seeing these patterns in the collections, we thought we have records that are false.
Leeds, Yorkshire. TLC Recycling Limited, a small company with a staff of 15, specialise in recycling domestic electrical goods. Things like televisions, hair straighteners and kettles.
The way the company worked was that they would select an area, they would leaflet that area, and then 3 days later, they would send a van around and people would put out their electrical waste and their employees would then pick up that and put it into a vehicle and take it away for recycling. All done for free.
Free to the consumer, that is. But for the recycling companies, it's a very lucrative business.
Each electrical manufacturer, producer is as obligated to recycle the amount of electrical goods that they put onto the market. So if you make televisions and you sell 100 tons of televisions, then you're responsible for recycling the equivalent of 100 tons of televisions.
The manufacturers don't dispose of the goods themselves. Companies like TLC Recycling collect the items and get paid via government-backed recycling schemes. TLC Recycling claim to be recycling nearly 20,000 tonnes of household electrical waste a year. That's the equivalent of recycling 65 jumbo jets. That's a heck of a lot of TV sets and a heck of a lot of dosh fraudulently claimed. Suspicions are raised.
Having received information from our officers who were conducting audits of TLC Recycling, as well as information from other sources, we obtained a search warrant and headed towards TLC's premises in order to conduct a formal search. The objective was to obtain evidence that we thought would support the allegations that they were falsifying their collection records of electrical waste.
And as soon as Paul and his team arrive at TLC's depot, it becomes obvious that the numbers just don't stack up.
When we came here, a couple of officers went into the yard area down the back there and inside the building to look for the waste that they were stored. There was some waste there, but nothing like the quantity that we're expecting to find. Given what the company were claiming to be processing per day and the amount that we were seeing, the two things didn't match up at all. We immediately said something was wrong somewhere.
The depot is searched and 49,000 collection records are seized and taken back to the Environment Agency for analysis. Immediately, Paul smells a rat.
And this is the records for February 2011, and it is a record of the collections that has been made. And it records the date of the collection, the address that it's collected from. And what you can see on this first page is they're collecting from somewhere called Allardyce Street in AB 39. And then it goes to Taylor Street, and then Bridge Street, Christie Street, and so forth. In fact, all the collections for this month are from addresses ending in the word street. And that just seems very, very unlikely.
In February, the company only collect from roads ending in lane. And in March, they only collect from drives.
As soon as we were seeing these patterns in the collections, we thought we have records that are false and that we actually had a case of fraud that was going on.
Shockingly, a third of these addresses being claimed against are false. But the company doesn't stop there.
They would get a copy of an A to Z page. They'd highlighted the various streets that they were collecting from in yellow. That was all fine. But as we looked closer, we found that they'd also highlighted streams where they claimed to have collected electrical waste from. And it certainly struck us as odd that they would be claiming to have collected electrical waste from a watercourse. As soon as we were seeing these patterns in the collections, we thought we have records that are false and that we actually had a case of fraud that was going on.
But it's not just the number of collections that are being fabricated. The company is hugely exaggerating how much waste they're collecting, and more collections means more money.
When companies record the electrical waste that they are recycling, they record the weights of each item. And what we saw was that for smaller electrical items, they were always the same weight, and those weights were unbelievably high. I recall that hair straighteners were all recorded as being weighing 1 kilogram, which is a standard bag of sugar. Now that is way beyond what a hair straightενers really weigh. Kettles were 4 kilograms. Now kettles don't weigh 4 kilograms unless they're filled with water, and I don't think people were putting out filled kettles for collection.
TLC get paid per tonne of waste, so if they record things like kettles being heavier than they are, they need fewer items to make up the weight. This falsifying of paperwork enables the company to illegally claim hundreds of thousands of pounds from waste recycling schemes. Dr. Salter and his team continue to dig deeper, and it's not long before there are further revelations. This time about how they move the waste from site to site.
When we looked into the vehicles they were using, they recorded their vehicle registration number. And these are vehicles that are carrying 25, 30, 35 tonnes of electrical waste. The worst example was a moped that they used, in theory, to carry 33 tonnes of electrical waste. And that was used on I think about 45, 50 occasions to transport waste between depots. You'd be lucky to carry one fridge on the back of a moped, and if you did, it would probably be illegal anyway. But they were carrying hundreds of televisions and fridges at the same time on the back of the moped. They were using small saloon cars, all kinds of things to carry 30-odd tonnes of waste. Now, clearly they weren't. This paperwork was obviously not real, because nobody in their right mind would attempt to use a small car to transport electrical waste.
The fraudulent claims involving the moped alone would have bagged the company a staggering £150,000. But this is purely a collection service. Dr. Salter wants to find out what's happening to the household waste once it's in their possession.
The waste would go into TLC recycling, and then they would do an initial assessment, and then it would move down the road, because down the road was the premises of Leeds Reuse Centre.
Leeds Reuse Centre is run by Terry Dugbo. He pays TLC Recycling thousands of pounds for the electrical products they collect. Dugbo's company tests the products to see if they can be sold into the second-hand market in the UK and Africa. Any product that can't be sold is dismantled and their parts recycled. Paul and the team start looking into the centre, and it's not long before eyebrows are raised again.
They were processing, retesting a huge number of items per day, and they would have 2 or 3 people doing the testing. And we worked out that the numbers they were recording, they will be testing one item every 2.5 minutes for 10 hours continuously with no breaks. Well, given that each item would take about 30 minutes to test, if you did it properly, that was impossible.
And like TLC Recycling, Leeds Reuse Centre has seen a huge upturn in production, transforming it in less than a year to the UK's 5th largest electrical waste recycling company, earning its owner, Terry Dugbo, over £1 million.
In January, it was something like 150, 180 tonnes. It about trebled through to September. The site was the same, the number of employees was the same, but suddenly they were having a threefold increase, and that was difficult to believe.
Later, Paul discovers a common link between Terry Dugbo and both recycling companies.
Mr. Dugbo got up and stormed out of the interview room. And I think his parting remark was, if you think I've done something wrong, prove it.
Our fraud investigators put in long, painstaking hours, hunting down fraudsters and gathering the evidence needed to secure a conviction. But what do they consider the toughest part of their job?
I think the hardest part of my job is convincing some people that fraud in the NHS actually exists. For a long while, people simply believed that it wouldn't occur in the NHS. The NHS is built on trust, and it has to be built on trust. But we have a difficult challenge in convincing people that a small minority of NHS staff will, in fact, commit fraud.
Hardest part of my job is finding out who gets justice. We can't investigate every fraud crime. So we have to put our resources where we can get the most justice for the most people. So I have to say no to people who have lost everything, and that's the most difficult part of my job.
I think the hardest part of my job is separating emotion from what we do. Sometimes we see some pretty difficult things to deal with. The fact that people can take advantage of vulnerable people, perhaps some of the most vulnerable people in our community, I think that's a really particularly distasteful thing to have to deal with.
It's when you know somebody has, or a fraudster has committed that fraud, and for whatever reason, some evidence may not be available, for example, CCTV, because it's gone past that date. And due to just that one thing, that simple thing, the case can't be proceeded with, and the decision then is made for that case to be dropped. But however, you know in your heart that that person has committed fraud.
The hardest part of my job, to be honest, is getting up at 5 to 5 in the morning. I live a fair distance from the office, and those late nights and early mornings, they take their toll.
All businesses have legitimate expenses, but a company director thought he could claim whatever he liked to live life in the fast lane at the taxpayer's expense. This millionaire racing driver with a passion for fast cars is about to hit the skids.
The level of expenses that were submitted to HMRC were extortionate. In one case, he had actually bought himself a Lamborghini.
Mick Randall is a champion in international fraud investigation, with over 23 years of experience in the public and private sectors. He's worked all over the world. There is literally nowhere fraudsters can hide from him. And to understand what's going on in the fraudster's mind is Professor David Cantor, world-renowned for his work exploring offender profiling. Hemel Hempstead, Hertfordshire. This is the tale of someone who at first glance is every inch the successful middle-aged man, running a thriving business processing halal poultry, with a hobby that is the stuff of dreams, racing supercars. Over the years, he's blazed round the track at Brands Hatch, competed in the British GT Championships, and frequented world-famous circuits all over Europe. But then, his passion begins to overtake him.
He was really more interested in racing fast cars than in halal poultry. And it became really, I think, an addiction that he had to get faster cars.
The poultry company was already on the tax authorities' radar, as they were suspicious it was failing to comply with anti-money laundering regulations.
HMRC would fundamentally be looking at the policies and the procedures in place at the company to prevent money laundering and terrorist financing. And that would include conducting due diligence on the people and businesses that they obtain money from, and also keeping proper records of these transactions.
Investigators start to scrutinise the poultry business and see signs of a potentially even bigger scam. They uncover multiple invoices for large sums of money over a 4-year period. These are all listed as transportation and engineering services to be written off against tax.
A company is allowed to submit to HMRC proper expenses that are incurred running that business. This company was a poultry farm, a slaughterhouse. It certainly would have had operating costs, machinery, the warehousing and transportation costs. However, in this case, the level of expenses that were submitted to HMRC were extortionate.
So the tax authorities go full throttle in their investigation of the company owner, as they now suspect his ill-gotten gains could amount to hundreds of thousands of pounds. Seizing his financial records, it's soon clear that he's falsified many of the invoices. And surprise, surprise, the invoices are actually cover-ups for expensive sports car servicing. The investigators discover the businessman has been asking the service companies to invoice his personal motor racing expenses as business costs.
Many people who don't have a background in criminality drift into crime, particularly crimes like fraud, by finding that there's a loophole that they can get away with. And having discovered that they can get away with it, many criminals begin to believe that it's quite a valid thing to do, it's acceptable. If the institution doesn't catch them, then it's the institution's fault, it's not their fault.
And once this businessman was on the wrong track, he showed little sign of coming off, continually increasing the amount of false expenses claims.
He was driven by this desire to enjoy the risks of driving fast cars. So he enjoyed that adrenaline rush. And the chances are that he found the same sort of excitement in passing these fraudulent expenses through his business account.
His craze for car racing is essentially being covered by the taxpayer.
Legitimate business expenses can be used to offset your tax bill. However, in this case, he was submitting personal expenditure to fraudulently reduce his own tax bill. In one case, he had actually bought himself a Lamborghini, which was clearly not for a poultry farm.
Fraudsters often believe that if they're defrauding a large, anonymous institution, that really there are no victims, and therefore it's acceptable to do it because nobody's getting hurt. They don't move on from that to understand that they're taking money away from the public purse.
This petrol head's not just burning rubber, he's burning vast sums of cash from the public purse. Over the 4-year period, he's received over £112,000 in VAT repayments and evaded £338,000 in income tax. But now investigators are putting the brakes on him. The businessman is arrested and charged.
With all of the evidence harvested by the HMRC investigators, they were now ready to take the case to court.
I think when he was caught, his main concern would be that he'd lose the opportunity to have his Lamborghini and to do the car racing. His world, his obsession would be pulled from under him, and that would be what he would have the most difficulty dealing with.
With so much damning evidence against him, the businessman pleads guilty at Luton Crown Court in July 2018. He's charged with 2 counts of failing to comply with money laundering regulations and 2 counts of cheating the public revenue. And he starts to pay back the money he stole from the public purse.
Very shortly after the case had concluded, he had been found guilty. He paid back £450,000 within a few days. However, for the investigators in this case, they were looking for more than just paying the money back. This had been money that had been stolen and taken away from doctors and nurses and the public at large. They were looking for a prison sentence.
They also want to send a message to deter others from trying the same. And in December 2018, at the same court, the cheating businessman was ordered to pay legal costs, pay back the remaining £30,000 and sentenced to 3 years and 4 months behind bars. This racing driver was going nowhere fast for quite some time. Now this dodgy director's reached the end of the road, hopefully he'll stick to the straight and narrow in future. An agency nurse is under investigation for potentially falsifying her timesheets.
There was many shifts where she should have been working and she claimed that she had worked, but unfortunately there was no entries on the administration system at all.
And she hasn't just faked a couple of shifts. Specialist fraud manager Ivan Bradshaw calculates that she may have ripped off the already cash-stricken National Health Service for thousands of pounds.
There was a lot of timesheets that had been going through the system, so we had real concerns that this could be quite a significant fraud. It was looking like it could be £10,000, £15,000.
Ivan needs to build a foolproof case against the agency nurse. He must ensure he has concrete evidence proving she didn't work the shifts she's been paid for. Ivan turns his focus to finding out if the agency nurse was even on the hospital grounds at the times she said she was.
So this is a secure entry system where we get into secure wards or secure areas of the hospital, and you need a door swipe entry card to get into those areas. When we checked those details, what we found was there were lots of days when she's claimed to have been working, but she hadn't gone into any secure areas. It wasn't necessarily conclusive in itself, but it was helping build quite a strong picture against her. So this is the door entry swipe records, and it shows the times, the dates, and the locations of when the door card was used. When we looked at this, we could see that on some of the dates that she'd actually claimed for, there was no records that she'd actually been through any of the secure doors. So it certainly indicates that she wasn't here.
But the door swipe entry system is not infallible.
People can tailgate, there's ways around it. However, to go through those processes and triangulate all this data, it was really quite compelling evidence against her to show that she wasn't on site on the days that she was claiming.
And as Ivan and the team dig deeper, the case starts to unfold.
We then found that she hadn't actually used it at all from the April all the way through until the end of July. So there was many months when she'd claimed for money that she hadn't actually worked and she hadn't used the system.
So far, there's no evidence to support the agency nurse's claims that she's been on site fulfilling her shifts. Ivan goes to talk to the nurses who supposedly authorised all of her timesheets.
So we arrived here at the Royal Victoria Infirmary, came through this entrance here to go and speak to every single one of the ward sisters who purportedly had signed the timesheets. When we showed them the timesheets with their signatures on it, it was quite resounding. They were quite clear. They weren't genuine signatures. The signatures had been forged. To forge someone's signature is probably one of the worst things you can do. It doesn't just obviously enhance the claim and strengthen the claims that were being made, but it's quite an offensive thing to do to somebody else, to pretend to be them. The nurses were completely shocked. They were just absolutely amazed. They couldn't believe someone would do this. This is somebody that would actually ask to come in and help us out, to deal with the patients. And not only had they not turned up on a lot of occasions, they actually had the cheek to then go through and actually, defraud us by forging the signatures. They were just absolutely gobsmacked.
In total, it was 40 timesheets and 40 forged signatures.
We believe that she's forged signatures and falsified timesheets to claim for shifts that she hadn't worked. We were building a very strong case against this lady.
The case turns into something much more alarming than faking a few extra shifts. The agency nurse has been falsifying documents.
This was a very deliberate, very dishonest attempt to try and defraud us.
While talking to the nurses, Ivan starts to build a picture of this agency nurse's true work ethic. He's told that back in January, a ward sister had refused to give her any more shifts due to her unreliability. It's time to talk to the agency nurse. Accompanied by the police, Ivan goes to pay her a visit.
On the morning, we met up and we visited her home address. It was unannounced, and 2 officers from the Economic Crime Unit, along with myself, visited. She agreed to let us into the house, and the police officers actually performed a search of the house looking for any additional evidence that may be in there. Things like diaries, calendars, notebooks, anything at all. Anything that may actually show when she was or wasn't working, or if she was doing anything else on any of those particular dates. To be honest, she didn't look very shocked. I think she was really expecting us to come along. At the end of the search, she was asked to attend the police station in a couple of hours' time when she'd be formally interviewed. So we arrived here at Eagle Lane Police Station. When she walked into the interview room, she looked a little bit anxious, and she was certainly emotional. She came in and was very pleasant, very amicable, very amiable, in fact. She gave a full account of what had actually gone on. However, she said she couldn't remember.
The suspect nurse admits to committing fraud over a 4-month period. However, Ivan has evidence to prove it's been going on for a lot longer than that.
She couldn't detail anything about the earlier months when we had a lot of evidence to suggest that she hadn't actually been working. And when we pressed her on that, she became quite upset.
After 8 months of piecing together the puzzle, the agency nurse is summoned to Teesside Crown Court.
On the day of the sentencing, she arrived at court looking very smart, as she always had done previously. But I did notice that she was actually pulling along a small suitcase with her, which would normally give an indication that a custodial sentence is very likely.
She pleads guilty to a charge of fraud by false representation.
She was sentenced to 12 months imprisonment, suspended for 2 years. She had to do 40 hours of unpaid work, and she also had to pay back £15,500.
£15,000 could buy the NHS 100 wheelchairs.
I think it was a fair sentence given the level of deceit and dishonesty that she demonstrated and the fact that she was going to then pay the money back. I think it shows quite a clear message to those who decide to try and commit fraud against the NHS that we won't accept it and we will pursue you as far as we can. This is a clear demonstration of the Trust's robust stance against fraud. We trust our staff, but we on the fraud team protect the wider staff group from those who set out to do wrong.
In Leeds, Dr. Paul Salter, Senior Crime Officer at the Environment Agency, is investigating 2 recycling companies, TLC Recycling Limited.
They were carrying hundreds of televisions and fridges at the same time on the back of the moped.
The other is Leeds Reuse Centre, run by Terry Dugbo.
The site was the same, the number of employees was the same, but suddenly they were having a 3-fold increase, and that was difficult to believe.
The 2 companies work together, one collecting the waste and the other recycling it. Paul and the team start to look into the financial records of both businesses and make a shocking connection.
We obtained financial records for the businesses and then analysed those. And what they showed was quite interesting. TLC Recycling Limited had 3 active bank accounts in which the money circulated between the 3 accounts. But these 2 accounts do nothing other than receive money from the main account and pass it round in a circle back into the main account. Money was then moving to Mr. Dugbo's personal account and then transfers from the TLC recycling account to Mr. Dugbo's Leeds Reuse Centre accounts, into another Leeds Reuse Centre account, and then back to transferring to Mr. Dugbo's personal account.
Why is Terry Dugbo getting paid from a recycling scheme through TLC? It's becoming apparent that this company is more than just a client of Terry Dugbo. He appears to be directly involved in the running of the business.
We looked at cash machine withdrawals from TLC Recycling's bank account. And what we saw was that There was a large number of cash withdrawals within a mile of Mr. Dugbow's house. The actual named director, who lived elsewhere in Leeds, almost no cash withdrawals near their property.
And in the space of just 12 months, Dugbow has raked in a staggering £2.1 million via TLC Recycling and the Leeds Reuse Centre. The money travels through various business and personal accounts. He is clearly involved with both companies, cashing in twice through a raft of outlandish and fraudulent claims. To try and get to the bottom of what's going on, Paul calls Dugbow in for questioning.
So we invited Mr. Dugbow into an interview, into this room. We got the interview started, we'd gone through the formalities when Mr. Dugbow stood up and said, "If you think I've done something wrong, you prove it," and he stormed out of the room.
Dr. Paul Salter intends to do just that. He goes to speak to one of the directors of TLC Recycling. He's told Dugbow works as a consultant for the company, offering advice on everything from the optimum types of goods to recycle through to the best way to collect it. But when Paul asks to verify this with the other company director, there's a hitch.
We were informed that the other director was in Nigeria for 6 months, and therefore we had to wait for his return to the UK so we could interview him.
While they wait to question the second director, Paul and the team continue their investigations.
Because the TLC recycling operation was nationwide, we had to get statements from customers across the country. We had to visit companies in Northern Ireland, in Scotland, as well as in England.
Back in the office, the paperwork is complete. It reveals some shocking statistics. When they tot up all the false claims that have been made by TLC Recycling and Leeds Reuse Centre, it comes to the staggering sum of £2.1 million, money that the companies are just not entitled to. With the net closing in, there's just one piece of the jigsaw missing: solid evidence that Dugbow is involved with TLC Recycling.
One of the documents that we obtained from Companies House that was very useful was the appointment of a director in July 2009. And appointing that director is a signature that purports to belong to another director. That signature is a squiggle at best.
And the squiggle appears to be very familiar to Dr. Salter.
That appeared to us to be the signature of Mr. Terry Dugbow. We had that handwriting analysed, and that indeed confirmed that it was Mr. Dugbow's signature.
This is a huge turning point in the investigation and is the break the team have been waiting for.
The discovery of that signature being false was an important part in tying Mr. Dugbow into this operation, along with the financial records and other bits that indicated that.
Paul believes he now has enough evidence to prosecute Dugbow as the ringleader of the fraud being carried out by both TLC and Leeds Reuse Centre.
So after 24 months investigation and progressing through the court system, we arrived here in May 2016 to present the evidence before a jury against Mr. Dugbow. There was a lot of evidence, and the jury, I had a lot of sympathy with them because there was a lot of work for them to do, a lot of things for them to understand and to follow.
But there's one person who isn't fazed.
Mr. Dugbow was fairly confident in court, actually. He had an explanation for everything. And effectively, he was denying, firstly, there was any fraud going on whatsoever. And secondly, if there was a fraud, he wasn't involved in it. It was nothing to do with him at all.
But the evidence is overwhelming, and Dugbow is found guilty of conspiracy to defraud. He's sentenced to a record-breaking 7 years and 6 months in prison, the longest custodial sentence ever for an environmental crime in the UK.
Anything beyond $1 million is the very top kind of category. And 7.5 years seemed to me to be very fair, given the fact that this was a £2.2 million fraud.
And it doesn't stop there for Dugbo. Through the Proceeds of Crime Act, he will need to repay his ill-gotten gains.
The matter was brought back here at the beginning of this year for a contested POCA hearing. Mr. Dugbo appeared by video link from prison. The conclusion of that hearing was that Mr. Dugbo had to pay back £1.3 million or face a further 8 years imprisonment. He had a stark choice between the two.
As of August 2019, Dugbo has failed to make any repayments towards the £1.3 million order. Therefore, as Dugbo has previous convictions, one for exporting hazardous waste to Nigeria in 2011 and VAT fraud in 2015, he will spend another 9 years and 4 months behind bars unless he pays the money owed.
The conviction we secured against Mr. Dugbo for his operation here demonstrates the Environment Agency's commitment to tackle serious organised waste crime.
This case is a stark reminder that fraudsters like Dugbo steal from us all.
When you buy an electrical good, a television or a fridge or whatever, part of what you pay to the retailer goes towards the cost of recycling that equipment at the end of its life. And therefore, every one of us contributed.
Every year, over £21 billion is stolen from the UK's public purse. Money that's meant to treat our sick, educate our children, and keep us safe. Alongside crack teams of investigators.
This guy's got to be stopped as soon as possible.
She had defrauded the NHS.
We're tracking down the fraudsters, stealing our public money.
This man had effectively treated the NHS like a cash machine.
Locking them up.
They were going to be spending a lot of their time inside a prison cell.
And getting the cash back where it belongs.
We recovered close to £1 million.
She was ordered to pay just under £1.4 million.
I'm after his house, his car and some money.
Just over £23,000 back into the public purse.
Fraud Squad, the hunt is on. Today, a practice manager at a GP surgery blows hundreds of thousands of pounds of NHS cash at the bookies.
Potentially, it could put that practice out of business.
A serial fraudster exploits horrific terror attacks to claim thousands of pounds in insurance payouts.
The fact that she was prepared to use truly horrendous incidents purely to satisfy her own greed is absolutely despicable.
And a former government taxman turns tax fraudster with a scam to empty our public purse of nearly £7 million.
He felt he was getting one over on his previous employers and that he was becoming some sort of criminal mastermind.
Although funded by the NHS, GP surgeries are given flexibility around the running of their own finances. But while doctors have their hands full with the medical side of things, managers are appointed to take care of the money. However, one practice manager proves to be more interested in malpractice, literally gambling with the surgery's very existence. At this GP surgery, the manager is managing to destroy them.
There were bills that remained unpaid that the practice felt that they had settled and that totaled over £300,000.
Practicing fraud on a grand scale, she's been treating herself to NHS cash.
The amount that was established was £582,000.
Stealing money meant for medical supplies and staff wages, she's putting an entire community's health at risk.
Potential impact on a GP surgery of abuse of this value is that potentially it could put that practice out of business.
Now investigators are striving to make sure this marauding manager has an appointment in court. The town of Failsworth, on the outskirts of Manchester. NHS fraud investigator Dave Alford is called in when it's discovered the local GP surgery has a serious problem.
I was contacted by the Chief Finance Officer to ask if I might be able to advise in relation to a potential fraud that had been identified.
Previously at the Department of Work and Pensions, Dave is a highly experienced fraud investigator.
I did 38.5 years working for them, and then fairly recently, within the last 4 years, I've moved over to investigate fraud within the NHS. So the NHS is a fairly new environment for me.
But a fraudster is a fraudster, and Dave certainly knows how to hunt them down. That's why Failsworth Group Practice needs his help to investigate one of their staff members. The practice manager.
She was employed in a very responsible job with a lot of autonomy in that role, and basically looks after the finances for the practice, bringing the money in and making sure that the bills are paid.
The first sign of trouble is when the 5 GPs, who are also partners at the surgery, hear rumours its finances are ailing. Understandably alarmed, they demand answers.
The practice asked for a meeting with her to report on the financial position, and that meeting had been arranged and was set up, but she didn't attend.
The practice manager has called in sick, so her deputy's asked to check the finances instead and finds they're far from healthy. In fact, they're critical. The surgery's business account is £31,000 overdrawn.
The concerns within the practice were that because of the financial situation, that they may not be able to meet their ongoing costs, and that, of course, could include wages.
However, the practice manager has a very different diagnosis of the situation.
She subsequently submitted by email a version of the financial position for the practice. This painted a much healthier situation.
Unfortunately, it's a complete fantasy.
It was this that gave rise to the interview and suspension of her.
When the deputy practice manager examines the finances more closely, they find it's not just bad accounting that's been going on, it's embezzlement.
There had been a level of abuse that was identified. Payments from the GP's account were going into her account, and that was over and above the monies that she should have received through her normal salary.
The practice manager is on an annual salary of £38,000, but apparently that's not enough for her, as she's paid a staggering £113,000 extra into her own account.
Later on, in the same week, she was actually dismissed on the basis of gross misconduct.
The partners are forced to ask the clinical commissioning group for emergency money to stabilise the practice. It's at this point that they call in Dave. With his expertise at catching fraudsters, he's the ideal person to examine the full extent of the practice manager's crimes.
When I arrived, I met the assistant practice manager. From looking at the evidence that was already gathered, it was clear that there was a case to answer and that further investigation was appropriate.
Dave and the deputy uncover more than one personal bank account into which the practice manager has been siphoning money. And when they work down the spreadsheets to check all of the practice's bank accounts, what they find is astonishing.
The amount that was established as having gone into her accounts from the practice accounts was £582,000. That was over a period of 17 months, which works out at about £1,100 a day.
Later, with the practice's future at stake, investigators are shocked to discover the practice manager has been blowing hundreds of thousands of pounds of NHS cash at the bookies.
She had won approximately £120,000 from one of her bets. That money was used and gambled within a matter of days.
Almost every adult in the UK has some kind of insurance. For the majority of us, it's there to help financially if we've had an accident or lose something. But with a fraudulent claim being made in the UK every minute, costing taxpayers around £1.3 billion a year, some people are determined to exploit the system that's there to protect us. In our next story, a scandalous serial fraudster uses fake addresses and identities in an attempt to scam insurance companies out of nearly £180,000, shamelessly capitalising on the horror of the London Bridge and Manchester Arena terror attacks and the Grenfell Tower disaster.
The fact that she was prepared to use truly horrendous incidents that really affected the lives of many, many people purely to satisfy her own greed and her financial gain is absolutely despicable.
Hot on the heels of this hoaxer is Detective Constable Pete Gartland. With 5 years' experience fighting specialist financial crime, this super sleuth is every fraudster's worst nightmare.
The pull of the money was too great for her. She got too greedy, and ultimately she paid the price. She got caught.
In the City of London, a case of suspected fraud lands on DC Pete Gartland's desk. A large nationwide insurance company has contacted the police after noticing an unusual pattern across multiple policies, all claiming the loss of very similar expensive items.
They were all household insurance policy items with cover away from the home. So the offender was able to make claims against those for any reasonable personal item you may expect to own. Mobile phones, high-end jewellery, designer clothing, designer handbags, all of the things that you may have as an everyday person, as a member of the public.
Claims for these same items are being submitted time and time again from different policyholders with different addresses and mobile phone numbers. But the payouts worth thousands of pounds are being paid into only 2 bank accounts.
The banking information that had been provided to us by the insurer clearly showed that the account holder was not resident at any of the addresses that the policies had been incepted at. In fact, in some instances, they were several hundred miles away.
Banking records show the 2 bank accounts are linked to a carer who lives in Edinburgh.
Inquiries at the locations suggested that the properties were either student lets or had been on the market for sale or for rent fairly recently.
Trawling the internet, the carer takes out policies at addresses where there is a high turnover of residents or new tenants, places where it's not unusual to receive mail in numerous names.
It was quite a well thought out tactic.
This tactic clearly works. Then Pete discovers that this savvy swindler is scamming a second large insurance company.
The circumstances were the same, and with a little bit more digging, the bank account information was the same. There was no doubt in my mind that we were looking at the same offender.
Using online searches and checking the unique addresses of the devices used to take out the policies, along with a court order, Pete gains access to the woman's bank accounts and is able to uncover the extent of her scam. The deceitful carer is claiming for items she's never had in her possession. She's ordering designer goods online, then cancelling the purchase, but not before doctoring and printing off the initial receipt to present when she claims the items have been lost.
Having conducted my initial checks, I was satisfied that I'd identified the offender.
Pete has enough evidence and heads to Edinburgh with a warrant to arrest the suspect. But there's no answer at her registered home address. Pete knows the woman is her mother's carer, so he decides to pay the mother a visit to see if the suspect can be found there.
On knocking at the door, a lady answered, who I recognised as being her. From pictures that I'd seen of her, I identified myself, explained what I was there for. She replied something along the lines of, "I've been expecting you."
The carer is arrested and interviewed, but replies no comment to every single question. She's bailed to return 28 days later. Meanwhile, Pete stays in Scotland.
We traversed the Highlands and the Lowlands of Scotland, obtaining witness statements, gathering further evidence, all to substantiate the position that she was a con woman and a fraudster.
Pete visits the 50 addresses the con woman has used as part of her deception, confirming none of the occupiers have made claims for any of the nearly 200 items involved. After a week on the road, Pete has enough evidence to charge her with insurance fraud and is preparing a report for the Crown Prosecution Service, when, astonishingly, a third large insurer comes forward.
It clearly has the hallmarks of the same offender. We're in a position where we've got a serial fraudster who's already defrauded 2 insurers. The fact that she's now trying her luck with a third came as no surprise at all.
In light of this information, Pete starts a whole new line of investigation. The fraudster is now casting her net wider to include addresses in the north of England. Pete checks out 24 additional properties and confirms all insurance claims associated with these addresses are fake.
The use of fraudulent documents, fraudulent receipts that had been submitted by her, as well as the use of a significant number of alias names and addresses to which she and the so-called policyholders had no connection, had all been proved. We had sufficient information. We'd been able to prove, really, that much of the claims that had been put forward to the insurers were fabricated.
With evidence of dozens of fraudulent claims worth tens of thousands of pounds, Pete obtains a warrant to search her home address.
We were ready to strike.
Later, new evidence comes to light, and the investigation takes a sickening twist.
What was particularly harrowing with these additional claims was that they related to incidents born out of the Grenfell fire, the tragedy at Borough Market, and the explosion at the MEN in Manchester. There is no evidence that she was present either at Grenfell, London Bridge, or at the MEN.
Fraud costs the UK economy £110 billion a year. That's enough to pay the annual salaries of 4.8 million nurses. But what drives these fraudsters, and how far are they prepared to go to line their own pockets? For this case, a globe-trotting tax consultant masterminded a conspiracy to cheat the HMRC out of nearly £7 million. Mick Randall is a champion in international fraud investigation, with over 23 years of experience in the public and private sectors. He's worked all over the world. There is literally nowhere fraudsters can hide from him. And to understand what's going on in the fraudster's mind is Professor David Cantor, world-renowned for his work exploring offender profiling. Payroll scams, tax evasion and offshore accounts. This former public servant would stoop to anything to fund his dream life abroad.
The ex-HMRC employee knew exactly what would happen when the figures hit HMRC and what they would be looking for.
Rochester, Kent. Mike Hughes, business partner Aquil Ahmed, and their associate Christopher Azupadi are running a small company called Keepers Accountancy and Taxation. They're providing payroll services to companies in the construction trade, charging the businesses to calculate their workforce's wages, and paying any tax due to the HMRC.
Many companies use payroll service companies to outsource their payroll so they can get on with the business at hand.
All pretty normal, but in actual fact, Hughes and Ahmed are operating more than 10 interconnected companies in the UK, Belize and Gibraltar. And more alarmingly, they're not only trading internationally, they're using these companies to channel millions of pounds through banks dotted around the world.
HMRC certainly have got very far-reaching tentacles. Since the new legislation has come in the Criminal Finance Bill in relation to the facilitation of tax evasion, HMRC tax investigators have been planted in various tax offices throughout the world. This company and the individuals connected to this company were spending money and setting up companies in jurisdictions which seemingly have a lower level of due diligence and money laundering regulations than the UK. That would have been a red flag to HMRC in the first place.
An investigation into keepers is immediately launched, and it's not long before they discover an astounding truth about the company.
The contractors, the workers on the CIS scheme, would have assumed that they were having their money lawfully taken away at source by this company to pay HMRC. So as far as they're concerned, they would have believed that they were paying the right amount of tax. But in reality, this company paid HMRC nothing.
It's an outrageous betrayal. Innocent workers believe their taxes are going to the taxman. But in fact, Hughes and his associates are creaming off £6.9 million for themselves, splashing the cash on homes, holidays and luxury cars.
They're not really interested in who the actual victims are of the crime. And that doesn't come into the equation. What they're focusing on is how to make the fraud work and all the different opportunities that are arising for hiding the crime that they're committing.
What makes this all the more shocking is that Hughes was once employed by the HMRC, working in the Colwyn Bay tax office in the 1980s, before leaving to set up keepers.
These criminals knew what they were going to do when they were setting up this payroll company. The ex-HMRC employee knew exactly what would happen when the figures hit HMRC and what they would be looking for.
Clearly, he was able to carry out a very complex form of fraud, drawing upon his previous training and experience within the Inland Revenue. And I'm sure doing that, he felt he was getting one over on his previous employers, and that really, in a sense, he was becoming some sort of criminal mastermind, very proud probably of the fact that he could get away with it so readily. He's a sort of gamekeeper turned poacher.
And the mastermind behind the fraud has one more trick up his sleeve. In September 2011, as the net starts to close in, Hughes escapes from the UK, travelling to South America and then Dubai, finally setting up home in northern Cyprus, which luckily for him has no extradition treaty with the UK.
It's not the first time that northern Cyprus has been used to evade the UK law.
Having escaped to a country without an extradition treaty, he probably felt he was safe and that he would no longer be vulnerable to the long reach of the law, and this would enable him to exist relatively comfortably. I'm sure that on the beach in northern Cyprus he would still be thinking, what sort of schemes and scams could he develop that would keep him active rather than just fading away in a small country?
In the summer of 2016, while Hughes is sunning himself in Cyprus and living the high life off the cash he's stolen from the public purse, his business partner, Aqil Ahmed, admits to conspiracy to cheat the public revenue and is sentenced to just under 8 years in jail. Christopher Azzopardi is also handed a 4-year sentence for conspiracy to cheat the public revenue. With 2 successful convictions under their belt, the HMRC put all their efforts into catching Hughes.
Law enforcement have the ability to identify movements on planes and vessels throughout the world. They would also be in intelligence sharing with the law enforcement agencies in that country. They would be doing a variety of overt and covert investigative techniques to basically try to keep a handle on where he was and his movements, and at the first opportunity they would make their move.
Investigators get the break they've been waiting for when intelligence reveals Hughes is boarding a flight from Istanbul to London.
He probably didn't realise that by escaping to North Cyprus, he would have to cut himself off from everything that he'd enjoyed and been part of before. And so that vulnerability meant that over time, he probably hoped that the whole thing had been buried and forgotten. He would come back to his former lifestyle. And of course, that was when he was arrested.
Hughes is charged and remanded in custody, and in August 2018, having pled not guilty, the trial begins.
Many fraudsters, certainly in my experience, really do believe that they've done nothing wrong. They're so convincing, they even convince themselves.
But will Hughes be able to convince the judge and jury?
It can backfire on the fraudster because actually by pleading guilty, sometimes you can brush over exactly what had happened, but by airing it all in front of the judge, it's a gamble.
After 4 weeks, a verdict is reached. David Michael Hughes is found guilty of 3 counts of conspiracy to cheat the public revenue, 2 counts of false accounting and furnishing false information, and 1 count of money laundering. He's jailed for 9.5 years.
One of the aspects of developing such a large-scale fraudulent activity with accounts all over the world is that it becomes a full-time occupation. That's really what you have to be thinking about all the time. I'm not even sure he had much opportunity to really enjoy the benefits of his crime. This is a crime that paid, but he couldn't do anything with what it generated.
The man who stole £6.9 million from construction workers' pay packets is finally behind bars.
Hughes and his co-defendants, the other corrupt professionals, were driven by greed. They abused a system which had been put in place to ensure that workers, contractors were able to pay their tax correctly, and they certainly are paying for their crime now.
Having already secured confiscation orders from 2 of the men, the HMRC will now seek to recover the vast sums of public money stolen by Hughes. In Failsworth near Manchester, highly experienced fraud specialist Dave Alford is helping the local GP surgery investigate their recently appointed manager, who has stolen a staggering £582,000 from them over the last 1.5 years. The next disturbing discovery is that the practice manager's crimes and mismanagement mean the surgery hasn't paid its bills, with outstanding invoices running into the hundreds of thousands of pounds. Her actions have plunged the practice into crisis.
The potential impact on a GP surgery of abuse of this nature and of this value is that potentially it could put that practice out of business. What that would mean for the community is that that would put even more pressure on the surrounding GPs to pick up the patients that were receiving care.
The only way to potentially claw any money back from the practice manager was to bring criminal charges against her. But fraud investigations are difficult and time-consuming. Greater Manchester Police would need convincing that this was a case which could be fought and won.
The level of fraud, even at that £500,000, it was at a level where GMP may not have had the capacity to take it on. The next stage within the investigation that I undertook was to engage with Greater Manchester Police Economic Crime Unit to try to get across to them the importance and the value now of the investigation, and to try to get them to engage and accept the investigation.
Dave's experience helps convince the police to take on the case.
I was advised that the case had been allocated to an officer to investigate within the Economic Crime Unit. I made myself available to them for any help and assistance that I might be able to offer, or to give any background to what I'd already established.
When the police's Economic Crime Unit delve further into how the practice managers perpetrated this fraud, they find she systematically abused the system, running up 327 separate illicit payments to herself.
The number of transactions that were undertaken show that it was a systematic approach, and that she was comfortable with making that number of transactions, possibly thinking that she wouldn't be identified.
It gets worse. There's evidence she's been falsifying patient records, pretending they need expensive treatments, so the National Health Service pumps more money into the surgery and increases the pot she can steal from. One doctor at the practice has to spend 3 weeks checking the records of 12,500 patients. 323 are found to have had their record altered, with 9 even marked as end-of-life care when they were not terminally ill. The doctor then has to reassure these patients that their prognosis is not life-threatening.
It was important that this case was undertaken and investigated fully, primarily because of the value of the money and the loss to the practice, but also the abuse of trust that she had betrayed within that community, and that the abuse was against an NHS service provided to a community that potentially could have failed as a result of her actions.
The practice manager is arrested and her house searched. In the police interview, they reveal so much evidence against her that she's forced to come clean to everything.
She admitted that she had committed fraud to the value of £582,000. An explanation that had been given by her for the fraud and the reason why she was perpetrating that fraud against the practice was that she had a gambling issue.
The fraudsters frittered away the cash he's stolen, gambling online and through betting apps on her phone.
Following the interview by the police, she was released under investigation and further inquiries were made.
The practice manager had started stealing from the surgery almost as soon as her feet were under the desk at her new job. This raises Dave's suspicions that it's not her first fraud.
Because the abuse appeared to have started so soon after having commenced work at the practice, we were concerned that it may have happened with a previous employer.
Dave's concern increases when it's discovered the suspect was the manager at another GP surgery before she came to Failsworth.
It was thought that the wrongdoing could have continued or could have started at that earlier practice, and further investigations were appropriate.
The police start checking back over this other practice's account, and Dave's fears are confirmed. There's the same pattern of money being removed by the practice manager, apparently into her own accounts. The police haul her in for another interview and accuse her of stealing from her previous employer as well.
She answered the questions in relation to the alleged offending and admitted to further offences, totalling, I think, around £77,000.
This means, in total, the dodgy practice manager has defrauded the 2 GP surgeries and therefore the National Health Service of a colossal £660,000. Enough money to pay 9 doctors for an entire year, GPs who on average would see around 19,000 patients between them. And almost a year after her detection, the woman is brought to the dock.
After a short and effective investigation by Greater Manchester Police, she appeared here at Manchester Crown Court for sentencing.
The ex-National Health Service employee pleads guilty. The evidence presented showing just how out of control she was.
It was reported in court that she had won approximately £120,000 from one of her bets, and that she also received a free bottle of champagne from the provider of that service. It was reported similarly in court that that money was used and gambled within a matter of days.
The court also hears that the guilty woman left her most recent surgery, Failsworth Group Practice, with £300,000 worth of unpaid bills to settle. As a direct result of her actions, 4 doctors had to leave or take early retirement to help keep the surgery afloat.
During the proceedings, she seemed quite subdued and resigned to the fact that she was going to prison. In summary, the judge told her that the abusive position of trust that she was in had caused a serious and detrimental effect to the victims.
The fraudster is given a prison sentence of 3 years and 4 months. And there's further good news which helps secure the Failsworth Practice's survival.
It was reported in court that the gambling sites that were being used had already made recompense to the practices in the sum of approximately £400,000. There is a further proceeds of crime hearing in relation to other assets that she was declared, which may subsequently be taken to discharge some more of the debt.
As well as serving her prison sentence, the ex-practice manager will undergo treatment for her gambling addiction. Dave hopes this will prevent her from re-offending in the future.
Something that someone said to me when I started working in fraud was that people will actually thank you when you find them. And I thought they were pulling my leg. But they don't. Some people are waiting to be caught. They've been caught up on a hamster wheel of fraud and they don't know how to get off. And people have thanked me in the course of my job for finding them out and bringing a close to it.
In the City of London, Detective Constable Pete Gartland is on the trail of a crafty carer. This sneaky scammer is using multiple fake identities to con 3 insurance companies out of thousands of pounds, making dozens of claims for lost designer items she has never owned.
The use of fraudulent documents, fraudulent receipts, as well as the use of a significant number of alias names and addresses to which she had no connection had all been proved. The claims that had been put forward to the insurers were fabricated.
Pete now has enough evidence to search the carer's home, and armed with a warrant, he and his team hot-foot it to Edinburgh. But he's surprised to find a male occupant at her address.
The first one where she was supposedly resident had a male occupant there. It's still to this day not entirely known whether she had ever stayed there, but there were certainly no female effects or anything that would suggest that she had been resident there.
With no sign of the suspect at her registered address, Pete and the team call at her mother's house. They find her, but she locks herself in a bedroom, claiming to be getting dressed. But Pete isn't convinced.
We were concerned that any evidence that was in there could be wiped, computers could be reset to factory settings, mobile phones the same. So it was imperative that we got in there to secure that evidence. We explained that if that door was not opened immediately, we would force it. The door was opened, and there she stood in a perfectly dressed state. She hadn't been trying to make herself presentable. She didn't want us in that room, and as far as I'm concerned, she was going to try and hide evidence.
They arrest her, and inside the room, the officers find an Aladdin's cave of fraud with a plethora of paperwork, mobile phones, passports, and fake driving licenses.
We also recovered a number of what I ended up referring to as go packs, which were plastic wallets that was used for your everyday filing with handwritten notes in them.
The Go Packs provide vital evidence showing exactly how the crafty carer carries out each fraud.
So this is one of the packs that we recovered. You can see here that there are packs of SIM cards, a number that was used solely with this policy and subsequent claim. If I open this up here, you'll be able to see some additional information. So here we have recorded the telephone number as per the SIM card pack, the policyholder's name and address, all fabricated of course, contact details that she's going to use, and then the policy details here. As we go through this pack, we're able to see that there's a receipt here that she has started to manipulate to assist her with her fraud. There's overlaid information that was not there on the genuine receipt issued by this particular company. She has essentially gone onto a computer, typed out what she's wanted to record. She's then printed that out and literally cut it out and glued it over.
The fraudster is literally cutting and pasting together fake receipts, but it doesn't stop there.
What we also have here is what is a genuine Royal Bank of Scotland bank statement. But we can see that she has overlaid the details with an incorrect bank account number, and she's also overlaid the transactions to make it fit the policy that she wishes to claim against, amending obviously all of the values, just in an effort to show that that's what she's bought.
It's inside these Go Packs that the team find horrendous new evidence, which takes the investigation to a nauseating new level. The deceitful carer is cashing in by exploiting some of the nation's worst tragedies.
With this particular Go Pack, she was going to use the terrible tragedy of Grenfell Tower to further her claim. And she cites on here that she was in Grenfell Tower during the course of the fire. She'd been to London to see her family and she was on the 12th floor. We know that that isn't true. She has merely used that terrible, terrible incident to try and further this particular policy and claim. What we have here is another pack. This is in its very early stages of completion. She has thought about this a little bit further though. So this just says Ariana Grande, blast at 10:30, Arena, Monday the 22nd of May. There's no doubt in my mind that she would have made a further claim using those horrendous circumstances. She cared little for the people that were involved in that, little for the families that were involved in that. All she could see was how could she make some money at the end of the day.
Sickeningly, the fraudster makes 3 separate claims for valuable items she says she lost at Grenfell Tower. She makes 2 separate claims for expensive items she says were left behind in the Manchester Arena while fleeing the scene following the attack by a suicide bomber. And she also pretends to have been at London Bridge, claiming for designer items she says she lost in the chaos and panic following the terror attack of June 2017.
There is no evidence that she was present either at Grenfell, London Bridge or at the MEN. No insurer was going to withhold payment for claims born out of these tragedies, but also they would have wanted to reimburse their customers and their clients.
The amount of evidence Pete and the team discovered was staggering. She'd even kept a record of the claims she had faked.
Here we have a diary. This one's from 2016, which was at the earlier part of her offending. And in here you can see that she's writing out amounts for insurance policies or for the claims and things that she was making, and it's just a running log of her offending.
Between 2012 and 2017, the con woman opened 74 insurance policies and made over 50 claims, bagging herself over £50,000. Plus, she attempted to scam nearly £130,000 more.
I think she probably always anticipated that she would get caught, but became so greedy and so used to perpetuating the frauds and enjoying the money that she received as a result of her offending that it almost became irresistible to her and she had to continue to do it almost on a daily basis.
After a lengthy investigation, the accused woman appeared at Inner London Crown Court in 2018.
A thorough investigation, multifaceted, that required the use of many, many witnesses, forced her into pleading guilty. This plea meant that tens of thousands of pounds were saved from the public purse, as no lengthy court battle was required.
The deceitful carer was sentenced to 3 years in prison, and a confiscation order was put in place to try and recover the money she had stolen.
The fact that she was prepared to use truly horrendous incidents that really affected the lives of many, many people, purely to satisfy her own greed and her financial gain, is absolutely despicable and is something that she should never, ever have done.
Every year, over £21 billion is stolen from the UK's public purse. Money that's meant to treat our sick, educate our children, and keep us safe. Alongside crack teams of investigators.
This guy's got to be stopped as soon as possible.
She had defrauded the NHS.
We're tracking down the fraudsters, stealing our public money.
This man had effectively treated the NHS like a cash machine.
Locking them up.
They were going to be spending a lot of their time inside a prison cell.
And getting the cash back where it belongs.
We recovered close to £1 million.
She was ordered to pay just under £1.4 million.
I'm after his house, his car and some money.
Just over £23,000 back into the public purse.
Fraud Squad, the hunt is on. Today, a hospital IT support worker supports himself by shamelessly stealing computers from the NHS.
The computers were expensive items of kit that were quite difficult to replace. He'd sold approximately 60 computers over a period of around 4 years.
A gang fraudulently fly tip on an industrial scale, dumping tons of rubble and creating a haystack of household waste that costs thousands to clean up.
The residents reported foul odours coming from the site. There was around 2,000 bales of material on site.
And a father and son commit an audacious building fraud that allows them to live a life of luxury, paid for by the public purse.
£14 million worth of new builds were being alleged to have been built, yet not one brick had been laid. It was a scam from start to finish.
Every penny counts in the NHS. With around 65 million people in the UK, that's a lot of patients to look after. One man looked at the cash-strapped NHS and saw an opportunity to make a few extra £1,000 for himself. A hospital IT support worker is stealing NHS equipment, ruthlessly exploiting a system built on trust.
They conducted physical visits to the sites where these computers had supposedly been installed and found either reconditioned or refurbished computers, or no computer had been installed at all.
He's taking a huge bite out of NHS funds, flogging their computers online and raking in thousands.
They were ultimately funded by public money through the Health Board.
But the police have been alerted to his scam. They want to get the evidence that will cause this computer criminal to crash. Wrexham, North Wales. Detective Sergeant Adam Williams and the CID team at North Wales Police are called by one of the managers at Maylor, the district's general hospital.
They were basically reporting that they'd had anonymous information suggesting that a member of staff within the IT department of the hospital was stealing equipment. They'd verified that a number of items of hardware were missing from the supplies. quite a serious allegation.
The hospital, like any other large organisation, has an extensive inventory of IT equipment, which is crucial to providing patient services. But somebody obviously doesn't care about that.
The items identified that were going missing at the time was a large amount of computer hardware, so your towers, desktop PCs and laptop computers.
And they don't come cheap. The computers cost between £500 and £1,000 each.
These were brand new pieces of computer hardware. They were basically allocated out from the IT department to staff within the hospital. They were quite difficult to replace. They were ultimately funded by public money through the health board.
With so many people going in and out of its doors, the hospital has its own dedicated police presence.
An officer of ours based at the hospital conducted some initial inquiries. From speaking to the managers, it became quite clear that one of the staff members within the IT department was believed to be responsible, but at that moment they couldn't figure out who it was.
The IT department regularly purchases new equipment. The problem is, the system overseeing its distribution is based on trust. A large team of IT support staff respond to jobs, going round the hospital replacing old or broken equipment as required. Somebody is breaking that trust, but there's no way to confirm who took what, where and when.
We couldn't identify a suspect in the case. The investigation hit a brick wall at that point. After that initial investigation, and the matter was left with the counter-fraud at the NHS to make further inquiries.
The case stagnates. But resigned to the fact they may never find out who's stolen their computers, the IT department changed their procedures, so at least it can't happen again.
So every time a computer came in, it was assigned a tracking number so they could see that it was operating on the hospital network and that it was in use. Those changes that they made would allow them to identify if any computer was to go missing and where it was supposed to be.
Months pass and there are no more offences. It's all quiet. Until...
About 6 months later, we received further information from the NHS counter-fraud officers that they believed they knew who the suspect was.
The chief suspect is a long-serving, popular member of staff in a position of trust.
He had been an employee at the hospital for 8 years. He was a member of the desktop support team within the IT department, and he was responsible for allocating computer hardware and installing them within the departments within the hospital.
Crucially, the IT worker has only just returned to work after a period of long-term sick leave.
So he was unaware of the changes that were made to the procedures within the hospital.
Strangely enough, when he returns, the suspicious goings-on start again.
An IT engineer within the department raised concerns with his manager around the allocation of a piece of computer hardware.
The engineer's expecting a new computer. Instead, he finds an old one in its place. The new system shows that the computer that was supposed to be there was last in the hands of the suspect, and its whereabouts is currently unknown.
At that point, the staff responsible for the investigation within the IT department conducted an audit of the suspect's recent activity since his return to work.
And they immediately call Adam and the team at CID.
This is the site at Wrexham Myler Hospital. We visited on numerous occasions as part of the investigation to speak with managers within the IT department. We established that 7 computers had been identified as missing as part of an internal audit, and this kick-started our police investigation.
The new audit system shows that the suspect was responsible for distributing the now missing computers.
This is a copy of the IT service point log that we received from staff at the hospital. It basically shows a request from a member of staff who's experiencing issues with their computer. It then shows the unit that's allocated for it to be replaced with. We can see that this job has been signed off by the suspect, who's updated it to say that the PC has been replaced.
But it hasn't, and the suspect's IT colleagues are shocked to discover that neither have any of the other 6 he was allocated.
They conducted visits to the sites where these computers had supposedly been installed and found that either reconditioned or refurbished computers had been installed, or no computer had been installed at all.
The hospital's NHS counter-fraud officers and the police go back further, sifting through the IT worker's paper trail over the previous years for computers he supposedly replaced. They start interviewing staff to see if these are fact or fiction.
This is a statement from the staff member. This witness says that she's had the same computer for about the last 5 years. She has no recollection of her computer being replaced, and as far as she's aware, no one's contacted IT to request it.
This contradicts what's on the IT worker's report that says she's been given a new one.
For me, this tells me that the suspect is using this system to disguise his activity.
With so many brand new computers potentially unaccounted for, the hospital immediately suspend the IT worker on suspicion of gross misconduct.
Some of the staff we spoke to knew the suspect professionally. He was a trusted colleague and they were clearly quite shocked. They couldn't believe he was capable of such a thing.
Later, as they close in on their suspect, Adam and the CID team uncover the astonishing scale of his fraud.
It became quite clear that he'd sold approximately 60 computers over a period of around 4 years.
Dumping a mattress, an old TV or a bin bag full of rubbish in the street not only causes a nuisance, but it costs local authorities in England over £55 million a year, money that could be used to build 2 brand new secondary schools. In North and East London, a brazen gang take fly tipping to a whole new level.
We had reports that vehicles were going into this site full of waste and coming back out the site empty.
Illegally dumping tons of rubbish, they leave a nasty trail, threatening wildlife and the health of the community.
We concluded there was around 2,000 bales of material on site.
This gang go to extreme lengths to conceal their crimes.
And there was a piece of machinery on site known as a 360, which was burying the material underground and moving the waste around the site.
But hot on their heels is Environment Officer Emma Viner, who will leave no stone unturned in her quest to dump this grubby gang in jail. Barking, East London. One of the local council's CCTV cameras catches 3 men with an articulated tipper truck acting suspiciously on this patch of land. They appear to be indiscriminately dumping a huge truckload of trash in this green space. The police are called, and the 3 suspects at the scene are taken in for questioning. But the case is complicated by the fact they've been found on private land. The men claim they're mechanics on site fixing a lorry. The police don't have enough to hold them or charge them, so they're released on bail. But the police sense something fishy is going on and call in specialist Emma Viner from the Environment Agency to investigate.
Illegal waste dumping is becoming more of a problem across the UK. We've had a lot more organised criminality in the waste sector, and that's something the Environment Agency's taking tough action to deal with.
Emma has 12 years' experience of battling fly tippers, so she can spot them a mile off, especially when they're this conspicuous.
The CCTV footage showed a large red lorry with "Hire Me" written on the side arrive at the site and then brazenly dump the waste.
When Environment Agency investigators visit the site at Choates Road, it's clear the men certainly don't have permission to be there.
So there was a padlock on the gate, and the gate had been cut, and that's how access had been gained.
They've broken in, and what they've left behind is shocking.
We saw several large tipper loads of waste, lots of different mixed material.
Uncontrolled fly tipping can be dangerous, especially if the waste contains toxic materials like asbestos or chemicals which can get into the soil and watercourses, poisoning and killing wildlife, and in some severe cases, even making the local community sick. Emma and her team need to gather evidence to see what sort of waste has been dumped and look for clues that will help trace the rubbish back to where it came from.
This is Choates Road in Barking. This is where our officers search through the waste to try and identify anything traceable to help us establish how it might have ended up here.
The piles here are found to be a mixture of household waste, textiles and wood. Emma suspects these fly tippers are fraudulently posing as a legitimate refuse company and getting paid to clear away trade waste. This can be very lucrative, but is illegal without the right licenses.
There's significant financial benefit in illegal dumping. To dispose of waste legally at a permitted site, you would pay landfill tax, gate fees, so you can save quite substantial sums of money for depositing it somewhere that it shouldn't be.
While investigations continue, Emma gets a call about another huge waste dump at a site in Thurrock, Essex. She immediately notices similarities and wonders if it could be the same gang.
Access had been gained to an unused piece of land, again had been gained by forcing a gate.
Emma's suspicions are raised even further when she sees the images from a nearby security camera.
I recognise him from the Choates Road site. Have we got any other footage from this site?
We have, yes. There's some nighttime footage.
Oh, so the activity's happening at night as well?
It is.
The evidence is stacking up. The man in the footage was one of the trio questioned in Barking. Emma now firmly believes it's the same motley crew who are responsible for this latest atrocious incident. Working largely under the cover of darkness, there's signs they're trying harder to cover their tracks this time.
Waste was being deposited from a lorry, and then there was a piece of machinery on site known as a 360, which was burying the material underground.
Emma hits the streets near the location to see if she can find out more about those responsible.
We spoke to local businesses, and our investigation led us to become aware of a letter that had been delivered. The letter informed people that there'd be machinery moving around 24 hours a day for a period of about 3 weeks, and that it shouldn't cause anyone any alarm.
The letter is a clever ruse. It uses a real company's name, but it's entirely fake. Emma contacts the company, who are disgusted that their good name is being used for such unsavoury, illegal activity.
This was a fraudulent letter from a company that these individuals had no involvement with, and it was signed off with a fake name, which helped the gang carry out their illegal dumping and let the offending continue.
Fly tipping hits the public purse hard, costing millions each year to clear up. But when it happens on private land, the landowner has to foot the bill. This is the case at this latest site in Thurrock, where 640 tonnes of stones, rubble, earth, clay and chalk have been dumped, not only damaging the land, but leaving the owner with a clean-up bill of more than £120,000. Emma knows she's dealing with a professional gang of fly tippers, and they soon strike again. Emma's team are working hard when they get wind of another major fly tip.
This incident was slightly different in the sense that we received reports from local residents that there was bales of material present on the site, so it was waste wrapped in plastic packaging. The residents reported foul odours coming from the site, which is what had caused them to take notice of what was happening.
These stinking bales contain rotting food, textiles and nappies. They've been wrapped in black plastic, making it harder to be noticed from a distance and less obvious to passers-by. They may have changed their tactics, but to Emma, it smells like the work of the same gang.
It became obvious at that time we might not be able to link the sites as easily as we had done in previous investigations.
This change of tack throws a spanner in the works of the investigation, but Emma's not giving up. There's no other option but to stake out the area in Waltham Cross to see what they can discover.
We did conduct covert surveillance to assess what was going on, and during those observations we saw a lorry delivering bales of material, which was then being offloaded by a forklift. So when Environment Agency officers visited, we concluded there was around 2,000 bales of material.
The bales are dumped close to houses, and Emma has concerns that the rotting rubbish could attract rats and other rodents, which spread disease. She wants to get to the bottom of what's going on.
I spoke to the landowner and it turned out that a lease had been taken out for storage and distribution, but no mention of waste material being present on the site. And the landowner wasn't aware that's what the site was going to be used for.
Emma keeps on digging and gets hold of a copy of the lease, where she makes a shocking find.
The lease was taken out by the name we had known at the first site in Choates Road.
It's finally a breakthrough for Emma. The man who's taken out the lease is one of the 3 men questioned at the first location, and now he, like the man identified at the second location, can be tied to another incident of illegal waste dumping. Emma's hoping if her team keep digging, they can find a link to the third man to prove they're all part of the same gang committing multiple crimes. Later, this gang aren't stopping and go to extreme lengths to dump more mountains of waste.
The access to this site had been blocked with large concrete blocks, and we observed a lorry tie straps to the concrete blocks and drag them out of the way.
Except this time, the gang may just have dumped themselves in a lot of trouble. Knowing a company is a family business often means we trust it more. However, nothing could be further from the truth in the case of this family business who have specialised in fraud. Private jets and designer clothes. This family were enjoying a millionaire lifestyle, but the public purse was footing the bill.
Once they'd got away with so much and were able to build for themselves such a lifestyle, they probably thought that they were invulnerable.
Mick Randall is a champion in international fraud investigation, with over 23 years of experience in the public and private sectors. He's worked all over the world. There is literally nowhere fraudsters can hide from him. And to understand what's going on in the fraudster's mind is Professor David Cantor, world-renowned for his work exploring offender profiling. Sandbanks in Dorset has the 4th highest land value in the world. The rich and famous have homes here, and so did the successful property developer in this case. He had set up 2 construction companies with his father, who was a retired builder, as director of both. The property developer's girlfriend at the time was also involved in the family business, holding a directorship in one of the companies.
There's nothing unlawful about having family members as directors or secretaries of a family-run business. That's quite normal. In many cases with the small to medium enterprises, the actual director is the owner. The director must be honest and promote the business in the proper way.
The family's companies appear to be thriving, with their tax returns over a 6-year period claiming they've spent £14 million building new houses.
The building of new houses is effectively a tax incentive in the UK. It's 0 rated, so in this case they could claim back from HMRC the VAT.
This means if you build and sell a new house, you can claim all of your VAT back on the building materials and other costs, without having to pay a penny of VAT yourself on the sale. And the family take full advantage of the scheme, to say the least.
In this case, they claim back just under £1 million in VAT.
But their business is built on dodgy foundations.
When a father and son get together to become criminal, they make each other feel that what they're doing is acceptable and valid, and therefore they become much more dangerous and much more adventurous.
With the family submitting such huge claims, the tax authority's VAT repayment task force are alerted to these new kids on the building block.
So we've got some very young companies that have been set up that haven't traded anywhere like they are just about to trade, and there's a huge spike
in the tax repayments that are being requested from HMRC. That would have certainly have raised eyebrows. The analytical software would have picked it up, and it would have been enough for the investigators to have a deep look at the company and the individuals involved.
The task force quickly find that far from being successful property developers, there's absolutely no evidence that the family have built any houses at all under either of their companies. A criminal investigation is immediately launched.
This was a hugely audacious fraud. £14 million worth of new builds were being alleged to have been built, and HMRC were being asked to pay back £1 million in repayment. Yet not one brick had been laid. There was no houses. It was a scam from start to finish.
Bank account investigations revealed the only homes this cash was going into was the family's. The son is renting a house on Millionaires Row in Sandbanks. And the family are splashing out on a lavish lifestyle. £40,000 worth of designer clothes, high-performance cars, a speedboat, and a stable full of horses.
And they spent it on all sorts of obvious luxuries and got completely caught up in the whole process of spending their money. And I think they lost sight of the fact of how illegal it was.
This family have been relentlessly stealing vast sums from the public purse. But the fraud team want to bring the house down on them. And now they feel they have the evidence they need to charge the bogus builders.
I think for an investigator, there's never enough evidence. You're always worried that there's going to be some loophole. How much evidence they need to convict is sometimes a very difficult question to answer. They have to make sure that all the avenues of investigation are closed off so that the persons charged have got nowhere to go.
The father and son are arrested, along with the son's now ex-girlfriend. And after a 2-year investigation, the trio appear in court. For her part, the son's former partner pleads guilty and is jailed for 20 months. The son pleads guilty to 2 counts of fraud to obtain payment of VAT credit. And his father pleads guilty to 1 count of acquiring criminal property.
Certainly from an investigation point of view, you'd be thinking, job done. Congratulations all round, and hoping that a lot of money would now be paid back to the public.
But to the fraud team's surprise and disgust, the father and son don't turn up for sentencing at Bournemouth Crown Court. Instead, they're sentenced in absentia to 8 years in prison between them, and a warrant is issued for their arrest.
Once they got away with so much and were able to build for themselves such a lifestyle, they probably thought that they were invulnerable and that they'd be able to get away without being found. And is that what criminals do all the time? They convince themselves that they are really above the law and that they will not actually suffer the consequences of their crime.
HMRC's Fraud Investigation Service pledges to pursue the fugitive father and son.
From an investigation point of view, a lot of frustration. You're hoping that you've neared the end. And now the investigation turns from a fraud inquiry to basically a manhunt, of which HMRC are very skilled at doing. So you would then start putting the building blocks in place to locate those individuals and get them arrested.
In this case, one of the chief investigators makes a public plea for help, urging people to phone the fraud hotline if they've any information on the pair's whereabouts.
The fraud perpetrated on HMRC had taken money away from the public purse, had stolen from the public in the first place, and so therefore I think it's absolutely right and good that the HMRC, in this case, got the public involved.
With the help of information gained from the public, the tax authority investigators are able to follow the family's trail. The son had escaped to France in a private jet, while his father had less glamorously fled from Portsmouth to Caen by ferry. Both had then made their way to Spain.
Once they get to Spain, they have to say goodbye to the lavish lifestyle that they were leading before they were caught, and they have to live a much more constrained, somewhat secretive existence that makes it far less exciting than many people would believe.
But if the pair think they'll be safe in Spain, they're mistaken.
HMRC, like all law enforcement agencies, are very used to speaking with their foreign partners. And by using letters of request, the different police forces can work together to close in on them. Some of these investigative techniques are obviously covert.
The father and son have run, but in the end, they can't hide. 4 months later, the tax authorities track them down to a luxury villa in Benidorm and waste no time in securing their arrest by Spain's Guardia Civil. The two men swap their fancy crash pad for a cell. And shortly after, they appear at the Crown Court via prison video link. The judge adds extra time to each of the men's sentences for breaching bail.
They thought they were above the law and could evade detection by escaping to the Costa Blanca. However, HMRC were robust, didn't give up. They were duly tracked down and arrested and are now serving the sentence they were given in the first place.
And while these two fraudulent family members make a new home for themselves in jail, a Proceeds of Crime Act is being brought against them to reclaim as much money as possible, now and in the future, to pay back into the public purse. In Wrexham, a hospital IT worker has been suspended on suspicion of stealing equipment from the National Health Service. Instead of replacing old computers with modern ones, it looks like he may have been taking the brand new PCs for himself. Now he's going to get a visit from rather different PCs. Detective Sergeant Adam Williams and the CID team at North Wales Police move quickly, hoping they can seize evidence to prove his wrongdoing.
Officers arrived at his home address. He was arrested on suspicion of theft at that point, and a search of his home address was completed. There was a number of items of IT equipment, hard drives, monitors, keyboards, computer towers, and laptop computers. Even for someone who worked within IT, there was an unusually large number of computers in his home address.
At Wrexham Police Station, the IT worker is grilled over his treasure trove of tech.
He answered no comment to all questions, and he was completely uncooperative with the investigation at this point.
The suspect is released on bail while further inquiries are carried out. With this computer man climbing up, Adam and the team will have to prove he's crooked.
The next step in the investigation was for us to identify whether the defendant had stolen the computers and how he was getting rid of them.
They then get an anonymous tip-off that blows the case wide open. A letter alleges that the IT worker has been flogging NHS computers online through an auction site.
It is quite detailed for an anonymous tip-off. It provides the manufacturer of the laptops, the online auction site that they've been sold from, as well as a good idea of the quantity that have been taken. At this point, this is only an allegation, but it is a serious one nonetheless.
Adam approaches the auction site directly, and they provide details on the suspect's account and his selling history. He's been a busy boy.
It became quite clear that he'd sold approximately 60 computers over a period of around 4 years. And that was a major find. It was an exorbitantly high number of computers for someone to be selling that wasn't actively involved in selling computer hardware. We believed at that point we'd found some pretty damning evidence against the defendant.
But to prove they're the hospital's computers, Adam has to go through the painstaking process of tracking down all the unsuspecting buyers the IT workers sold them to.
We found the buyers and their details by making inquiries through the online auction site, and then my team had to go about contacting them. The buyers of the computer hardware, when we contacted them, were really shocked, actually, that they were being contacted by the police. It was quite a lot of dismay caused to those individuals that they may have, inadvertently bought stolen computers.
Also, a number of the buyers have since resold the computers themselves. But what Adam can recover from those that still have them are the service tag numbers. This is a code unique to each computer, which allows the manufacturer to tell them where it was made and who it was shipped to.
We received about 36 service tags back from the buyers, and with these we collated them all into a spreadsheet, sent them over to staff within the IT department for them to make inquiries with their supplier and the manufacturer.
It's a breakthrough.
And this then ultimately allowed us to prove that around 28 of the computers belonged to the health board within the hospital.
The police now have enough proof to search the IT workers' PayPal account history and bank records. They show regular, unexplained, large sums of money have been coming in. It's strong evidence. The suspect is asked to attend a second police interview.
I was quite conscious that I didn't want a further no-comment interview. I felt that it wouldn't strengthen our case in any way.
Adam needs the IT worker to confess or incriminate himself so they can press criminal charges. He seeks help from a colleague.
I contacted a specially trained interview advisor who advised me to consider doing something called phase disclosure. So basically, phase disclosure allows us to choose and pick the information we provide during interview at different stages. This often encourages the defendant in a case to talk to us, and then we can present further evidence then that may challenge their original account that they've given to us.
The IT worker arrives. Adam will conduct the interview himself.
This was the first time I'd met the defendant personally during the investigation. He seemed very withdrawn at this point and quite nervous in his disposition.
The interview starts. In the early rounds, Adam, using the technique of phase disclosure, lulls the suspect into a false sense of security.
He was asked a number of questions during the initial phase of the interview, and the disclosure that we'd given to him was very similar to that given on his first arrest.
The suspect visibly relaxes. He might have been expecting newer, more searching questions this time round. Now he may, unsuspectingly, slip into an incriminating answer.
He spoke quite freely with us, stated that the computers he'd taken from work that we'd recovered from his home address were basically deemed beyond economical repair. He ultimately denied selling any computers that he had taken from work.
Adam's grinning inside. The IT worker doesn't know that the investigators have got hard evidence of at least 28 sales of hospital computers that says otherwise.
To get the defendant on record saying that he'd not sold on any of the computers he'd taken was gold for us.
Now Adam hits the suspect with the sucker punch.
In the final stage of disclosure that we gave, we supplied the defendant and his solicitor with information that we'd obtained from the online auction site, his activity and the number of computer hardware items that he'd sold on it. We also provided him with information that we'd obtained from his online banking accounts, showing a large amount of money going through it in a time period.
The IT worker is floored.
He became quite visibly upset and distressed by the information that we'd given to him. He really withdrew into himself. He was on the verge of tears, and it became quite clear to me at this point that we'd got him.
The defendant grimly continues to answer no comment until he's allowed to leave the station. But he's already incriminated himself, and the Crown Prosecution Service charge him with fraud by abuse of position. Yet amazingly, at his first court hearing, he still pleads not guilty.
For me, as a result of that, I thought the defendant was possibly trying to drag out the trial. It's often frustrating in these cases where the strength of the evidence is overwhelming, as it wastes police time, time of the CPS, court time and public money.
Adam and the CID team meticulously build their case. It's been nearly 3 years since the hospital first realised something was amiss, but finally a date is set for the IT worker's trial. Then at the 11th hour, he suddenly changes his plea to guilty.
It was quite clear at this point the strength of evidence against him was overwhelming, and he was forced to admit this.
At Mould Crown Court, the hospital IT worker is convicted of fraud over a 4-year period and of defrauding the National Health Service of £18,000. When it comes to sentencing, the judge takes a very dim view of this behaviour.
The defence barrister did say that the length of the investigation and the length of time that it was held over the defendant should be used in his favour. That was ultimately dismissed by the judge. He stated that the length of the investigation quite clearly only took so long because the defendant was not willing to take responsibility for his actions.
The fraudster is hit with a hefty sentence and jailed for 20 months. Unsurprisingly, he also loses his job.
Ultimately, it was a solid result, and I hope it sends out a message that all fraud, especially against the public purse, will be treated seriously and those responsible will face the consequences for their actions.
In North and East London, Emma Viner from the Environment Agency is investigating a series of industrial-sized fly tipping incidents. Those responsible are doing it to rake in the cash, but tons and tons of stinking waste is being illegally dumped, costing hundreds of thousands of pounds to clean up and posing a potential health risk to communities and wildlife. Emma believes these incidents are connected and being carried out by the same 3 men. But she's struggling to prove a link between them.
The thing that's a little bit different about this investigation is we can usually link criminality by the way the crime is committed. But with this investigation, it was different on quite a lot of occasions, so burying material at one site, wrapping it in plastic bales at another.
Trying to gather as much information on the 3 suspects as possible, Emma and her team conduct a surveillance operation, tracking a lorry they believe belongs to the gang. They strike lucky.
So the vehicle was followed to a piece of land. It was a building site, and the vehicle was seen to tip a load of what's known as trommel fines on the site. So trommel fines are material that's been through a mechanical treatment process at a waste transfer station.
The environment officers immediately call the police.
And the vehicle was accompanied by a van, which had 2 other males in it, and both the van and the lorry were stopped. 3 individuals were arrested.
And guess who they are? It's the same 3 men, and it's the breakthrough Emma's been waiting for. The trio are interviewed and all answer with no comment. The police seize their mobile phones and send them for analysis. The suspects are released on bail while Emma and her team wait for the results from forensics.
It can take a while to pull all that evidence together and to get a full understanding of what evidence we have against who.
You might expect the suspects would keep their noses clean while they're being investigated, but just a few months later, a location in Rainham, Essex, comes to the team's attention.
We had reports that vehicles were going into this site full of waste and coming back out the site empty.
Scarcely believing it could be the same offenders, Emma launches another covert operation.
The access to this site had been blocked with large concrete blocks to prevent any unauthorised access. And during our surveillance, we observed a lorry tie straps to the concrete blocks and drag them out of the way.
Amazingly, the CCTV shows 2 of the trio that were interviewed by the police. Despite being on bail, both are still involved in illegally dumping huge amounts of waste. Now Emma is convinced she has 2 of the gang members in the bag. She just needs to link them with the 3rd. And just in time, there's a breakthrough with the phone records.
We linked them to a number of sites in East London, out over in Essex and then up towards the home counties. So those phones did confirm there was text messages, phone calls between the individuals. So that allowed us to establish a working relationship, which went to prove the organised network in this offending.
Emma and her team finally believe they have enough evidence to put the 3 men behind bars.
So the key things involved in this case was the CCTV, the surveillance observations, the mobile phone evidence.
After a 2-year investigation, costing the taxpayer thousands of pounds, the trashy trio are finally brought to justice.
The case was heard here at Snaresbrook Crown Court in East London.
All 3 are charged with and found guilty of breaching environmental law.
One defendant was sentenced to 13 months in custody to start serving immediately. Another was sentenced to 12 months in prison to start serving immediately. Another defendant was sentenced to 8 months in prison suspended for 2 years. He was also instructed to do 200 hours of unpaid work and was put on a curfew.
In an attempt to get back some of the money that's been lost from the public purse, all 3 are also subject to a proceeds of crime order.
Defendants had available assets of just over £200,000 to pay. If that isn't paid within a 3-month time frame, they'll be right back here in court.
Every year, over £21 billion is stolen from the UK's public purse. Money that's meant to treat our sick, educate our children and keep us safe. Alongside crack teams of investigators.
This guy's got to be stopped as soon as possible.
She had defrauded the NHS.
We're tracking down the fraudsters, stealing our public money.
This man had effectively treated the NHS like a cash machine.
Locking them up.
They were going to be spending a lot of their time inside a prison cell.
And getting the cash back where it belongs.
We recovered close to £1 million.
She was ordered to pay just under £1.4 million.
I'm after his house, his car and some money.
Just over £23,000 back into the public purse.
Fraud Squad, the hunt is on. Today, a dishonest dentist is revealed to be the most prolific dental fraudster ever.
In total, she was discovered to have committed £1.4 million worth of fraud against the NHS via her claims for work that she hadn't done.
A serial scam artist fakes a disability in order to claim insurance payouts of over £80,000.
It was all for effect. He wanted to make it look as though he couldn't get into the examination without the aid of a wheelchair and someone supporting him. It was all for show.
And a preacher turns prisoner when he's found guilty of lying and cheating his way to pocketing over £150,000.
There was no charity as such. The charity was the charity of Johnson himself.
The NHS spends over £3 billion a year on dental services in the UK. Virtually all of this is much needed work for the young, the old and the less fortunate. But investigators come across one of the biggest cases of dental fraud they've ever seen when a deceitful dentist gives new meaning to the phrase false teeth.
This is Joyce Trail, NHS poster girl and the most prolific dental fraudster that we've ever found.
This dentist has gone rotten. She's been making dentures for the dead.
Joyce Trail was forging all the paperwork to go with a fraudulent claim, but she wasn't doing the work at all.
Her patients may have passed away, but Joyce Trail is still living the high life off their backs and taxpayers' money.
There was a room entirely devoted to designer handbags and shoes, and there was another room with her designer clothes.
Elephant and Castle, London. Liz Wood worked as part of the NHS's Counter-Fraud Authority. With more than 16 years in the job as an investigator, she specialised in dental fraud.
At the time, we had a really small dental fraud team. There was only 4 of us, and we were dealing with all of the dental fraud claims for all of England.
The team were about to get a case they can really sink their teeth into. It all starts with an anomaly on a questionnaire form.
The NHS sends out patient questionnaires to dental patients to check that treatment has been properly carried out, that the work's been done well. In the case of one particular Birmingham dentist, Joyce Trail, a patient questionnaire came back marked that the patient had died, which was very odd because the patient had just had some false teeth fitted.
The team start looking into this successful dentist. She has a £620,000 NHS contract and is entrusted with providing a substantial amount of lucrative NHS home care.
The patients that she was seeing, generally infirm, certainly more frail than the general population. Some of them also may have other medical conditions that make it difficult to treat them, such as dementia and the like.
Joyce Trail's career went from strength to strength.
If you're doing domiciliary work, the amount that you get for every unit of dental work is a lot more because you're getting paid not just for the work that you do, but you're also getting paid to travel there. So you get an awful lot of extra money for doing the same work.
A brief check on the NHS records shows that Joyce Trail has certainly racked up the miles and the money, claiming to have performed countless home dental jobs. She also seems to be predominantly making dentures, one of the most expensive dental treatments. On the questionnaire, Joyce Trail has claimed to have made a set of these pricey dentures for a patient, who the team quickly work out is already dead. The team has to find out if this is a simple mistake or if something more sinister is going on.
First thing that we needed to do was to run checks to see if any other patients had died, and that revealed that there were quite a significant number of patients who had died sometime before their treatment commenced.
If there's one thing the deceased don't need, it's dentures. But unbelievably, Trail appears to have been making them and charging the NHS for doing so.
After our initial investigations, we decided that we had enough reason to justify an arrest, to justify the search of Joyce Trail's properties. As a team, we searched her home address and her business, her dental practice.
Joyce Trail's house shows that she's been doing quite nicely for herself.
When my colleagues arrived at Joyce Trail's home address, it was evident that she really was spending an awful lot of cash. The place was massive. There was a room entirely devoted to designer handbags and shoes, all carefully stacked in racks.
And it's not just expensive clothes that Trail is blowing her cash on.
She took regular holidays to exotic destinations in the Caribbean and the like. Clearly, she lived a pretty lavish lifestyle. We deal with affluent people. Dentists are not poorly paid, and we expect them to have a certain lifestyle, but this was in a different bracket.
The investigators believe Trail has paid for all this with the extra cash he's been stealing from the NHS by making loads of unnecessary dentures for deceased patients. But the investigators need proof of how the scam is being carried out. So Liz visits the lab where all these dentures are supposed to have been constructed. Liz soon finds a massive discrepancy between the amount of orders Joyce Trail supposedly sent to the lab and the actual amount the lab received.
The lab just hadn't made that many devices.
Liz thinks Trail has been forging the order dockets that dentists send to the lab, so she can fraudulently pretend dentures have been made and then charge the NHS for them. One damning piece of evidence against Trail. But there's more. The condition of the order dockets also raises suspicions.
Dental labs are very, very dusty, and the dockets get all crumpled, they get covered in bits of dust.
But not Joyce Trail's dockets. They are smooth, clean, pearly white even.
One of the team went through all of Joyce Trail's dental dockets and compared them to the NHS claims, and they were absolutely beautiful. And to be honest, if you've got a dental docket that is absolutely pristine, it has to be a forgery, because normally they look like they've been sat on by an elephant.
When the accusation she's been charging for dentures that were never made is put to trial, she seems very reluctant to open her mouth wide.
Joyce Trail was interviewed on several different occasions. Most of the time she didn't actually talk to us, didn't answer questions.
Trail's refusal to confess her guilt means the investigators will have to do this the hard way.
Had Joyce Trail pled guilty from the very outset, it would have saved a vast amount of public money. It takes a long time because you've got to go through every single patient record individually and check it against every single individual claim. So it can take months and months.
Joyce Trail claims to have legitimately treated hundreds of patients in numerous care homes across the UK, from Manchester to as far as Norfolk. Liz's team start the painstaking process of retracing her steps.
We discovered that Joyce would normally have visited an old people's home, certainly at least once, and she would get the names of all the residents who were there, and then she would use these names for her fraudulent claim.
Without bothering to check if these people were still even alive or not, Trail treated each name she harvested as a license to print money.
In a nutshell, Joyce Trail was forging all the paperwork to go with a fraudulent claim, but she wasn't doing the work at all, in no way, shape or form. In total, 154 patients were discovered to have died before they were given false teeth, which was quite good. In fact, some patients had had 5 sets of false teeth fitted after their death.
Again, when the team confront Trail with this evidence, the dentist continues to keep her mouth shut and refuses to admit anything. Later, the sheer size of Trail's fraud is revealed, and it's unbelievable.
In that time, 7,000 claims were found to be false.
Nobody likes paying insurance, full stop. But what if I told you that £50 of every insurance bill you spend your hard-earned cash on goes towards the cost of fraudulent claims? Claims submitted by ruthless scammers for fantasy crashes, fictional thefts and faked illnesses. We think you'd want your money back. This is the tale of a serial insurance con artist who ruthlessly exploits a real-life accident in which people lost their lives for his own gain. Fraudulently claiming 80 grand on health insurance for a make-believe disability.
Looking at the video, looking at what he's done, you lose all sympathy with him. And although we treated him with utmost respect, we believed it was play acting.
Meet the con artist's nemesis, Simon Styles of the City of London Police. Having spent the last 18 years hunting down financial criminals, this determined investigator is the fraudster's worst nightmare. Almost 20 years ago, a married father of one made a very sensible decision. He took out a disability protection plan. Who knew what the future might hold?
The payment was set up a monthly payment of about £5 a month, and just in case there is ever going to be a claim.
Apparently a very prudent decision, because 13 years later, the man's health took a turn for the worse. In 2011, he took a trip to Pakistan to visit family. While he was there, a bus journey ended in disaster when it was involved in a traffic collision.
He said it was quite a serious accident where a number of people unfortunately lost their lives. And he suffered serious injury and was hospitalised in Pakistan.
The man received 20 separate injuries, including a dislocated hip and numerous fractures.
Very quickly was repatriated back to the UK and had a number of operations to put him back on the road to recovery.
When he was eventually discharged, he left hospital and returned home to be cared for by his wife.
He said he was immobile, he was bedridden, and couldn't leave the house. If he did, it was on crutches or a wheelchair.
With such significant injuries, the man was unable to work and needed financial help. After all, he had his own home and a car to run. Luckily, he has his trusty insurance policy, and it was time to cash in. So he submitted a claim.
This is an accident protection claim form that was completed by him. It showed that he was unemployed at the time and giving some details as to the accident. It states here as the description of the accident. I was travelling from Mirpur to Faisalabad on public transport minibus, where it collided with a commercial lorry, and I received substantial injuries. This was signed by him. From the records here, it was a serious accident, no doubt about it. He did suffer serious injuries and was right, if it was genuine, to make a claim.
Based on that information, insurers AEG provisionally allocate a significant sum, £83,000.
Unfortunately, this type of claim does tend to people being maybe exaggerate injuries.
With over £1.3 billion a year lost to insurance fraud, the insurance company understandably needs to be cautious.
A lot of money is going to be paid out on this. He was asked to attend a medical centre and undertake a medical just to satisfy the insurer before any payouts was going to be made.
What the claimant didn't know was that on the 9th of February 2013, the day of the doctor's appointment, insurers had set up surveillance. Standard practice on a case with potentially this large a payout. A covert camera was rolling as he left the house. And boy, were they in for a treat.
The footage showed him leaving the house unaided, getting into a car, and that was the footage that brought about his downfall.
Expecting to see a frail man supposedly unable to walk, they're amazed to see this. Someone who's perfectly able to walk unaided to his car with his wife and drive away. The surveillance teams stay on his tail, and there's another surprise in store. Near the medical centre, the man switches to the passenger seat of the car before his wife parks up. Then his wife pushes him in a wheelchair towards the clinic. And these con artists are perfectly willing to accept the generous help of passers-by. But the con artist's charade is over. The damning video is sent to the insurers for review.
After looking at the evidence, of course, the insurer was in no doubt the claim that was put forward was a fraudulent document.
The claimant is now waiting for a cheque in the post, but he's about to get some very bad news.
At this point, the insurer voided the policy. Of course, he wasn't over-impressed with this and rang up to complain and said, well, what's the problem? And wanted some justification.
Keeping their video evidence under wraps for now, the insurers ask the claimant for his version of how he got to the medical centre.
He made a statement consisting of 7 pages. I left home to attend my independent medical examination. I left home in my wheelchair and was helped into a 7-seater taxi by the driver. The taxi had been pre-booked. It was a black cab for disabled people. I sat in my wheelchair whilst I travelled in the taxi to Edgbaston.
The footage shows there was no taxi. Every word is a lie.
He goes on to say that I was helped from the taxi in my wheelchair by the driver and my wife. But of course, the surveillance footage says something completely different.
The insurance company then play their trump card. The claimant is confronted with the surveillance footage.
Straight away, he's in denial, backtracking slightly and say, well, trying to get out of it. Unfortunately, it was too late for him.
Later, caught on camera, his lies exposed, the conman's problems are about to get a lot worse.
The next step was to ring City London Police, and then we knocked on his door and asked him some more questions. Some difficult ones at that.
Once the investigators have put the fraudster behind bars, their job isn't over, because then the quest is on to get as much money back as possible from their criminal wrongdoings.
The largest recovery we've ever had is just over £7 million, which was part of a large-scale drug inquiry, which was a fantastic result for the team because it brought vital monies back to the NHS, which were again used for patient care, so really pleased with that result.
The biggest recovery we've had in terms of money as a result of financial investigation was £2.2 million, which we paid back £500,000 to the creditors, and the rest went back into the public purse.
Over a number of cases, over the last 2 years, we've saved in excess of £4 million worth of victims' money.
To date, Counter Fraud Scotland has saved or recovered in excess of £66 million.
If there's one place you shouldn't find fraud, it's in a church. But this is a case of a preacher who certainly believes charity begins at home. His home. Lying, cheating and diverting funds from good works, this fraudster certainly doesn't practice what he preaches.
The money that was being paid back by HMRC went into the church bank account, and it went from there straight into his own personal account.
Preachers are regarded as the souls of discretion and good living. And when a preacher commits serious crimes, and we want to know what's that about.
Mick Randall is a champion in international fraud investigation, with over 23 years of experience in the public and private sectors. He's worked all over the world. There is literally nowhere fraudsters can hide from him. And to understand what's going on in the fraudster's mind is Professor David Cantor, world-renowned for his work exploring offender profiling. Luton, Bedfordshire. 39-year-old Teslim Johnson is a preacher at the Agape Church. He's also a trustee. One of his roles is to claim gift aid for the church as a registered charity. Gift aid allows charities to claim an extra 25 pence for every £1 given, without any additional cost to either them or the donor. So it's no wonder the Agape Church is keen to maximise its income in this way.
A gift aid is a UK tax incentive which enables efficient tax giving by members of the public in the UK.
In order to claim gift aid, charities must ensure that a declaration form is filled out by each person who has given them money. It's not a difficult process, but someone has to do the admin, and that task fell to Johnson.
For each donor donating the money to Johnson's charity, he would have had to have kept a record of that individual and the declarations they make that they are a UK taxpayer and that they give permission for gift aid to be given. And those records would have had to have been kept by Johnson for inspection to HMRC should they need it.
However, for a small charity, the amount of gift aid Johnson was processing was nothing short of miraculous.
The HMRC software would have picked up a very big anomaly, an abnormal spike
in the payments, where this huge amount of gift aid from a charity that has never had that previous history before would certainly raise eyebrows and get gift aid team looking at that particular charity and focusing in on who's running it and what's happening there.
HMRC officers start to contact the donors listed in the charity's records.
It's very easy for HMRC, especially with the big donations, to actually go back to those individuals and check to see whether they actually made the donations that Johnson said they did.
To their surprise, the investigators quickly discover that most of the donations were never made, and a shocking number of the supposed donors have never even heard of the church, far less given it money.
It's very easy for a fraudster to get information in relation to possible donors. It can be as simple as just taking names and addresses from the phone book as such. Saying that all these people have visited your church or they've donated in the high street. It's simple as that. Put them on the spreadsheet and submit it to HMRC.
As Johnson is the only person processing the gift aid forms, he becomes the main suspect.
In all walks of life, there are individuals who abuse their position. And if it's somebody who apparently is devoted to God and a virtuous life who commits fraud, then that makes us question what he's about and what his religion is about. It seems to me very likely that he found he could get money through gift aid in some simple mechanism and began to be aware that that opened an opportunity for doing it on a larger and larger scale, so that it became habitual and really almost a way of life, without him fully appreciating the consequences.
Investigators go to search his property. They find lots of documents relating to the church. Among them are gift aid envelopes. But the donor names and amounts don't match the gift aid records Johnson has submitted to the HMRC on behalf of the charity.
So this was multi-application fraud on a huge scale. These donors never existed in many cases, and in the cases they did, the amounts that were doned were grossly overestimated. But on the whole, they were fictitious, and the individuals that Johnson had written down just didn't exist.
In total, the church received gift aid payments of over £100,000. And with another claim for over 50 grand pending, the amount fraudulently claimed is now over £155,000. But has all this cash gone to help the church and its charitable good works? It appears not. The team quickly uncover that Johnson is the only person named on the church's bank accounts.
There was no charity as such. The charity was the charity of Johnson himself. The money that was being paid back by HMRC went into the church bank account, but Johnson was the only person who controlled that account, and it went from there straight into his own personal account and was able then to be spent at will.
It's time to bring in the police.
He may have thought that he had a right to do it. He may well have thought, as many criminals do when they cheat an institution, that there wouldn't be any real victims, that it's a victimless crime. He probably didn't appreciate that he was stealing money that would be used for all sorts of things.
The case goes to trial at Luton Crown Court in March 2018. Johnson is found guilty of fraud by abuse of position and money laundering. His sentence, 4 years behind bars. The Charities Commission remove Agape Church from their register and disqualify Mr. Johnson from serving as a charity trustee. And while he languishes behind bars, the investigators are working hard to recover the money he stole from all of us. scam artist has been caught on camera, faking a disability in order to fraudulently claim over £80,000 in disability insurance. The matter is now in the hands of the City of London Police. Investigator Simon Stiles is determined to bring the fraudster to justice.
No one's disputing that he was injured, but it's the level of the injury and his mobility that was always been in question.
The con artist's scam was exposed when insurers covertly filmed his journey to a medical examination. And today, Simon wants to see the scene for himself.
It was just down here, in fact, that they stopped and took the last footage of him, actually in a wheelchair. He had difficulty getting up the pavement just here, and he got to members of the public to assist them up along the pavement here and straight into the clinic where they had their examination, just here.
Simon Stiles is under no illusion. This disability was a ruse, all designed to trick the medical examiner.
It was all for effect. He wanted to make it look as though he couldn't get into the examination without the aid of a wheelchair and someone supporting him. It was all for show.
The man must have given an Oscar-winning performance during the examination because the doctor's reports validate his claim.
A very, very comprehensive report was made out by the doctor, his opinion and prognosis. At point 9, the doctor states that this gentleman has an ongoing severe symptoms. He is confined to a wheelchair. They can only walk short distances with 2 crutches. While 14 months have elapsed since the time of the injury, it is not possible to provide a long-term prognosis on this gentleman's injuries. It is, however, certain that there will be significant long-term effects from his injuries, and a declaration at the time that the report was true and fair. The doctor believed every word that he said.
It's time to reveal the truth to the doctor. Simon shows him the footage. His patient walking unaided just minutes before their appointment. The doctor immediately issues a revised report.
He writes this time, "I'm not aware of any orthopaedic conditions, and certainly not of any trauma-related effects that would provoke a pattern of symptoms causing such diverse functional ability in such brief periods of time." But I'm not a doctor. That appears to me he's talking about a modern miracle.
The net is closing in fast on this crook.
It was time to knock on the door, and that's what we did.
On the 24th of September 2014, armed with a warrant, Simon and a team of officers prepare to search the man's home.
So we knocked on the door, opened by him. I'm not say he was pleased to see us, but he was standing upright.
How could a man who relies on a wheelchair to get around be standing, unaided, answering his own front door?
If someone was bedridden, they may have shouted, or their wife would have opened the door, whatever. That wasn't the case. He opened the door. Then we informed him why we were there, and his demeanour changed. He started having a stoop. He was getting less coherent, although he could speak quite good English. By the end of that morning, he needed an interpreter. It got more and more difficult when he was aware how grave the situation was.
Simon began to systematically search every corner of the house for evidence. And he strikes gold, the discovery of a second insurance policy.
It was downstairs that we found in a drawer this extra insurance policy. You know, if they're looking for a nugget, that was it there. I believed, as my colleagues did, that it wasn't the first time, and we were proved right.
The man was playing the same dishonest game with another insurer.
When we contacted them afterwards, we put this to them and said, yes, they did know him, they did have a policy with him, and had paid out. And they then discovered, of course, they'd been the victims of crime.
The insurer confirmed a payout of £27,000 2 years earlier. It was time for the faker to face some difficult questions down the nick.
He was taken to the local police station. He had difficulty leaving the premises and needed both crutches that he had to do so. And from then on, of course, he acted out his role. Looking at the video, looking at what he's done, you lose all sympathy with him. And although We treated him with utmost respect. We believed it was play acting.
And of course, don't forget his wife, who is also party to the fraud.
She must have played a full part in this, having full knowledge of it, and would have been part of any of the success of any successful claims. She would have received the same money as he would have done.
The faker was slapped with charges of fraud by conspiracy and fraud by false representation. His wife was landed with a charge of joint enterprise. But despite the evidence, they incredibly plead not guilty. And in early 2014, attending Birmingham Crown Court for trial, the pair continue their charade.
He arrived in a wheelchair, pushed by his wife. He didn't go into the box as anybody else would do. He gave his evidence from his wheelchair. Unfortunately, the jury didn't have any of that. They saw right through him.
And the surveillance footage was the nail in the coffin.
If the jury or anybody else was any doubt beforehand, they weren't when they saw that. I heard a few chuckles in the background.
The couple left absolutely no room for hesitation in the minds of the jury.
Very shortly after retiring, the verdict came back as though they were guilty of all counts.
The fraudster receives 3 years in prison for his crime, his wife 12 months suspended, and 20 hours community service.
This conviction, it sends a message out, a powerful message that if people are thinking about committing crime, that they're not like to get away with it. And if they are found, they will be arrested, charged, and convicted. And like him, they could go away, like he did, for 3 years.
Later, the fight continues as Simon hunts down the missing £27,000 of stolen insurance money.
It could go either way. Of course, I'm after his house, his car, and some money. He's going to fight that. I'll be fighting back. We see how it turns up.
He may well have thought it was all over. It's not. It's just begun.
Liz Wood and her team from the NHS Counter Fraud Squad are investigating a Birmingham dentist whose morals have decayed. Joyce Trail has been ripping off the NHS and the taxpayer for massive sums by falsely charging for dentures that she hasn't made. To make it worse, she's cold-heartedly pretended they're for patients who are already dead.
In total, 154 patients were discovered to have died before they were given false teeth. How can you possibly justify that?
And if that's not enough, Joyce Trail refuses to admit any guilt, meaning the case has to go to court. And this dodgy dentist does everything in her power to delay being put in the dock.
It's fair to say that Joyce Trail was extremely difficult throughout the investigation.
Before the trial, Liz's team get a court order to try and stop Trail blowing any more of the cash she's plundered from the public.
You cannot dispose of any of your assets whatsoever. Basically, it means that the courts have said you cannot get rid of anything without our say-so.
But Trail treats this order with little respect.
She tried to sell her house. The house was actually legally restrained at that stage. She was not legally able to sell it, but it didn't stop her. The surgery was absolutely stripped bare, so there was nothing in there. All the chairs and everything were taken out. Anything that wasn't screwed down was taken and it just disappeared. We never saw it again. Even though all her assets were restrained, she was not allowed to do that, but it happened.
Finally, after years of investigation, a court date is set for Joyce's trial. Liz's team finish building their case against her, and it's some case.
One of my colleagues actually went through all of Joyce Trail's patient records and compared them to all of the claims that she'd submitted over a 3-year period. And in that time, 7,000 claims were found to be false. That's a stupendous number, especially when you think that these are for dentures that costs the NHS a lot.
The full amount Joyce Trail has stolen from the NHS, and therefore the taxpayer, is staggering.
In total, she was discovered to have committed £1.4 million worth of fraud against the NHS via her claims for work that she hadn't done. But there was also a further £94,000, which was employers' contributions which the NHS had paid into her pension based on these false claims.
£1.4 million could pay the annual salary for 27 dentists. The trial begins. Even now, it's difficult to extract the truth from Joyce Trail. Amazingly, she pleads not guilty and tries to wriggle her way out of it.
The trial itself descended into farce from time to time.
To counter the prosecution's claim that she'd been paid for thousands of dentures that were never made, Trail finds a witness to say he did the work in his lab. But her attempt to hoodwink the court fails.
She wheeled out this poor man to say that he'd done some work for her. But when he didn't say exactly what she wanted him to say, she accused him of hiding the truth because he was defrauding the tax man. So he was a witness for her, and she was accusing him of a crime.
It's been a long time coming, but at the end of the 5-week trial, Joyce Trail reaches the end of the road. This dentist is going down.
Joyce Trail maintained her innocence. However, she was found guilty and she was sentenced to 6.5 years imprisonment for fraud.
Under the Proceeds of Crime Act, the courts also aim to claw back the money Trail stole.
Following her conviction, and whilst she was still in jail, Joyce Trail was ordered to pay just under £1.4 million back to the NHS. That meant that any assets that she had up to that value could be sold and the money returned to the NHS.
After such a protracted investigation, Liz and her team are delighted with the outcome.
The conviction was just a wonderful result. It had been a very difficult case, largely because of Joyce Trail herself.
Joyce Trail perpetrated one of the biggest ever frauds against the NHS. She's been struck off by the General Dental Council, and steps have been taken by the NHS to ensure this type of scam can never be repeated. Once an investigator like Simon Stiles gets the bit between his teeth, no one can stop him. A disability faker who's exaggerated his injuries for false insurance claims, pushing up insurance premiums for us all, has now served his time. But he still hasn't returned the cash he stole.
He received just over £27,000. That was paid out into various bank accounts. I've asked him the question, where's the money gone? He hasn't answered. He just had home improvements. I've asked him who paid for his house. He hasn't answered. He may well have thought it was all over. It's not. It's just begun. He needs to pay back to the victims of crime £27,000.
Today, Simon is back at Birmingham Crown Court to put forward his case to the judge in a Proceeds of Crime hearing, in the hope he'll be granted permission to seize the fraudster's property in lieu of the cash he owes.
It could go either way. There's a lot of legal wranglings. Of course, I'm after his house, his car, and some money. He's going to fight that. I'll be fighting back. We'll see how it turns up. Confident of a result.
Now it's all in the hands of the judge. An hour later, the hearing is over. And the man is still being pushed by his wife. For Simon, it's disappointing news.
Another frustrating morning, to say the least. Sometimes that happens, but the judge has said that I can have a further 6 weeks to continue my investigation. The crux of the matter is, does the house in question belong to him? Is it part of his property? If it is, I can have it. If I can't find any link, then we can't go for that part of the property. But I'm not giving up the fight just yet. We'll come back in 6 weeks and see how it turns out.
But as far as Simon Stiles is concerned, this is a mere bump in the road. Nothing will stop him pursuing the case to the bitter end.
I'm still waiting. The time's nearly up.